stuff together.
He took me to a party here one time. I just remember in New York, and everybody was kind of dressed like they looked like different birds and stuff. It's pretty crazy, yeah. And there was no air conditioning in the place. It was like fancy. Yeah, it was bizarre, but it was what you'd expect out of him. Yeah, that's people out on the rock right there. Yeah, rock climbing's pretty amazing, isn't it?
I love it.
What makes you love it so much?
Well, it's something I did when I was little. I did at the first moment, like my mom took me climbing in South Dakota, and I just, the moment I touched the rock and just moved on it.
What up, Mr. Aquarius?
I'm probably better at climbing.
What's going on?
Walking. Like, it's just like my body just feels, it's just something that you connect with that you really enjoy.
Yeah.
But I love just the fear and the problem solving and like the fear of it all. Because like we'll do like deep water soul now, and my arc I can climb up and fall down in the water, but it's just like the challenge of like I love climbing.
I am eating
I love climbing trees.
cheese fries.
Just climbing, so I don't know. I'm a fucking gorilla. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Even the dirt, and I just enjoy my kids do it, and it just keeps us out in nature. Something to do, I guess it'd be like fishing.
Yeah, baked chicken, fried greens.
That's good.
It was good.
Excellent. Was it fried chicken? Did you have fried chicken?
No, baked chicken.
Oh, baked chicken. Ooh, that's good.
Fishing or hunting with other people, but like being in nature
Oh, yeah.
and going to do adventures and setting out to do something and accomplishing it. And there's also the other thing too is I think I'm very, very much I'm not diagnosed ADHD, but there's a lot of things going on. I feel like when I ride motorcycles and I go rock climbing, it's just like you can't do anything else but be there. So that's just like a little bit of my therapy and meditation. Is like that's when everything just gets real clear.
Makes you focus in.
Yeah. But you get, everyone gets high on that or loves that. You can really mind, body, spirit connects.
Oh,
Flow
yeah.
in something that's what you.
Oh, yeah. When you're zipping down on a freaking motorcycle, you can't. Yeah, it's hard to be like, oh, I got to do that email or whatever.
Well, it's just like when you're in a car, you're like, doing your makeup, you're eating food, you're talking to someone, you're not paying attention to shit. Where you're riding a motorcycle, you're gonna die if you're out. If you're doing your makeup while you're riding a motorcycle, you're fucked. It's not easy.
Unless they come with those self-driving motorcycles, which I read about, that's going to be. I'm like, what are we doing now?
Self-driving motorcycles?
Yeah, that's not what we need.
No.
A lot of organ donors are motorcyclists, and I didn't mean to say that out loud to you, but you knew it.
I'm
A lot of them are.
You know organ donor?
A lot of them are. Yeah, you keeping them?
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know if anyone wants some. I'm fucking pickled. I'm actually waiting for this AI and shit to come around and go like, yo, tune your kidneys, livers and kidneys right here.
Livers and kidneys.
That's what I need, bro.
Oh, yeah, I want a fresh sack of lungs more than
You know what I'm
inner
saying?
tits, yeah.
And then just nail them again.
Oh,
30 more years just bashing these bitches up.
yeah, dude.
Toughen up.
Bro, that'd be crazy. You're like 90.
Swap them out.
You're like, yeah, I'm 95, but I got a 7-year-old liver.
Yeah.
Just partying on that
Just getting hammered drunk on one Bud Light. Fucking sick.
Sleep in somebody's boat or whatever. You know, one thing I wish I had done in the past was invest earlier. I didn't think I knew enough. I didn't think I had the right connections. I didn't think I had the time. I didn't realize that all I needed to do was start. So many of us focus on where our money is today. Acorns is a financial wellness app that
I'm 80 years old. 20 years old. I eat Rabbi Rothschild. And I grow. between that which is good and that which is not good. We can't check. I don't know I'm 80 years old. I know this can hold it around. What I was thinking is, as you get older, sometimes my intellectual capacity is diminished. We've been speaking about the diminution of physical capacity. Here, guys, you realize all these things. As I get older, I'm not as sharp as I used to be. In mit angepasst ist als Chef-Hotel, der ist als Chef-Chef. Und I even taste, the serving taste of
Ce se mănâncă Mac? Alegi Mac Combo Tasty Cheese. Oferta care a revenit să descurce și bugetul și viața de student.
What up, Zoo?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
What's up?
All day.
Live in the gym, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
What's your special big boy?
What's my what?
My special big boy.
I'm not funny, and here's proof.
Taylor did nothing wrong.
Zoo, I'm going to tell you this right now. Zoo, I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't like that kind of talk. And if you talk like that, you won't be welcome here. No, Zoo. Just because of that, I'm just watching my own shit. Go do your own thing.
Your appearance on the show, boy, did that create a lot of problems. I didn't expect you ever having me on again. I thought maybe Spotify was just going to say hello. No, you were right. Like, this is a victory dance. Like, it turned out that all your warnings and all the things that you were saying about the problems turned out to be true. Well, thanks. I know you've said that on a few shows. Every time you do, somebody sends me a clip and says, hey, Rogan said you did the right thing. What was it like for you? First of all, they were trying to label you a quack and a kook. Didn't know what you were talking about. I don't think it worked with everybody. I mean, it worked with people that weren't paying attention. But anybody that really paid attention to your background said, no, this guy's very credible. I mean, don't you have like 9 patents on mRNA vaccine technology? Yeah, on the mRNA. Yeah. Total about 15. Yeah. And you also took the vaccine and had a horrible adverse event. A series of them. Yeah. At the time, it was so early. That was when the National Guard was still doing it, and that was Moderna. And I was embarrassed to have these experiences. And I was embarrassed when I got COVID in early 2020. Looking back, there was so much fear, so much anger and anxiety and everything wrapped around all of this. And in retrospect, it was promoted, but it was also very organic. It was looking back, being honest about it, it was a frightening time, what was happening. And I had those experiences. My doc, who was a cardiologist, was like, why were you so stupid to take this? Your doctor said, yeah, in 2021, yeah. She was 2020 or 2021? It was 2021. Yeah. I was going to a cardiologist that had left traditional medical practice at UVA and the associated hospitals, and I was going to her for hormone replacement therapy and bioidentical hormone replacement therapy, and she was monitoring a lot of things, and that was her response. Why did you do this? Of course, I've had that question 1,000 times since. Why were you so stupid? You were the one that should have known.
And so I have to answer that still. It kind of gets a little tiresome. What was your perspective on the vaccine before you took it? To be honest, I was amazed. I was amazed that the claims that the problems that I encountered when I had been working on it had been solved. I didn't see how that could be the case, but I knew that a huge amount of money had been thrown at it, so it was possible. What were the problems? In my hands, it was inflammation primarily. It was also, it was absolutely not localizable. It was in the monkey models that we tested, it was incredibly inflammatory. It didn't give long prolonged levels of expression. It was hard to make. It's kind of, back then, it was almost a little bit of witchcraft. You'd drop, for me as a graduate student when I was doing that, it was incredibly scary because it was a couple $1,000s worth of reagents in a little tiny tube. And, back in the late 80s, that was real money. And it didn't always work, the reaction. So, it was a little bit of a wing and a prayer. But then, as I started working with animal models and with the different formulations, I could come up with a variety of different compounds and formulations that worked pretty well in cell culture, but not so well in animals. And I spent a lot of time trying to do that, optimize that, and what I ended up with is just seeing that it really caused, I'm sorry to use medical jargon, that's kind of where I'm from, so that's the language. No, it's probably better. It caused a lot of inflammation. White cell infiltrates, really aggressive white cell infiltrates in my hands in both mice and monkeys. And I abandoned it as something that just, was useful in research, particularly in cell culture, but I just didn't see it maturing as an efficient delivery strategy with low risk, acceptable risk in animals. And that also became the experience at this company that I had first joined, where a lot of the original patents were filed by Cal. They abandoned the RNA because they couldn't make it. And they turned largely to this strange discovery that we had that was a negative control, that the RNA alone or DNA alone was actually more effective in animal models, mice, for instance, than it was to use the positively charged fats. Now people call them lipid nanoplexes, lots of fancy words around it. It was just positively charged fats of various types that were mixed and bind the DNA or the RNA and kind of spontaneously assemble. And a lot of work went into trying to improve that. We did what we could in the 90s when I was at Davis to try to advance that technology and develop new lipids. We had a number of them get patented and were marketed by Promega and others, but could never solve the delivery in vivo. But this group up at the University of British Columbia that had been banging away at this kind of related liposome tech for years and years, even before I had known anything about it, were the ones that kind of came up with the magic sauce that is used essentially by both the Moderna and Pfizer products. And that's the stuff that we've all been exposed to, those that have taken it.
So, when you were first experimenting, you said it couldn't be localized. So, meaning that in the injection site, it was supposed to be there, and your body was supposed to produce antibodies because of the injection.
Yeah, it goes all over.
But it went all over the body. Yeah, but the assertion, what they were telling you when you got the shot initially, was that it was not going to be the injection site.
Yeah, and I called my colleagues at the University of British Columbia that I had known back in the day as I was grappling with whether or not to take the product because I had to travel.
And as you recall back then, forget international travel if you were jabbed.
National travel.
Yeah, you could get some nervous, but in Canada it was worse. You could get on a train. So I called Peter and had a chat with him. And he said that they had solved the problems of the distribution, that now when you injected it, it would stay local, it would go to draining lymph nodes. It was much more effective, and that they didn't have those safety issues anymore. So that was one of the reasons why I decided to go ahead.
Did you ask how they solved that problem?
Yeah, I asked in detail because I knew some of the nature of the formulations. Again, I don't want to get too technical, but what was claimed was that the incorporation of polyethylene glycol. So this is, you would know that as antifreeze. But it's in the liposome world, it's long been known as a way to create what are known as stealth liposomes that circulate in your body for a long period of time and make it so that these particles don't get inactivated by extracellular proteins in the liver and stuff like that. And so he was using the gentleman in particular is named Peter Cullis. By the way, he's the one that should have got the Nobel Prize for these products, as far as I'm concerned, and got slighted in the bag. But Peter Cullis said that they had experimented with a lot of different structures of the fat particles, chemical structures. So they came up with some that had these properties of staying localized, and then built the formulations in ways that were similar to what I'd done with cholesterol and other things, but then also added these shorter polyethylene glycol molecules attached with a really short organic, you call it fat or gasoline-like molecule, that put the peg into the liposome particle, but in a way that once it got into the body, it would fall off. And so this is, some people have the sensation as I did with my second jab of, you get it and then suddenly you feel tingling in your fingers or things like that. That may be the peg. But it was those advances in the components, because these are self-assembling particles that were used that Peter and his group, Peter Peter Cullis, P-I-E-T-E-R, from UBC and his group, built these products with this technology, and that was, they had it available, their choice, because they created companies for this. I mean, a ton of money must be made, because they licensed it non-exclusively to BioNTech and Moderna. And that's still kind of the core tech that makes this particular category of products work.
And so this was enough to convince you that they had to solve that problem.
Yeah, I took his word at it. I mean, he's an extremely experienced, knowledgeable liposome formulation expert, quite senior. He's older than me by another decade at least, and been doing this forever. And he asserted that he had solved the problems, and I believed him. I needed to travel internationally. And also, there was this buzz going around at the time that if you had long COVID, which at the time, if you think back to that, there was a whole cloud over even using the words long COVID. And the idea that you would have these long-lasting effects from getting the infection was controversial and not really accepted, but partially promoted, and there was a narrative that was, in retrospect, actively promoted, that if you took the vaccines and if you had this symptom of this chronic malaise and loss of stamina. I mean, you're a guy it's important to be physically fit. For me, it's been important to be physically fit all my life because I've always been a farmer and a carpenter and worked with my hands and my body And I had farm chores. I still have farm chores every day. And I couldn't walk up hills. I just had lost my stamina. I lost my pulmonary function. And it wasn't getting better. And nobody knew anything about this, what was causing it, whether it was even real, but I was experiencing it. There's a whole cluster of people who say there's no virus. There's certainly not any long COVID, but I experienced it. So it was promoted that you took the jab and you have this symptom down, and it would kick your immune system up and get more of a response to the spike antigen, and that would allow you to clear these symptoms of long COVID. That turns out now we have data in just fairly recently that in fact the opposite is happening.
So this idea of long COVID, so you got long COVID from the actual infection of COVID-19 before the jab.
Yeah, I got infected in very end of February 2020. I was in Boston at a conference on drug discovery, computational drug discovery, high throughput stuff, very high tech, MIT, and staying in a little firehouse that had been converted to a hotel right across the street from the biotech company where the initial Boston outbreak was associated with. And I came home sick as a dog. I thought that I had influenza B because I was in an area that was circulating at the time. And I remember laying sick as hell, hard to breathe. And my wife came in, it's just been on the TV. COVID is circulating right there in Boston where you were. So that was starting on. And parts that would have been Wuhan war. And then there was a couple of genetic changes that occurred apparently in Boston around that time.
So how long did this affect you, this long COVID?
I was sick until I took the jab. Just not having stamina, just feeling.
How many months?
I thought about it.
And did you try anything else to mitigate those symptoms?
Yeah, I did. So, my whole story, there's a whole bunch of what I did back then that never gets discussed, and that's okay. But the kickoff was that I got this call from Wuhan, I think. It was from Wuhan, from this guy that used to be CIA, named Michael Callahan, who I've worked with in the past, and he told me with the call that there was this virus in Wuhan, this coronavirus, that looked like it was going to be serious, and I ought to pay attention to it, and I ought to get a team wound up to try to address this. So what I've done, because this is coming off of what I did in Zika. I'm a vaccinologist at the core. But developing a vaccine in the face of an outbreak historically has taken a decade. And it just isn't a practical way to address an emergent infectious disease crisis. And I had become convinced that the best way to do that was through repurposed drugs. So after I get this call, I put the team together, building on the technology that I've been working with at USAMRIID during Zika for rapid identification of repurposed drugs to address a new crisis. And this time we've really taken a computational approach. So I used some tech out of UC San Francisco to recreate one of the key proteins in SARS-CoV-2 based on the sequence that got published from Wuhan, and this is January 11th, I think, and 2020. And we started doing what's called computational docking of very, very large virtual libraries using Amazon AWS and high throughput parallel processing, and came up with a list of compounds, and then kind of screened those against problems, adverse events, that kind of stuff. More coffee, good. Red, thank you. And
And what
So I
was
had
the
this list. I had this list of compounds, and then I was sick as a dog. And what you get trained in if you do clinical research is docs don't experiment on themselves. That's like breaking the rules. But I'm lying there so sick that I'm just like, what the hell? What do I got to lose? I'm probably going to die. I already, at that point, I'd spent a lot of time already looking into the virus and what it was causing and what people were saying it was causing.
How old were you at the time?
Let's see, I'm 66 now, so I'm supposed to 60, 61, yeah.
So you were in a high risk group.
Yeah, for sure. And I was obese. I don't know if you noticed, but I've dropped about 40, 50 pounds since we last met. So I started taking some of those compounds, and one of them was this drug that is normally taken for stomach acid called famotidine. And I got an immediate response with that. And so I also tried isoquercetin. That didn't seem to make so much of an impact on me, but I experimented on myself. And famotidine at higher doses now has been verified to be helpful. And it was one of the first things out of the box that people started taking, even prophylactically, before we knew about ivermectin and other things. And then that went on, and there's a whole thread here we could go on for an hour about what was done with the repurposed drugs. I was working closely with the Fencer Reduction Agency, and I managed to capture a few $100 million and direct that towards drug repurposing, adaptive clinical trials, etc. And the thing that I zoomed in on through a collaboration with a doc up in Minnesota was the combination of famotidine, another anti-inflammatory called celecoxib, and then the thing that really kicked it in high gear was the forbidden horse medicine, ivermectin. And I managed to, working with DoD, got over $100 million, set up a contract. It got managed by SAIC, and we were going to go after that using very cutting-edge clinical trial design. And
here's how people are turning EST
remember this
EST into video files.
we submitted initial drug applications for using this combination of licensed drugs, well-known licensed drugs, and the FDA just dug in again and again rejected the application. So long, what they said was we were going to have to do cell culture tests to demonstrate the antiviral activity of ivermectin before they would allow us to proceed. And so in the end, the DoD caved, and they dropped the ivermectin component and proceeded with the famotidine and celecoxib, which showed some of it.
Why were they so hesitant? What was the resistance?
Your guess is as good as mine. People think that I have visibility into the FDA, and yeah, I've met with them, and I have a background in regulatory affairs. But the policy decisions that were made during COVID, and still to this day, are perplexing.
Just particularly ivermectin.
Oh, it was like a high sin.
Yeah.
They deployed. What do we want to call it? Propaganda, psychological warfare, nudge, everything, just like they did after you and I had our little discussion. It was stunning. I mean, like after we had our chat, I don't know if you remember, you asked me about what is this about mass formation psychosis, and the term broke the internet is overused. It broke the internet. The search results on Google went nuts, and
Because it perfectly described what was happening.
It couldn't possibly describe what was happening, even though every single person that heard it knew damn well it did. But it was forbidden. I mean, this was forbidden
For
because
people who didn't hear our first discussion, please explain mass formation psychosis.
So since then, I've had a shitstorm come at me for using the term psychosis coupled with mass formation. You can't the grief. You think you got a lot of grief from Spotify and from
Spotify was actually great. I had no grief from them. It was from like Neil Young and Joni Mitchell.
I
Artists.
So you probably don't know the whole backstory.
Okay.
That's fun to dive into because it relates to this psychological warfare domain that now I've become a pseudo expert on. Just in trying to understand what the hell I experienced and what's going on. So Matthias Desmond is a friend at University of Ghent in Belgium, who, by the way, has been pretty well railroaded in his university now. Not allowed to teach his own book on the psychological basis of totalitarianism, which is where that book had not come out yet, but it was the mass formation hypothesis is what was the kind of core of that book that's now published and widely regarded. So Matthias Matthias is somebody who, as a PhD, a full professor, had long taught 20th century psychology work relating to totalitarianism and thought that goes back to Freud and beyond, really all the way back to Plato and the allegory of the cave. And in particular, there was a number of philosophers in the 20th century associated with trying to make sense of Nazi Germany and what had happened to the German people and really all over the world. But particularly relating to the Germans. And Matthias had been teaching this on a regular basis. And the way he tells the story, he had an epiphany one day that, oh my God, the thing that I've been teaching, I'm living. We're experiencing this process of the formation of masses. And you could call it crowd psychology. So mass formation, it's kind of awkward, or mass formation psychosis, which is what the term was that was used in the initial podcast that he gave out, so that's why I use that term. But, it's not in the attack was that it's not in the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual for the American Psychiatric Association, so therefore it doesn't exist. But all the attacks. But the core of it is that when people, to make it simple, become disassociated from society and from each other, they become extremely vulnerable to manipulation of a variety of different types. And a leader can come into that environment and offer, to simplify it, offer a solution to their pain, because being isolated, socially isolated, is associated with pain. We as human beings have a need to connect with others. It's a fundamental aspect of being human. It's what you do. You connect. That's the essence of the Joe Rogan experience, I think. So we need to connect with others. And in certain situations where people are threatened, and in particular in the modern era, where we have all of these things that drive us into isolation, most notably our electronic tools, we become disassociated from our community. And when that happens, we have a strong need to become associated with the community, and a leader can come into that environment and basically say, I have the solution to your pain, your psychological pain. And what will happen is a strange phenomenon where people will, rather than building social networks, let's say horizontally to those around them, they'll attach to this strong leader. And they'll get fulfillment for that need to belong by this attachment to that leader and following the edicts of that leader. And this leads to this phenomena that gives rise, enables totalitarianism, but gives rise to this whole cluster of things that Matthias described. That he uses the term mass formation in a way that's kind of an odd artifact of the translation, I guess, from the Dutch. It's an easier way to think of it as a crowd formation. And in his examination of the history of what happened in Nazi Germany, where people really went crazy. Mothers were turning their children in. Children being executed on consequent to mother's testimony, which is really strange when you think about it, just in a fundamental way. We had all of this dear leader kind of stuff, the linkage of the self and the soul to this central figure, and deriving a sense of identity and belonging from that went on, and there's still people from that generation in Germany that are still caught up in a lot of that. That's why the German laws. So that's the short version. When we spoke before, I gave a much more technical, precise definition of Matthias's core thesis. But once this happens, then people become very, very easily manipulated through propaganda and a variety of techniques that now I have a better comprehension of. Then I was still just trying to make sense, just like all of us. What the heck was going on? What's with this crazy? But now it's kind of coalesced into an understanding of the fact that modern psychology has been weaponized. It's been intentionally weaponized in the context of military activities in the domain that, one way to express it, the term is used, kind of term of art in military jargon is fifth generation warfare, or you can call it psychological warfare. And what it distinguishes the present from, say, Sun Tzu and ancient propaganda has always been part of warfare in humans, but we haven't had the digital world. We haven't had modern psychology. We haven't had nudge technology. We haven't had all these tools that allow the control of information, thought, perception, feelings, emotions that have become commonplace. And that, is and has this suite of technology and capabilities that we saw deployed in all of us were built in a kind of a structured way, largely by UK and US leadership in the intelligence community, as a weapon of war to counter these successful insurgencies that we keep losing wars over. Vietnam being a notable example all the way through Afghanistan. And so that's why it was built. But then that tech got deployed by governments against their own citizens. And this was really launched in large part in the United States by a presidential directive from Barack Obama. I'm not making this up. You can look it up. And by the way, the presidential directive is still in place that established the nudge technology units in the United States. They were already operating in the UK, and the UK is quite advanced. When you look at the UK politics right now and what's going on there with all the censorship and everything, this is no joke. We're barreling right to that endpoint, same as Canada has. We're just a little bit behind. And we have the benefit of the First Amendment and the Constitution, and often on courts, but they don't have those obstacles, and the government believes in the UK that once they have won an election, it's perfectly acceptable to deploy this modern psychology and information control technology on their own population. And I argue that once that Rubicon is crossed, the idea of democracy, because the tech is so powerful, becomes completely perverted. And we got a good hard taste of that during COVID. What you and I experienced, what you experienced with ivermectin, what you experienced with just talking about your own experiences. And the blowback that happened after we did that little hit is a super powerful, clear case study in understanding this intersection of modern psychology, warfare technology, and the digital world, and algorithmic control of information, the creation of digital avatars for all of us, the application now in the present of artificial intelligence to custom craft messaging that gets fed into our digital domains on a regular basis in order to, sell us whatever, but also to shape how we think and to control what information we get access to all the time. Just to give an example, my wife, who does a lot of our research for our Substack, was talking to me the other day. She just gave me a couple examples where stories that were in corporate media in the United States that weren't listing certain key names or whatever. She said, I just go to the Hindustan Times. Hindustan Times is a great source for all the stuff that we're not allowed to see here in the United States. You're now in an environment, an information environment, where you cannot rely on, but we all know that. You can't rely on corporate media, but the rules, the boundaries that are being set up about information are profound and are completely distorting our ability to process what's happening around us. Can I give you the example of what actually happened? You said in our example with the blowback in Spotify. This is documented by a report out from the House about COVID and what happened. And that report only carries just through to the early part of the vaccines, and then it stops. For some reason, they didn't really want to go down the road to the vaccines. They did talk a lot about the events around the, let's say, lab leak hypothesis, which is allowed. You're allowed in DC now to talk about that. Finally, yeah. You're well, and
It was about 4 years later you were allowed.
yeah. So what was documented was that the trail of events was that we had our discussion. That triggered, and this is going to sound bizarre, but this is what's documented. That triggered Coca-Cola Corporation to complain to the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which is created by the World Economic Forum, which is one of these global aggregators that controls advertising. The Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which, by the way, had a dust-up with Elon Musk and lost, and they closed it down as a nonprofit. It still exists in other ways, but as a structure that could be sued by X, it disappeared when he stood up against it. But Global Alliance for Responsible Media had a socket with Google AdSense, by the way. So they control the advertising ecosystem, which kind of matters to Spotify. So Coca-Cola complains to Garner, saying, this guy Rogan, you got to shut him down. Okay, you got to put pressure on Spotify. So Spotify gets the message from Garner that we're threatening to pull your advertising. Okay, now what happens between that and your experience, I don't know. It's not transparent to me what you experienced. We all remember the Laurel Canyon crowd saying they were going to pull their catalogs, which they didn't actually own. Right, that was another thing, and then they went after you with this mashup of inward historic events. There was clearly a concerted effort to take out Joe Rogan, much more than to take out Robert Malone. And so then the question comes, why the heck would Coca-Cola be the socket with the Global Alliance for Responsible, one of the biggest advertisers in the world, right? Why would Coca-Cola give a hooey about what Joe Rogan said to Robert Malone on, New Year's Eve? Coca-Cola is really tight with the CDC. Coca-Cola has funded buildings at the CDC. Coca-Cola funds the CDC Foundation for the CDC, as does Bill and Melinda Gates, has done all the major vaccine manufacturers, et cetera, et cetera. The appearance is, I can't verify this, that CDC acted through its ally, Coca-Cola. Why are they allies? What's Coca-Cola got to do with CDC? The angle there is that Coca-Cola wanted the CDC to get WHO to not implement restrictions in messaging about sugar use. Okay? They didn't want those messages. Remember, this is at the heart of the inverted food triangle now. The old food triangle was the product of sugar lobby. I mean, the sugar lobby is incredibly powerful because this stuff is addictive. I mean, it's like having the cocaine lobby, right? Well, and that's an interesting analogy because, of course, the history of Coca-Cola.
Right.
So sugar's addictive. The CDC, Coca-Cola didn't want wanted the CDC to influence public health policy to avoid global positions on the risks associated with sugar intake, because it would potentially hurt their market share, but they're a major globalized company. So that's that little ecosystem that I just described illustrates what we're dealing with here, and the many ways that all of this kind of influence and messaging and signaling happens in this kind of integrated, horizontally and vertically ecosystem that we live in right now. And one of the things that came out of that, you'll recall, was that you were asked, as I recall, you gave this, I've had a hostage video. I think that was close to a hostage video from you back in the day when you were saying, this is what I'm going to do. It was like out on your porch or something. I remember I was sitting around a campfire in Maui, quite literally, when somebody said, "Oh, did you just see this from Rogan?" And as a matter of fact, I was sitting around Gavin DeBecker's campfire at that time, somebody that you know. And so the compromise was that there would be a little trailer put at the bottom of that episode. And by the way, you probably know that episode for a long time became very hard to find. It was basically blacklisted from the search engines, et cetera, et cetera. But it carries on, I think it still does, that little banner that says, you should go to the CDC if you want the true about COVID. And you can still find those kinds of banners popping up all the time on YouTube. If you talk about vaccines or COVID vaccines, that will get, if you pass the filters, if YouTube will allow that to still be up, because you didn't say something, whatever it is, then you'll get the little banner. Okay, that banner is pushed out by the nudge units at the CDC. Okay, that is nudge technology. It is all around us all the time, and it's basically still public policy consequent to the old Obama presidential directive that still hasn't been rescinded. I love President Trump. I think he's doing amazing things. I think he's amazingly brave. I just mentioned our friend Gavin DeBecker referred to Trump the other day when I saw Gavin in Maui as a once in 500 year leader, and that's not nothing coming from Gavin. And so I'm a big supporter, but the president has still left in place this mechanism that exists that directs the federal government to use nudge technology and related, what I assert is psychological warfare technology, on the American populace.
Where this is from back in, what was it, 2015 or something like that?
Yeah, it's quite early. And then you had Obama's subsequent, like the notorious speech at Hoover, at Stanford, where he talks about in order to preserve democracy, we're going to have, basically, he says we're going to have censorship,
right,
in order to preserve democracy, or whatever democracy is.
For people that don't know what we're talking about, we're really into the Smith
The Smith-Mundt, everybody focuses on Smith-Mundt. But as I examined Smith-Mundt, we did an essay on this in the Substack, like 3 years ago, because that was the kind of the narrative that was coming out in, let's say, our side of alternative media.
Right.
And in my examination, Smith-Mundt's impact is a lot more limited. It has to do with Voice of America and some other things. The broad impact wasn't quite, in my opinion, what was believed to be of enabling propaganda domestically. More specifically, there is a presidential directive that nudge technology, that established a nudge office, that nudge technology shall be used.
What do they call it? They don't call it nudge office, right?
They I don't know. They've gone through various iterations, and I'm sorry I don't have the latest version. And it's kind of become decentralized.
It's called the Social and Behavioral Science Team. Wikipedia says that was stopped in 2017, but continued under the Trump administration under the General Services Administration's Office of Evaluation Science.
There we go. Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, it's kind of become, it's been, like I said, it's been pushed out into a lot of the agencies. They don't use that lexicon because then it's easy to find them.
Right.
And there's other euphemisms they use to describe those kinds of activities, but it's become normalized. The weaponization of propaganda has become normalized.
Wording from overall behavioral interventions or nudges like the ones implemented by OES have been found to be effective. In recent psychological science article, researchers identified several policy areas of interest, example, healthcare.
We got 2015.
Yeah, when it was so 2015. President Obama signs an executive order requiring federal agencies to incorporate behavioral insights into their evaluation efforts. That's a nice way of saying the use of propaganda on the American people.
Yeah. Okay. And so this has kind of become. Thank you so much for pulling that up. That's super helpful. So this is, like I said, if I can illustrate, I was on a Great Britain news broadcast about 4 years ago. At the time when they would, there was a window of time where they would have me on, but it was sketchy. And GB News was the only one that would do it. And but the rules were then that if you were going to have somebody that was speaking against the government narrative, then you had to have somebody representing the government's interests in the same broadcast. So that's implemented by, basically, the UK has an active censorship organization that controls news media. And so I'm on with this guy, Great Britain News, pinstripe, bow tie, it just reeks. And I'm talking about psychological warfare and the 77th Brigade, which is part of the British Army, which is their psychological warfare unit. It's very open that's the case, as is the existence of a civilian branch that they set up and pay people to do social media in opposition of counter narratives that the government didn't approve of. I mean, now they just, under Starmer, they just censor you and send you to jail. They just cut out the middleman.
Yeah.
But back then, they were still kind of buying civilians. And so I'm talking about this. And that's that. The guy says, yeah, but here in the UK, our belief is that if the government wins the election, they have the right to govern. And that right to govern includes our ability to use this type of technology, and we believe that it's justified to do so. And that, when that conversation happened, frankly, we hadn't launched the book yet, Cyber, which is our most recent publication, and it just kind of all coalesced in my mind that, oh my God, what all these things. Tias's teaching about mass formation, what I saw, what I experienced with you, what I experienced with concerted attacks of the media. And then subsequently, it's been validated by this congressional report that talks about, for instance, the Jura ticket system. Jura tickets are what, it's a system that all the software companies use to track glitches and complaints and stuff like that. Well, the government had their own Jura ticket system set up to log information about activities of persons that they wanted to have censored and suppressed. And they would build these Jira tickets with information. And so one of the things that's out in the congressional report was that I actually had a Jira ticket. I was surprised that this was the case, or I mean, not surprised in retrospect. And my personal sins were that I was listed as an anti-vaxxer and a conservative.
Even though you're a vaccinologist and a conservative, that's interesting.
And a conservative. Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the stuff that's coming out,
that's wild.
It's fascinating to query things like Croc, even Croc, about certain subjects, and you will find where they have algorithmically built firewalls, and you can approach them and detect them, because it will act dumb. It'll lock up. Seemingly, it won't give you that answer, or it'll talk around the issue, etc., etc. You can identify these things that have been built in algorithmically, and of course, then we had all of the disclosures, the Zuckerberg, I'm so sorry, apology tour that happened. Remember when basically he got outed by Congress, and the rest of the tech bros, and of course, the thing that catalyzed all of that was that Elon decided to pony up a good chunk of change and buy Twitter,
which I think is one of the most impactful decisions that any American citizen has ever made.
Amazing.
If he didn't do that, I think we really screwed.
There's how can you debate that?
How can you debate it when you look at the Twitter files and you find out how much the government was involved in censoring accurate information from legitimate professors, esteemed researchers, anybody who didn't go along with the official narrative?
It's all coming out now in spades. And we're dealing now. Lovely thing about all of this. I mean, let's try to. It is morning in America, in my opinion. I mean, a lot of people get very dark, and there's a darkness to the times. But there's, not to push the metaphor too far, but there is new light coming in, and the fact that we can now see this and we recognize that. You and I are a similar generation. I mean, one of my earliest memories was the assassination of the president. And all of the propaganda around that, the propaganda around Vietnam War, ever since, we've just been swimming in information control that's gotten increasingly sophisticated. And fortunately, as Americans, we also kind of have become more and more immune to marketing and propaganda over time, because we've been living with it, trying to discern what is real and what is, false. Again, it's a core part of what you do for a living. I think is just try to have conversations with people, get to the bottom of the bullshit. But that we've been swimming in it, and now we can see it. We can see the structures. The power of artificial intelligence and influence mapping and all the things that are going on the internet right now, that are the cutting edge technology, they're scary because they can be weaponized against us. But they're also super cool because we can now see those relationships. If you want an example of that, look at the threads that are coming out on X, illuminating the networks of affiliation associated with this latest Epstein fellow release. Just mind-blowing. And it is just like, we can sit here and bitch and whine saying, oh, they didn't release that, blah, 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 this is redacted, and all that's true. But still, the impact of that information, and we're still getting to the bottom of it.
It's completely changed most people's narrative of what happened. Like, we had this sort of vague understanding, but when you see in the email, like, clear evidence that they're talking about children
in pretty obscene ways,
horrifying ways. So that was the thing that, like, even when I talked to Mike Benz about that, he was sort of incredulous about that. Like, I don't think they would use children. It just doesn't make any sense if they got caught. But it just seems like
Yeah, if Mike Benz was incredulous, that's pretty big.
I just don't think we really knew until we saw those files come out.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, well, there's no denying it now. My position on this completely shifts. But I thought there's probably some really sick people that have an appetite for that, but I hadn't seen any real evidence for it until these files. And now I'm like, oh, this is demonic. This is clearly demonic.
Okay, so thank you for saying that. I'm somebody who was raised Christian and went to Bible school and that kind of stuff as a kid, and youth groups, and then growing up in Central Coast of California, let's say, veered in different ways. But the experiences that we've encountered over the last half a dozen years, it's hard to come up with a language to express what we're observing in the world other than the language of theology.
Well, demonic by action. So whether or not demons exist, if they did exist, that is how they would behave. They would prey on children and torture children. And there was the one where there was a suggestion when a child was praying to Jesus that, like, there was a joke that someone should dress up like Jesus. Did you see that one?
No, I'm not watching this
I don't
stuff.
even want to. I don't even want. People send it to me, and I go, okay, because I'm, for the most part, off social media. But every now and then, someone will send me something that I have to look at. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And these are emails back and forth. There's one of them where Epstein says, I enjoyed the torture video. There's these references to pizza, a lot of references to pizza that are 100% some kind of a code.
Yeah.
And it brings you back to Pizzagate.
Yeah.
Which was widely dismissed. You know, everybody's like, oh, this is a bunch of kooks. Here it is. She said she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helped save her life. And then he writes, whoops. And then in response, Jeffrey Epstein says, you should dress up as him when you see her.
It is dark.
You should dress up like Jesus when you see her. What the fuck?
And well, look at the
You're talking about a little kid.
Look at the line. Look at the line above it. How am I supposed to interpret "I'm coming" trick?
The OH Jesus, I'm coming trick.
It's just the whole thing. But so we see this darkness. It involves leaders in academia, in science, in industry, in politics.
Yeah.
And it just, I remember a point in this arc of the last 6 years where a film crew came onto my farm and wanted to shoot some segments. And they were talking this, and frankly, I thought it was crazy talk. I kind of smiled and tried to be civil and nice, not contradict them, about the New World Order. And then along comes, then my wife one day says, hey, you ought to look at this book from Klaus Schwab. It's called The New World Order. Like, what?
I mean, he was just saying it out loud.
Yeah.
I mean, the World Economic Forum had those ads where they were saying, you will own nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah. And it goes back to the current King of England, was the guy that kind of launched that. He was the first one to be really talking about that you can, if you can go use your favorite AI and track it down yourself. I prefer not to use Google these days to try to find stuff, but we see vertical after vertical after vertical after vertical where information has been crafted and manipulated, and these same tools of delegitimization, of a promotion of these messages that you are a conspiracy theorist, or that you are controlled opposition is another favorite one. A lot of this was pioneered in the 60s by the FBI against the various protest movements. You can go back and track that. Okay, the narrative of being a collaborator surreptitiously is called badjacking, and it has its own language and protocols for how to do this to people, to divide movements. We're in this. I mean, in a way, it's kind of a glorious moment where we're having a huge amount of social pressures coming together in this moment in time that you and I happen to live in. How fantastic is that? To be at a point in time where there is so much change, there's so much social interaction and pressure and competition between these different philosophies, and we're swimming in it. As somebody who writes on a daily basis these essays on Substack, because that's how I make my living now, because I can't do what I used to do, it's you're a kid in a candy shop. There's so much corruption. There's so much falsehood being promoted. There's so much of this manipulation of reality. And so if you're in the business of trying to help people to make sense out of that, which is kind of what I do now for a living, it's, I wake up every morning, I get the feedback, well, how do you come up with all these ideas? I'm like, how do you not? All you got to do is keep your eyes open.
Yeah, it's not hard to search anymore.
So you talked about ivermectin. I mean, the ivermectin story is still ongoing. There was an announcement the other day from HHS that they are launching new initiatives to investigate the use of ivermectin in cancer. And there was immediate blowback along the lines of oncologists are outraged. The narrative is Bobby, not saying this explicitly, but basically Bobby Kennedy is at it once again, promoting falsehoods and conspiracy theories, and it's gonna, we're all gonna die because scientists are going to investigate the use of ivermectin and other drugs.
So why
cancer?
ivermectin? So this is the core question, and this is one of the things that puzzled me to no end. I understood that they were upset that I had gotten better without the use of the vaccine, that I was a popular person, that I was a famous person, and I made a video about a canceled show. Dave Chappelle and I were supposed to do a show, and I made that video to let everyone know that I couldn't do the show because I had COVID. I had no idea it was going to be even controversial, but I listed a bunch of things that I took.
And the shit hit the fan.
I talked about IV vitamins. Yeah. I talked about monoclonal antibodies. I talked about,
which were allowed,
prednisone. All these things that I talked about, Z-Pack. I talked about all these different things that I took. There was no mention of any of those things. There was only ivermectin. And that's what really puzzled me. I was like, this is fascinating, because I listed a bunch of different things, but there was no demonization of monoclonal antibodies, but they did make them much harder to get, and eventually pulled them. So I have a friend, and his friend was in the hospital, and they wouldn't administer monoclonal antibodies once he got into the hospital. They wouldn't allow him to have them.
What went on in the hospital is a whole other thing. But that's crazy. So the why. The only two threads that I can pull on it all is that ivermectin is a miracle drug. A Nobel Prize, right?
Right.
We don't understand completely how it works. In this case, it doesn't seem to be working as an antiviral. It seems to be working as an immune stimulant, pro-inflammatory or pro-immune response in some way that's subtle. Because it has this broad spectrum of activity against things that have an immune response component in controlling. But it's off patent. Right. They don't understand it. It's off patent, and the response is as if it represents a significant threat to some business interests. It's hard to discern that. And you mentioned Z-Pack. So that's another fascinating one. And to say that it was only ivermectin was the most prominent, but they're actually effective in shutting down the Z-Pack, the use of hydroxychloroquine. And hydroxychloroquine has a fascinating story. When you mention Z-Pack, you're talking about Zev Zelenko. And Zev was the one that wrote the letter to the president saying, hey, here's this data and this information about this drug that is off patent. We have a huge portfolio of experience in using it. Millions and millions of doses. It's safe in pregnancy. What's not to like here? And the story of that is a fascinating microcosm because it goes back to Ralph Barrick. Ralph Barrick had published that back years ago when, he's kind of the guru of coronaviruses. A good case can be made that he had his fingers all over the engineering of this particular virus. So he had published that this drug was effective against coronaviruses. And Zev Zelenko, who's passed away now, got engaged in trying to find some way to help his patients in New York with recovering from COVID and treating COVID. And he went back, did a deep dive into Barrick's work, pulled out this drug, hydroxychloroquine, that had been recommended, wrote to the president about it, he got clinical experience with it. And, caveat, Mickey Willis is doing a bio on Zev now, and I'm involved in that, so conflict of interest. But he was the one that pulled it out, sent the letter to the president with his clinical experience. The president tasked Peter Navarro with sourcing the drug for the and Peter, economist, went to town. I remember the company I was working with, Allchem at the time, getting a call from Peter. Can you come up with some way to make more of this drug here domestically? We want to source it so we have enough doses for everybody. And then I think it was Lancet published this paper that had totally made up data that trashed the drug. Said that it's toxic, doesn't work, blah, 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 blah. It was all fake. Okay? They pulled the paper when it became revealed that it was based on non-existent data, that it was more propaganda published in one of the top medical journals in the United States. But by that time, it was completely crushed. So they didn't have to go after Z-Stack. They'd already killed Z-Stack. Ivermectin, though, that was a new threat. And one of the reasons why it was a threat was there was a meta-analysis that had been done at the Cochrane. So the Cochrane Institute in the UK is like, holy grail for analysis of drugs and biologics. And this process of meta-analysis, they kind of wrote the rules for how to do it. And they had done an analysis that showed that ivermectin was quite effective. Then something happened, and there was some influence exerted, and suddenly that meta-analysis got quenched. It got squashed. There were two investigators that were involved in building that. One kind of went underground and got a big grant and carried on as an academic. The other one got so pissed off that she created this organization called the World Council for Health. That's Tess Lord. And she really objected to what happened. But ivermectin, there was a signal there. There was a clear signal there. There was data supporting that signal. And then something happened to cause that meta-analysis to be restructured, and certain studies that were showing how effective it was to be thrown out, and then the suppression of the data coming out of India. You remember that? And Uttar Pradesh, and I guess it had it's like the cat was out of the bag, and they had trouble putting it back in, so they just. My sense is they turned up the amplitude on the propaganda and the censorship in order to try to overcome this. And I'm pretty sure Remember, who was it that held the original patent? Merck. Now, I was involved as an observer on behalf of DITRA to the active trials that were going on under the Foundation for NIH, which is sponsored in significant way by Merck, and which is now headed up by the former head of Merck Vaccines, Julie Gerberding. Bobby can't get her out. It's the rules. And they were running these clinical trials, including the clinical trial that essentially, by tweaking the dosing, etc., made it so that they came up with a result suggesting that ivermectin is not effective. There was a whole lot of manipulation in the why part. Still, the best explanation I've heard is that it had a lot to do with the risk that if there was an effective countermeasure, then the utilization of the PrEP Act and the emergency countermeasures to process to enable fast tracking of these vaccines using this new technology would no longer be valid. Because those are the rules, is if there's an existing countermeasure, then you can't implement those clauses.
So it's all about emergency use authorization.
I don't know that that's the case. It is.
The only thing that makes sense when you see how much profit they made. Like,
which was enormous.
Enormous. So it was effective. And yeah, all that propaganda, regardless of how much exposed their methods, they made hundreds of billions of dollars.
And that's the ugly part of all of this. I mean, people, the big picture, when I talk to people that are still kind of on the fence, trying to make sense out of it, there's still a lot of those folks out there. The thing that kind of gets into their brain is the greatest upward transfer of wealth in modern history occurred during COVID. Yeah. It wasn't just the vaccines. It was the whole enterprise.
With the lockdowns.
Lockdowns, all the what was done to small businesses, what was done to the economy, the stimulus packages, they're still digging out of all of that fraud. In retrospect, for average folks that are just trying to put food on the table and pay their rent, to look at, in retrospect, what was quite literally done to them. The middle class was hollowed out and on hyperspeed. So yeah, I'm still pissed off about this.
The thing is, not enough people are, and so many people let it go. And part of the reason why not enough people are pissed off about it is because they took the vaccine and they want to justify their decision. And you will talk to a lot of people that make this blanket claim the vaccine saved millions of lives. And they'll just say that.
Yeah, because that's the propaganda along with safe and effective. That was a promoted narrative. And that was, by the way, the rationale given by the Nobel Prize Committee to award to Karikó and Weissman was that these products, which they had, the thesis is they had been playing the central role. I disagree. I think Peter Cullis is the one that should have got it. If you're going to give it for these vaccines, it was Peter Cullis and his team at UBC that really was the enabling tech. But be that as it may, the decision's made, and the committee said basically, millions of lives have been saved. And by giving this Nobel at this time, we hope that it will promote more people to accept this product. That was explicitly the logic given at the time. And that reflects what was really a thrust vector. Joe, it's what a bizarre world since we met. And so I've been sucked into to call it the center right of Europe is a little bit of a misnomer because they're all socialists as far as I'm concerned, Giorgia Meloni and everybody else. But compared to the far left, they're labeled as neo-Nazis. But I've been traveling to Europe, interacting with these people. You think it was bad for us? The European Union, the UK, and the Canada were an order of magnitude worse. that we should be so grateful that we live in this country at this time, and that we still have something like a functioning constitution with the First and Second Amendment. Look at the poor suckers in Australia and New Zealand. Remind yourself, it could be a heck of a lot worse here, and it has been a heck of a lot worse in Europe. I've got buddies in Romania, in the leading alternative party, calling it center right, let's say, recently, I think it was the vice president came out and said specifically that last election was stolen. It was in Romania, Georgescu. They tried to put in jail, and the logic was that I think it was TikTok supporting his campaign had been sponsored by the Russians. It was the same game that they played against Trump of Russian collusion. They played that same book in Romania successfully. But in the European Union environment, under the European Council, they don't, they ain't got a constitution. And they can just step right in and throw you in jail, inactivate your candidacy, do whatever if you represent a populist threat to the existing structure. We talk about the deep state, but it does, it's a problem here. But and thank Mike Benz, I defer to as a notable expert in that space. But it's a lot worse in Europe and Australia and Canada and the UK, and I think we're in a perilous time here in the United States where we have the midterm coming up, but people like Bobby are making progress, and these dissident physicians that have risked so many things. And I'm just one. I hear people saying, "Oh, Robert, they've been so mean to you." I'm like, come on, guys. You think they've been mean to me? Then look at what they did to Bobby, and then and then look. I don't have a nick out of my ear. Look at what they did to Trump. What they did to me is just, I'm nobody compared to that, and they're willing to deploy that kind of capability against me. Think about what's really going on at the higher levels where the big games are being played. And, at least we can see it now. At least we have, for those of us that have our eyes open, we have some ability to be aware. But what I've spent the last 2 years mostly trying to convince people about, I hardly ever talk about RNA. I said, Joe, I got to give a caveat. Forgive me. The opinions I'm expressing here are my own and not those of the U.S. government, the CDC or the ACIP. There, I said it. Okay. But we're in a moment where we're seeing how the levers, the gears of how all this works. I'll give you an example. Tomorrow, Friday, February 13th. What could possibly go wrong? Hopefully my plane flight out of here works okay, and they don't have a drone attack or something, right? So tomorrow there's a lawsuit filed on behalf of the American Academy of Pediatrics that seeks to shut down the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and the changes that Bobby's implemented there, and force all of that to go back to the way things were when it was functionally controlled by the professional societies, and particularly the American Academy of Pediatrics. We talk about this, propaganda and weaponization and lawfare and those things, and we talk about it as if it only happened in the last administration. It's still ongoing all the time. And it is going to go big time if the House turns, which I think it probably will. I mean, there's a good chance that they've already drawn up articles of impeachment against Secretary Kennedy. They're talking about articles of impeachment against President Trump. We're about to go into another 2 years of stagnation and functional Civil War, war by other means is where we're heading right now. But at this moment, I'm seeing major movement. Kennedy is doing great stuff. The president is doing great stuff. We're seeing a transformation in America's global reach, totally restructuring global politics and the health side. The Make America Healthy Again movement. There's some pushback against that, and a heck of a lot of propaganda being deployed against it.
Well, it's this old quote that seems sort of abstract for most people most of the time, but rings kind of true. But you're finding it true more and more. Money is the root of all evil.
Profound. Simple,
But it
but
is.
profound. Yeah.
I mean, this is the COVID thing with ivermectin and alternative medications, off-label medications. Why? Money.
I think it also has to do with control.
Right.
I think
Which
there's
isn't money.
fair
Or
enough.
access to money.
Yeah, it's money and power in my mind.
But power,
Yeah.
they don't want power without money. They want to benefit from that power.
I believe for the likes of Larry Fink and Bill Gates, I mean, they can't spend all that they have.
Right.
It's a marker. It's like chips. You're stacking up exactly.
Right. They're scoring in a video game.
Yeah. And
But also captured by their past actions and constantly trying to obfuscate from all the things that they have done in the past. That could be, like, if you just went into Bill Gates' stuff that he did in Africa, giving children polio with their polio vaccine that was from the AP News.
Africa and India.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of banned from India. So I don't get it. I don't get where these people live. I'm happy. As far as I'm concerned, I could walk away from all this stuff. It's just kind of a sense of obligation of what are you going to do when you're 66? I have this opportunity to impact in a positive way on the world on my way out the door. Who wouldn't take it? Well, I guess a lot of people wouldn't. But I don't have a need to have power. I have, thank God for my Substack subscribers, I have all that I need. My wife is happy. My horses are fed. My farm is paid off. And I have the luxury of doing good works. And that's enough. I don't get this global power thrust and hunger.
Not what you do. That's not your thing. But if you were a politician or you were some megalomaniacal billionaire sort of business character that just wants to dominate and was involved in a bunch of antitrust lawsuits in the past, that would be what.
Not that we're naming any names.
Not that we're naming any names that bribed off multimedia corporations to the tune of $300+ million so that they wouldn't write bad stories about it.
Or functionally owns the World Health Organization.
Right. And a giant chunk of American farmland was for a while trying to push that fake meat shit on everybody until that dropped off a cliff.
Yeah, so the business models aren't working out so good for globalists, are they?
I think a lot of it is because of information that's available now.
Yeah.
And you can't control, like, one of the things that did happen during COVID is these places like CNN, people stopped going to for information. They don't believe them anymore. There's just too much bullshit, and no one got in trouble for spreading that bullshit. There was no corrections, no redactions, no apologies. And so people now, more than ever in my lifetime, mistrust mainstream media, and polls show that. The polls show that the trust of mainstream media is at an all-time low for good reason. They did it to themselves. They prostituted themselves out to the pharmaceutical drug companies. They had to say what they had to say on television. People knew what they were saying was incorrect, and now no one trusts them.
So, to this thread, about 4 years ago, I read a report from the Trusted News Initiative. You remember the TNI?
Yeah.
It was launched by the BBC
Right.
to counter Russian disinformation and then repurposed to counter vaccine disinformation. And I read this report about, I'd gone on your show, so I was a little bit of a fan. Forget that. So I'm reading this report, and they're talking about threats to the industry. because TNI is basically another trade organization. It's not a guild. It's a global major media guild. And so they're doing this internal analysis and reporting, and they're talking about the risk vectors that they face. And they had a whole great big section on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan represents that was their threat. That was the major threat to their business model, is you and what you represent. You as a metaphor for this new information economy. And by God, they called it right. It's and when this has been part of my journey. When I realized what I was experiencing and what it meant to come on your show and have that event occur, which by the way blew up my subscribers on Substack. Thank you so much. I still get a wave every year about in the month following, so January, I get a big bump in revenue.
Well, it blew up our subscribers on Spotify too. During the heat of it, we gained in 1 month 2 million subscribers.
I had. Oh yeah, please.
What is what's the Spotify subscribers? I know YouTube is over 20 million. What is Spotify at?
So while he's looking that up, I had this bizarre experience. I'm just an old gray-haired guy with I'm about to have my 47th wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm proud of it. I would have 20-year-olds come up in the street and fist bump me. What the hell?
Yeah, well, they don't have a representative. I mean, they don't see
all
anyone.
males.
Yes, males. Those males don't have anybody in mainstream news that represents anything that resembles them. I know I'm much older than them, but I never went down this path of decay and weirdness that a lot of adult males go into corporate business and industry, and they become something unrecognizable to these young men who have freedom in life, and they're being suppressed, and they're being told that they're toxic.
Rabbi,
that was a signal right there.
Yeah.
Young men that have freedom in life.
Yeah.
And then they compromise themselves.
They don't want to be what their dad is. They don't want to be what their uncle is. They don't want to be these people that they work for. They're like, what is this fucking bullshit life? I don't want that. I know I'm being lied to. I know the news is full of shit. And I know that this one guy who is also a cage fighting commentator and a comedian, and it doesn't have to lie. Like, I don't have a boss, really. I mean, Spotify promotes the show, but they put the show out. We're a partnership with them, but there's no one telling me what to do, which is why you're here right now. Because there's no one, I don't have a conversation with no one. I literally reach out to my guy and say, hey, contact Mr. Malone, and let's get him back on.
All I know is I got a message through X.
Yeah,
I was saying, Joe Rogan, do you want to come on?
That was actually me. That message is me, which I rarely use those things, but I was trying to figure out how to contact you, so I reached out to you there. And then I sent it to my guy, and he takes care of it. That's it. There's no one else. There's no one involved in all that, which you can still be you that way. As soon as you get involved in enormous groups of humans and a bunch of board, you have to sit down at a table with other executives. You have to make decisions based on the profitability of the company and shareholders and stuff. I have none of that. It's a skeleton crew.
So as I look back, the question, why were you able to do this alone? Why were you able to, you were so brave, Dr. Malone.
Ronald Malone, that name became the majority. Yeah, it became that Malone guy.
Yeah, it's all weapons.
Yeah.
But then on the other side, I tour. I do these rallies and stuff like this, and my wife, it really makes my wife nervous. I'm middle-aged women come up to me and they want to have selfies, and I get this, Dr. Malone, you were so brave, you're such a hero kind of stuff, which I frankly find a little embarrassing. I mean, it's sweet, but there's a lot of heroes. Really? Why was it? Yeah, the guys that defend the nation,
right?
But why I was able to speak. I think a big part of it was I had no debt. I wasn't beholden to anybody.
Right.
And like you say, I'd been about a decade being a consultant, a free living consultant, and it had gotten under my skin. I've always been independent, farmer, carpenter kind of stuff. And that's, I guess, been part of my problem is I just don't fit in corporate life. I can't suck up to people, and it's just not in me.
Well, it's a very unhealthy environment for anybody to get sucked into that bizarre group thing. It's just
Good word. Yeah. This decentralized subscriber based model. The epiphany was, and I'm being quite sincere. It was one of those moments my wife and I looked at each other and we said, "What the hell are we going to do now?" Our consulting business is shot. Nobody wants to talk to me. I've been delegitimized. They say I don't know what I know. I haven't done what I've done. And this has been promoted by all the top liberal publications in the world.
yeah.
And so I said, okay, Rogan built this thing day after day, week after week, for years. He just stayed on it and doing it. And we can do that too. We can bring that kind of work ethic into our world. Steve Kershaw told me you ought to get on Spotify. And we took it on seriously. We published thousands of essays almost every day. It's,
Substack.
Substack. What did I say? Substack. I apologize. And so we just work at it again and again and again, trying to put out content. And we're shadow banned and small roomed on X in a serious way. We got 1.3 million subscribers, of which, all the time I get feedback. I never see your stuff. Well, it's algorithmic, whatever it is, and you can ask Grok about Robert Malone, and you get back. I'm a controversial figure, but not whining. And so we have a lot of subscribers, but we just have this core of paid subscribers, and they send in their $5 a month, and it's all we need. And it totally sets us free. We can talk about whatever we want. And now that I'm a pseudo-government employee, I'm a special government employee without pay. Boy, that's like the worst of both worlds. Because I have, the truth is, I have guardrails that constrain me in a way that I didn't used to be constrained for talking about some things. I have to live in this world. I interface with the secretary and with the deputy chief of staff and other people, and now I'm working with the State Department. So I have to be more mindful.
What is your function? What do you do over there?
At state or
both. When you're working for the government,
Yes.
how do they use your services?
So the special government employee category is a designation from the executive branch. It's the one that Elon had. I like to say I'm in the same category as Elon was, only without all the money. So he was an SGE without pay. I'm an SGE without pay. And because I serve on the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices of the CDC, which is this, they call it, it's a FACA committee, Federal Advisory Committee Act, that advises the director of the CDC, that's its only job, on vaccine policy. Okay. So I'm the vice chair, which is largely honorary. What that means is that if the chair isn't there, I draw the short straw and I have to chair those bloody meetings, like the last one for hepatitis B, birthed us, which was just a slugfest. Ugly. The worst meeting I've ever had to adjudicate my entire life. But for the most part, I sit on these subcommittees. I sit on the COVID working group subcommittee. I'm not supposed to talk about the next meeting. I was told 2 days ago. So that's one of my guardrails. But stay tuned for what is going to come down if the AAP lawsuit doesn't prevail and we're allowed to actually have the meeting. But so that's that. I'm also the chair of the influenza working group. Stay tuned for that. And now I am from time to time, the secretary asks me to help him sort out some issue. I'll get a phone call. I once got a phone call on the Big Island. I did this recent series of rallies to try to, to recap. The whole reason why we did that first hit was to try to publicize the Stop the Mandates rally in D.C. That was the subtext for that, as you recall, and I forgot to even mention it. We had to go back in to do another shoot for that. Remember, I'm still fighting that same battle of trying to stop these mandated vaccines. So I'm sitting there in Hawaii, going to another one of these rallies. I get a call out of the blue from one of Bobby's people, and they want some advice about a topic having to do with the decision he has to make about spending money on another biodefense initiative. So I get that kind of stuff. He called me soon after he was confirmed to get my opinion about what was going on in the chicken industry and all the slaughter that was happening for bird flu. And I told him this doesn't make sense. It's not good policy. There's no way you can get rid of bird flu doing this. It's in the wild bird populations, and this is just nonsensical what they're doing.
Why do you think they did that?
Okay, so that's interesting. That now we drive into a kind of public health and vaccinology. You're asking the why.
Yeah.
And it's been a long-standing policy.
They kill millions of chickens, right?
They do it every time.
Every time there's a bird flu.
Yeah, it's and any other outbreak. So right now in Spain, I just wrote an essay about this. It was maybe the biggest reveal on what's going on in Spain right now. There's a Spanish research lab that's been collaborating with the USDA that is investigating swine fever virus. They're actually doing gain-of-function research on swine fever virus. Swine fever virus, African swine fever virus, kills pigs like crazy. And already in China has locked down and will not accept Spanish pork. And it is a lab leak. And there was a bunch of dead hogs last November around this facility. And now it's the Spanish and the European Union are blowing a circuit over this. Because it's really compromised the Spanish pork industry. So this kind of stuff, when this happens, the reaction is we just have to kill all of them. We have to kill all the potential carriers. And this has been the wisdom, quote, in this kind of agrarian animal husbandry world for a long time, in the context in particular of factory farming. So the logic is that if you were to vaccinate these birds with a leaky vaccine, which COVID was a leaky vaccine, influenza is a leaky vaccine. If you give the birds a leaky vaccine, what you'll get out of that is precisely vaccine-resistant flu. Okay, and so we have no choice. Has been the logic, but to exterminate, like the ostriches in Canada. Remember that story? That was shocking. Okay, there was no logic behind that. It's become entrenched as policy, as kind of this reflexive knee-jerk thing. That if we have an outbreak, what we do is we kill, because we can't control the virus, and the things that we could do to control the virus aren't really going to control it, and it's actually going to make things worse.
Is there any logic to that?
We can argue at the margins. We can argue at the margins, but when you've got something that, if you had something that didn't have a natural reservoir, then you can make the case that you could eliminate it in that geographic population and keep it from spreading outside. But when you have a natural reservoir,
Explain that. Explain the natural reservoir.
Okay, in the case of avian influenza, waterfowl and migratory birds are amazing vectors for carrying and propagating influenza. And influenza survives in water for a very long period of time. And so you've got ducks and geese traveling north to south all over every continent that are susceptible to infection by avian influenza and all the other migratory birds, but in particular the waterfowl. Galliforms, my wife would rap me on the head if I didn't use the right term. So she's an avian specialist. So these birds carry the flu, and a number of them are relatively resistant. They've been subjected to avian influenza for centuries or millennia. And sometimes you'll get a variant come out that'll wipe out a whole bunch of birds. West Nile virus in crows is a great example. And now you have crow populations coming back that are resistant to West Nile. We haven't got rid of West Nile. We've just bred more resistant birds. That's kind of, that's Brett Weinstein space, right? That's evolution. It's magical. And so if you have a natural animal reservoir, like ticks and Lyme and deer, what are you going to do? Exterminate all the deer? No, that's not practical. Mao tried to exterminate the birds because of the thesis that they were eating up all the spare grain and compromising availability of food to the populace, right? And what happened? Major ecological catastrophe. You can't eliminate the birds. You can't go and kill all the waterfowl. That would just be ecologically insane. But sometimes we do insane things. And in the case of avian influenza, it's there. It's endemic. It's in all that migratory waterfowl. They poop an amazing amount of influenza. It gets in the water supply. The water supply goes everywhere. Small birds are interacting with, I don't know if you've ever been around a chicken barn or turkey barns. Okay, yeah, there's chickens and then there's commercial chicken production, right? So these operations are like petri dishes for bad stuff happening. And the only way you can interfere with that, and by the way the Amish are starting to do it, is put something in the water supply. And what the Amish are using is a compound called hypochlorous acid. And it's stopping these things, and it's stopping E. coli and a lot of other stuff. But the U.S., that's another problem, is when you have the momentum of these large government agencies with their consensus about the way things are done. There's a saying that the only time the FDA ever changes is if somebody in a key position retires or passes away. They kind of get entrenched in this is how we do things. We kill chickens. If we have avian influenza come out, we kill chicken barns. And this is the beauty of Secretary Kennedy coming in, being kind of not invested in the way things are and the way we do things, and being willing to ask the questions, well, does this really make sense? That has been heresy, and it's obviously is still heresy to do that, to ask those questions, to have the president say we need to restructure the vaccine schedule. Oh my God, the sky is falling, kids are going to die left and right. There's going to be death on the street because we ended the thimerosal in multi-dose influenza vials. This kind of catastrophic thinking, but Kennedy and the president have the courage to question these narratives, these long-held standing beliefs. In the case of bird flu, he called me up. I said, Bobby, I don't think this makes sense. I think that what we really need to do is we need to breed resistant chickens. And the way we breed resistant chickens, and by the way, we've written about this also in our Substack, there are in the domain of chicken cultivars. Now, you have chickens. There are people that are just freaks about chickens.
Yeah.
And all of these, but because of that, we have this huge repository of different cultivars of chickens. And we could say they were all generated through gain of function research the old school way. And a number of those are relatively resistant to bird flu. Well, in a logical world, you would have Tysons. Maybe the government has to incentivize this. It shouldn't have to. You would have Tysons in there saying, well, guys, what we need is a bird flu resistant chicken. Let's get on. Okay, and that is essentially the position that the secretary took. Is this policy of just extremely aggressive mass culling is not producing the outcome that we want. It has never produced the outcome that we want. It will never eliminate bird flu because it has an endemic reservoir, and we've got to think different. And now that's starting to percolate through the system, and there is more research into alternative strategies, including the possibility of various prophylactic interventions in feed and in water. That's, and in a lot of these chicken houses mist. As you recall, they have the misters because they got to control the temperatures. So they are set up with misters, and that can also be a way to deliver things that are non-toxic, like HOCl, that can knock out these viruses and E. coli and other things that cause reduced growth and loss of weight in chickens, which is the metric that Tyson's and those guys is food conversion. That's the metric they all pray to. There's different. We can think differently, and we have been locked into consensus that has emerged over decades based on old ways of thinking.
And the same people are in charge, so they don't want to change.
And they kind of often kind of have these lineages where they're passing power on to the people that they've mentored. So that's my HHS world, and then the State Department world is a new thing that's come in. I have I'm starting to support the group under Secretary Rubio that's responsible for the various treaties having to do with arms containment, and in particular the Bioweapons Convention. So this morning I got up early, and there was so. Honest to God, I don't want to pump you up too much. I mean, you might get an ego or something. But so I say to the state, they say, Robert, we want you to go to Geneva to give this talk on the use of AI for monitoring bioweapons threats, because we have no way of monitoring compliance with the Bioweapons Convention right now, and it's been a historic problem. And the president has said that we think that we can apply artificial intelligence to this problem set of monitoring and verifying compliance with the Bioweapons Convention, which is heresy. It's another one of these thinking outside the box things. So they say, we want you to go to Geneva and give this talk and be the keynote. And I say, and what's the date? Oh, it's February 12th. I say, I don't talk about this because, it's the general thing. You don't tell people that you're going to be on Rogan. You let Rogan say that when Rogan's ready. And so I said, but then I'm scheduled for Rogan that day. And they're like, oh, Rogan. Well, okay, absolutely. You got to go on that one. That's way more important than going and speaking at the UN. So the State Department thinks you're more important than me talking about bioweapons, and they let me WebEx it. So that's what happened this morning, and it is so I'm supporting that group now, and maybe increasingly over time, and I don't know where that goes.
So you were talking about these pigs that it's a lab leak that's giving these pigs.
Yeah, it's Spain.
What is it? Another gain of function laboratory where they're...
So this is truly a breaking news thing. Our media is not covering it, and shocker. Yeah. It is being covered in Europe, and particularly in Spain. This is a major economic threat because they're, I think, the number 2 pork producer in the world. And in the hogs, they're feeding on acorns, etc. That's a big specialty market space. Yeah. So last November, this laboratory that is ostensibly working. It's Wuhan 2.0. Only the good news is that this is not swine flu. People get that confused. I'm not talking about swine flu. This is African swine fever. It's been around for millennia. It's never crossed into humans. It's a very different virus, so just make sure we got that clear. So this highly lethal African swine fever virus is a threat to the global pork industry. And so this laboratory in Spain is cooperating with the USDA to try to develop a new vaccine for African swine fever. And in doing so, our government, once again, was unaware that this even existed. There's a cooperative agreement between the USDA and this laboratory to engage in, if you read, they don't call it gain of function research, they call it building recombinant viruses and experimenting in different virus structures to allow them to build a better vaccine. Exactly the same logic that was used in Wuhan. Okay, now, then last November, so this is ongoing, in this little laboratory. What this relates to, Joe, is the idea that is being promoted that for justice and equity and sharing, we need to enable there being distribution of highly infectious pathogens all over the world in separate laboratories so that we in the big bad West are not imposing and enabling our industries to prey on, name your emerging economy, by taking biologic resources from them, in other words, new viruses, and using them to build stuff. We have to cooperate. They have to have access to these reagents. So the logic right now that's in play and being promoted by the WHO is that we should have high pathogen repositories and research programs all over the world, decentralized in these emerging economy states. Spain is not Germany, but so there's a Spanish lab. USDA is cooperating with them. They're going to build a African swine fever virus vaccine. They're doing gain of function research, and by the way, just like in Wuhan, there's some construction going on related to that, and then suddenly. And it's an area that is very dense in wild hogs. Now, somehow we got to get this through our brain. Okay, you don't put the facility in a place that's proximal to the thing that might get infected if you have a lab leak. I mean, that ought to be like rule number one, stamped on everybody's brain. You don't do it. Like the Rocky Mountain labs make a lot of sense. If you're going to be working with nasty stuff, and you got to do it, put it somewhere obscure, not in Boston, right? So they're doing it. They're surrounded by dense wild hog population, and suddenly, last November, people detect there is wild hogs dead all over around this facility. What could possibly have happened? They start investigating. The police have been in, grabbed the records, grabbed the digital information, etc., because the entire Spanish pork industry is now compromised. Their major client, China, has already pulled their trade barriers. No more Spanish pork going into China. I advocate that President Trump ought to drop the curtain right now, because when I looked at the distribution of wild hogs, I mean, you've traveled enough, you know how important wild feral hogs are in the economy in Italy. The wild hogs are all over in Europe, and this place in Catalonia is right near the French border. And then like right on the other side, a couple 100 miles, is Italy. And the band of high density wild hogs spreads like that up through the mountains and then down into Italy. And I think that if I was sitting in the White House right now, I think to protect, both for the president core constituency is ag. Voted for him, 3 times, and he holds that near and dear. And I think that it's good politics and it's good public health. It's good health, agricultural decision to raise the barriers until we can see that Europe has resolved the risk associated with this.
How are they going to resolve that?
So, once again,
Wild hogs. It's not like it's anything that's contained.
And to your point, I don't know the answer. I mean, right now what they're doing is they're using drones to try to find, you know how hard it is to hunt wild hogs.
Yeah, helicopters in Texas.
Yeah, and
Still can't.
And the hogs are winning. It's like the emu wars in Australia, right?
My friend Monty Franklin is from Australia. Actually, has a joke about that. That we fought a war with the emus and we lost.
It's true. We have emus on our farm, and they're weird animals, man. It's like living with dinosaurs. But
They're dumb as shit too.
They're weird. My wife says they don't have two brain cells to rub together.
No, I talked to a lady who's a falconer, and she said the dumbest birds by far are emus. Second dumbest are owls, she said.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I thought they were so smart. Give a hoot, don't pollute. They're always wearing a monocle. You know? They're always the wise professor.
Well, that right. It goes back to Athens, the symbol of learning.
Crazy. Very weird. Very weird.
Yeah, so he was rude. But
So they have to
the
try to use
hogs,
drones.
I don't know what they're going to do. What they did to control in Europe. So the former assistant director general of the WHO, who I knew, this was her claim to fame, was she had led the development of rabies baits. And they would bait with a rabies vaccine to try to control the incidence of rabies in particularly foxes was the problem throughout Europe. And a lot of the foxes were crossing from the less developed part of the European Union into France, which was not acceptable. She was French. And so what they did is they developed these baits with a vaccine. And they would distribute them out of helicopters. There's a whole science about how dense the baits have to be to get immunity against rabies in fox populations. A whole science around it, but that they was successful. They controlled fox and wolf population rabies in Europe, largely eradicated through the use of baits distributed by helicopters.
Do they have a vaccine for
No, they
this?
don't. That's what they were supposed to be developing. That was the whole purpose.
They were supposed to be developing, but really what they were developing is a more transmissible strain.
Whatever, yeah, in order to prove that they could, I don't know, you know, it's
Same story over
it's
and
Wuhan
over.
2.0, exactly. And how are we not going to see this as an increasing trend? And there's the whole dark side that, you know, when I read my comments, maybe I shouldn't sometimes, but I do.
Don't do it after this show.
So you know, you get the blowback. Well, this is all by intention because they're building market for whatever it is that they want to market, right? There's one of the dark themes about COVID was that they wanted to promote the spread of COVID in order to sell the vaccines, and blah blah blah. You know, so that's the narrative. And so in this case, well, they want to spread African swine fever because somehow they're going to profit from that while destroying their pork industry. You know, but this is the armchair strategists on the internet, but. That
Has it gotten into the domestic pork market?
Interesting question. Not to my knowledge yet, but I have this interesting colleague that I work with closely at the ACIP named Rabbi Rothschild, who's the chair of the COVID working group and is giving the pharmaceutical industry a run for their money right now. And it's, of course, being vilified by the press, etc. And Retzef is a full professor at MIT. And his core competence is risk analysis and mitigation. And he reads my Substack because we're friends. He doesn't subscribe, I'm pretty sure, but he reads it. So we're talking, and he says, "Yeah, I read that thing that you put out about that virus." And he said, "I wrote a proposal years ago about risk mitigation, and we need to do something about that because of the ease by which it can enter the domestic pork population." So I infer from that there is a whole body of science and logic about, and he said it's very readily transmitted into commercial pork, which is why the Chinese have already dropped the curtain and said, no, we're not going to allow any of that into China because of the risk. I mean, what we're talking about. So I wrote an essay about low risk, high impact events, which is what we're talking about. Another example of a low risk, high impact event is gene drive technology that Gates is promoting to exterminate the mosquitoes, for example. Gene drive technology can be used to exterminate a species, particularly ones that have a high reproductive rate. And, it's another one that is a CRISPR application. But there's a whole school of thought that gene drive tech should never be let out of the box into the environment. Because, there are those that are actively promoting its use to eliminate bad stuff. And, we're all for eliminating bad stuff. Organisms, insects, worms, flies, stuff. And yet, and we could do experiments where we say, oh, we'll cultivate this kind of fly together with that kind of fly, and only these flies are going to have gene drive, and we're going to look for whether or not it gets over to these flies. And if it doesn't, then we can conclude that it's unlikely. But as Brett would tell you, we're dealing with ecosystems here, really complex ecosystems. And the risk environment now that I think grown-ups have to acknowledge, coming out of COVID, the big lessons. We can talk about these egregious things that we've all experienced that have been put on us. But the big picture is, this thing came out, and I'm convinced it was engineered. I believe the most likely hypothesis is not that it was intentionally released. I still think it's a possibility, but that it was an unintentional release, an infection of a lab worker or something like that let it get out, because that's what happens again and again in these facilities. These low probability events can have extremely high impacts, and as we've seen, global impacts. And we have to rethink how we're managing risk, which is, as I mentioned, Redsif's kind of core competence. And that logic runs up against this belief that, well, it hasn't happened so far, and I'm an expert, and I have the right to play around in this sandbox that I've helped develop. I know more than you do. How can you tell me that I shouldn't be doing that? You don't have the right to tell me. I'm the expert in this space. And to come into that environment and say, look, guys, you're playing around with stuff that could have a very high impact, even though it hasn't happened yet. And you've got to rethink what is acceptable. And I think that we were talking a moment about the State Department and weapon control. We're now in an environment where the speed of growth of the power of biotechnology is accelerating. It's going exponential, just like what we saw with semiconductors. And our bioethics, our regulatory structures, our way of thinking about those risks is completely unable to keep up with the pace of the advance. And that is creating a whole new threat scene, not to scare people. I mean, I as I was thinking about coming on here, I was saying to myself, okay, Robert, just take a deep breath. It's only Joe Rogan. He's a human. And you want to stay positive. I don't want to go dark and just scare people. But we've got to we've got to recognize that this is a different world now. We have all of this digital tech and what it means, information control and suppression and manipulation psychologically. basically programming, customized programming through avatars, and all of this power. But we also have in parallel this world of rapidly advancing biotechnology that is, for the likes of Yuval Harari and those that are imagining a future of transhumanism. And all of that means we are moving very rapidly into a world that we can hardly even process. One of the big thrust vectors in Silicon Valley right now relating to reproductive rights has to do with the development of artificial wombs. These wealthy, privileged people don't want to carry their own babies. And I guess surrogates are too cumbersome or risky.
So they're really talking about
It's not
baby.
talking. It's not talking. We're going to run an essay about this soon. They already have a lamb that they have grown de novo in an artificial womb. We're there. Okay, and these people see it as freeing. This is more women's rights. We don't need to have the organic process of carrying a baby, and that's a good thing. They believe. Completely disregarding that there is a whole lot of subtle, complex interactions that occur between mother and fetus in the womb. Okay, that gives rise to.
Right, who knows what kind of humans you're going to develop with no interaction with the mother at all, the entire 9 months where they're developing,
But that,
exchange of hormones.
but for the sake of convenience, we want to do that.
Oh, God.
Okay, and zoom in on that. Okay, that has all kinds of implications. It has implications for organ transplantation. My friend Jan Jekielek, I don't know if you know Jan, if you've ever had him on, you might want to sometime. Interesting character. He is the Washington bureau chief for this newspaper that is defamed all the time, ridiculed, Epoch Times. Okay, which I think is like the only print newspaper left in the United States that's worth reading that ascribes to classical journalism. But he's just come out with a book about organ harvesting in China and organ harvesting on demand, documenting that they are using live prisoners and keeping them in compounds and testing them for their genetic background and characteristics, and then harvesting them when necessary to provide organs for transplantation, largely to Westerners, because it is enormously profitable, and also to leaders in the CCP. This is what all this brouhaha was about the open mic event with Putin, about we can use transplantation to let us live another 100 years. Remember that little clip? So this in a world in which we can have artificial wombs, we can grow our own clones to provide donor tissue, to provide an insurance policy. We are right at the doorstep of that. Okay?
Again, demonic. It sounds demonic. I mean, is a soul a real thing? Just because it can't be quantified by science, you can't measure it? I mean, the concept of the soul has always existed. If that's a real thing, who knows what you're doing, creating a human being from an artificial womb? Who knows what kind of processes are happening? We know that stress on the mother imparts all sorts of unwanted characteristics in children. We know that. We know, like,
all kinds of interactions.
Yes.
The playing of music, that's real.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
Soothing, playing of music. Yeah.
So that's happening. That vector is proceeding. And once you have that in a world of CRISPR, okay, you can do genetic modification of a very small number of cells and then grow a fetus from that. Okay, so that opens the door to. Did you watch the movie Gattaca?
Yeah.
Gattaca absolutely recommended. If you want to understand our brave new world, the one that's really coming at us, and the ethical conundrums associated with that, watch Gattaca. And by the way, it has great production value too, doesn't it?
Well, great movie.
Great movie. And totally underappreciated.
And terrifying.
Yeah.
Because that's really what our future is.
And the title GATTAGA refers to a DNA sequence, by the way. That's why the name Gattaca.
Oh.
Okay, so watch the movie. You've already seen it.
Yeah.
You get it. Okay, we are moving to that space where we have custom-built humans. Now it's being, what's driving it? Convenience. Who doesn't want to have a child that's better that's like you, but better, stronger, bigger, smarter, better vision? Get rid of all the problems that I've got, right? Or you've got, or whomever, and in your next offspring. And all you got to do, because here's another fun fact: at bulk, whole genome sequencing is now about $300. Whole genome sequencing is the portal for selective engineering with Cas9 CRISPR systems. So we now right on the threshold of that entire spectrum of capability of manipulating animals, life, fundamentals of life in every species and humans. And concurrently, we have the incoming vector of robotics technology and modern computational advance. We're moving rapidly. People say, "Oh, it's going to be next month. We're going to have general artificial intelligence." Well, they keep saying that month after month. What do we got here?
Video made about the artificial wombs.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know who made this. I'm not sure who made this. I don't think the company.
Oh, this is so
but they might have.
I'm not BSing. I mean, doesn't this look like it's something straight out of the Matrix?
100%.
This is all 3D.
Oh my! Obviously, it's not real, but oh my God, this is terrifying.
This is a business model.
Like, what kind of psychology does this child have with no exposure to its mother?
Hey, but
For the
for
9 months.
mom, it's a lot more convenient, and she can get the perfect baby that she wants. What's not to like here, Joe?
Fucking serial killer. Yeah.
And you put it on SSRIs.
Well, this is the thing about. Do you know the story about Ted Kaczynski? One of the stories. Well, tell me, teach what happened to him. In the Netflix documentary, they go into this. He was very sick when he was born, when he was a baby, and they kept him in this nursery with no contact with human beings for a long time. No one picked him up when he cried. He just sat in this crib with no contact with his mother, nothing. And he, from then on, his brother always described him as just like off. Yeah, just off. Yeah. He never had that.
Early stage neural development is amazing and profound. By the way, this looks back to the vaccine story. When we're doing all these jabs on these little tiny kids, like hepatitis B, bird those, they are at a stage where this thing is just growing like crazy, and so is their liver and everything else.
When you're injecting toxic chemicals into their body,
which you really haven't characterized well, and you're stacking them. And no one's done the study. So this is another thing that the secretary is adamant about, and that the president has led on.
Well, the thing, having them exempt from any legal ramifications of the adverse side effects of vaccines, what they did during the Reagan administration, this really, it gave them this
free license.
Yeah, free license to just go crazy and jack up the vaccine schedule as high as they could justify, and then along with it, corresponding profits rise. That's what's fucking scary.
So if you want to go down that rabbit hole, it's even worse. Once functionally, because of how difficult it is to prove an endpoint and get a vaccine license, once you get it licensed, you basically have a cash cow in perpetuity. And if you get it down on the pediatric schedule, in other words, you manage to jam it through the ACIP, because the ACIP, with the wisdom of Congress, is vested with the authority of authorizing the Vaccines for Children program acquisitions. So there's no other program in the entire United States government that is outside of congressional oversight. The ACIP can decide that this vaccine needs to be purchased for the Vaccines for Children program. And historically, because the ACIP has been captured by pharma and by the CDC itself and by academia, those decisions, they never go backwards. Right? And so you get the product down onto the VFC, the Vaccine for Children program, and the pediatric schedule, and then that triggers the indemnification clause that you're talking about, which, by the way, is different from the one that kicked in with the COVID situation, with the PrEP Act. That's even worse. But what you end up with, Joe, is a situation where, as the vaccine manufacturer, you now have no legal liability. You have guaranteed purchasing, distribution, and marketing, because the CDC does all the propaganda. Vaccines are safe and effective. You must take this, right? And then you end up with, and in many cases, it's school district level. It's not even state level. The states have the right to regulate the practice of medicine. The federal government doesn't. That means the CDC can advise that this is the vaccine schedule. And many states, because they don't have the infrastructure to actually process what's going on, they say, well, if the CDC advises it, then we're going to mandate it. Okay, or school districts do. And so you end up in this situation where you as the manufacturer get your product on the market, you get it down into this special program, you got guaranteed purchase, guaranteed profit, full indemnification, marketing, purchase, distribution, all paid for by the taxpayer, and no liability. It's perfect as a business model. What's not to like?
It's so scary how many people just go along with it too.
They don't just go along with it. They are propagandized into believing it as
and promoting it
as a theology.
They've administered exactly. I was going to say it's religious dogma. They've administered it to their children. They believe it wholeheartedly. And when someone says something like vaccines don't cause autism, the whole audience will applaud. And you're like, how do you know? How do you know that? Well, you're so confident that you're applauding.
Well, it's because what I've heard it so many times. Of course I believe it.
That's what's twisted.
It's just well that it illustrates the power of what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And once you get it by thinking through the vaccine story, you're ruined now, my friend. Because once you get it about vaccines, then you see it everywhere.
Well, I had Suzanne Humphries on, who wrote that book, Dissolving Illusions. You know, that book is a must-read for anybody who wants to really understand the history of vaccines and what really happened in terms of the end of pandemics and the introduction of these vaccines. Like, what actually took place.
Yes. Oh, that. And, there's the whole thread of how prevalent lead was in the population, in the powdered wigs, and so many things that we had. And then when they got rid of the lead, that was concurrent with the onset of widespread vaccination. And so the loss of life associated, or the improvement in loss of life and birth outcomes associated with getting the lead out of the population, well, that's ascribed to the vaccines by the people that are busy marketing vaccines. Right. And likewise, all the work associated with water sanitation and all of that, that's all true. The first time to credit where credit's due, as a vaccinologist, the first time I really encountered that logic was Candace Owens had me on years ago. And she said, we've done this deep dive and we've looked at this thing, and these infectious diseases go down before the vaccines come up. And yet we're told this narrative. Right. And of course we're told this narrative.
Yeah. The polio ones are not everywhere. Because when people are so concerned about polio and polio vaccines, we cure polio, they're going to bring back polio if they stop the vaccines. When I tell them, what percentage of polio do you think is asymptomatic? And that most people think, like, none, right? It's 95 to 99% of polio is asymptomatic. And then you find out through Suzanne Humphries' work that they were spraying DDT ubiquitously all over the country at the same time.
Absolutely.
And it gives you the same exact symptoms of paralytic polio. And then subsequently, the actual first infections that started occurring in this country were occurring in rural areas where they spray DDT everywhere.
Yeah, so there's, if I can kind of throw another log on the fire on that narrative, one of the cool things that I'm getting to see from my perch at KZIP is people working at the cutting edge of modern genetic technology investigations about cause and effect and genomic effects. And one of the things, you talk about this rare incidence of paralytic polio or myocarditis. Okay, myocarditis is rare with the vaccine, and yet it happens at a significant rate. It happens more in certain populations than other populations. This was heresy at first, and now they were forced to admit it, and stay tuned later in February. But there's a group that had a big grant to look at genetic links associated with risk factors for this. And strangely, halfway through their program during the Biden administration, their funding got cut. But they still made a lot of progress, and they kind of limped along with volunteer stuff. I mentioned the genome costs $300 a genome. These guys have gone through and they've identified 7 genes that represent high risk factors for myocarditis after vaccination. Myocarditis after vaccination, by the way, was a major side effect associated with the smallpox vaccines, or one of them. It's been associated with vaccines for quite a while. We just kind of haven't heard about it. It's particularly bad with these. But one of the, trying to continue my theme of it's not all dark. One of the things that's coming out is that if we commit to it and do the research, like Team Kennedy is committed to doing, we may well be able to detect those people that genetic characteristics of those people that might have been at higher risk for, say, paralytic polio or myocarditis, so that we can have genetic tests. You can have that test and determine whether you actually have that risk factor. It looks like, because of the dynamics of clinical research and epidemiology in infectious disease, that this kind of application of genetic diagnostic technology may give us whole new insights into those small populations that had those rare events. We know the big picture in COVID and the COVID vaccination, post-vaccination syndromes of high-risk individuals with obesity and elderly and basically people with a high inflammatory set point. But now we're getting down into some of the nuances, and I think that's, I've talked about some of the dark sides of biotechnology, but there's some real, bright sides that offer hope. What will happen as that kind of starts to roll out is that manufacturers and academic surrogates and others are kind of not going to be able to continue to hide behind these narratives that they have promoted now for decades. Because the true is going to come out. It is going to come out. Is it going to come out during this administration? No. To do long-term follow-up studies are going to take a decade. That's the unfortunate truth, and we're going to have a lot of grief around that. How come you haven't already fill in the blank? But it's going to happen, and that is another big plus of what's going on right now, kind of behind the scenes at HHS. Hopefully they get a chance to still do it after midterm. They don't get hog-tied. But I'm optimistic that these narratives that have been promoted, these false narratives, we're going to be able to break them through doing actual science if we're allowed to do it. And this new technology is particularly with sequence analysis and identification of risk correlates. The intersection between sequence analysis and epidemiology is going to really open up new understandings about what's going on in human disease. I'm absolutely convinced. What we do about it is that's a whole other kettle of fish. We can do the science until the cows come home. The public policy part is wicked hard.
Yeah. But at least there's some positive developments.
Yeah, that's what I want to say is just bright light. There is all this dark stuff.
Yeah.
And we have to allow ourselves to see it. You see it and you get the reaction like you did. I don't want to see that. It's too much. It's too overwhelming. It's too scary. But we look away at our own risk, and we have this tendency to say it's all dark. We have these individuals. I mentioned Yuval Harari. Believing that man is God now. We no longer need God. We have become gods. We have become as gods.
Does he actually say that?
Yeah.
Really? Well, isn't he talking sort of metaphorically about our technological potential?
I don't know. I don't know how to discern the meaning
He's
of.
a very demonized guy.
He says a lot of dark stuff, and I think so. You probably read the book. Did you interview the author of the *Sapiens*? Did you read the author of *Dark Aeon*?
No, I've never read that.
So that's talking. This is talking more about kind of the Silicon Valley culture that's pushing transhumanism and how integrally it's become involved in this space. I mean, what I don't pal around with Elon, and not to say he is or whomever you want to talk about in that space. That's not my pay grade. But my understanding, and I read these things, maybe that's also propaganda. That a lot of these people of let's say the Bill Gates cast and the younger ones associated with that are advocates for a world in which they are able to upload their avatar consciousness in a digital space and live forever.
That's Ray Kurzweil, right?
Sounds like you know more.
Yeah.
You're the UAP guy here, which by the way is another fascinating domain that I'm learning more about.
It's bizarre. That's a rabbit hole you go down like, oh, this isn't empty. This is not an empty rabbit hole. There's a lot of money behind this. It seems like there's been a lot of black funding and
business.
Yeah, there's a lot of business. Defense contractors involved.
Yeah.
It seems like there's some inventions that sort of emerge out of nowhere that supposedly are connected to back engineering programs.
And so I'm now of the belief that there exists a capability that transcends physics as we know it. Let's say Einsteinian physics, and is more aligned with Hawking's physics. That we don't comprehend right now, and it has to do with extremely high energy systems. And I've had some of these guys, because I'm now known worldwide as a nutcase, I guess, and a conspiracy theorist. I've had them on my farm, staying in our guest house and shoot the bull. And me trying to understand their world, what they're seeing, what they've experienced and observed, and the information. There's a lot of different models here. What the hell's going on here? And maybe it's all us, right? That's one model. It's all us with secret technology. Yeah, that's one model for the what do they call it, Tic Tacs. I'm increasingly convinced by the logic that there is a physics beyond the physics that we know, that is the physics of extremely high energy systems. And in high energy systems, a lot of the rules about motion and transportation and matter and the ability to cross between matter states that is repeatedly observed and reported by responsible people, military folks that have strong disincentives for saying this stuff, and yet still they're saying that's what I saw. Okay, and
transmedium devices that can fly and then go underwater as fast as flying,
and
no ripples.
Yeah. So one of the models of that is that this has to do with having some extremely high energy source in a very small package. And is that possible? We're now moving into a new fusion world, right? We're talking about these microfusion reactors that are going to be powering our data centers all over the world, transforming the whole energy, right? And there's this logic in crossing over into the economics Bitcoin kind of space. There's this logic that it all comes down to energy. Energy is the one thing that fuels economic development and everything around us. And I'm not a physicist, but I listen and learn, and it sounds to me like these microreactors and the technology that was involved, strangely, in this assassination. Remember that bizarre assassination in Boston that happened? There was two competing companies. Okay, there's something going on there that's really transformational. And if it matures, remember Trump has invested in this in a big way. It had to do with kind of leveraging Truth Social in a strange way. Remember, if we emerge into a future within my lifetime, probably, of these micro nukes as energy sources, decentralized. First driven by the tech bros because they want to have their data centers. But then suddenly we have, as that matures and the patents come off, we have the ability to put power generation in very small packages wherever we want in the world. Suddenly the entire landscape of economic activity and the future of humanity is transformed. And that's just the beginning. If we push that technology, we may find ourselves in some space where we have the ability to produce extremely large amounts of energy in a very small package and use that. Of course, it'll be weaponized. Use that for a variety of things. But I think the guys that are speculating about these phenomena being driven by the existence of almost point sources of unlimited energy, functionally, may make sense out of things that otherwise are really hard to wrap your head around.
Well, we're in for a very interesting future, one way or another.
Yes, yeah, and it doesn't have to be dark and demonic. Hopefully not. If we let these bastards have their way.
What is this, Jay? Make a small correction.
That video I showed you apparently isn't real, not a real company, made by a Berlin filmmaker in 2022. Went viral. I found it in a New York Post article that kind of said it was real.
But there are plans.
Well, I was going to say, which is a little weird. It says at the bottom, this is getting confused with a pregnancy robot that was announced in China in 2025. This, though, apparently also is not real.
The pregnancy robot's not real?
Yeah, it was, they named a scientist that was working on it. It's not a real person.
Yeah, but nonetheless,
they are working on it.
We're going to come out. So see if you can find since you're so good at Googling or whatever you're doing, see if you can find the images of this artificial womb, and I believe it's a lamb.
We've seen the lamb before, but I'm just saying that the people thing, the factory thing, was it just?
Oh, well, that was obviously AI. That was transmittal.
It wasn't even a real company that was doing it.
It's synthetic images.
I don't want to give up fake news.
Yeah, good. God forbid.
All right.
We might get banned.
Well, Robert, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And it was nice for you to come back and under less hostile terms in the world.
It wasn't hostile then. Yeah,
no, but I think your message was a lot more hostile in the way it was received. like you were received in a hostile way. I don't think this one's going to be hostile. I think pretty much everything that you said, most people are aware of now, and then the other things that you're saying, they're not far-fetched at all. And I think there's a lot more people that are more open to receiving information like that now than ever before. And some of it can be attributed to you.
That's kind. Let's say to the community.
Yeah, sure.
And of which I'm a vehicle, have been at times. A lot of the stuff that I shared with you back then was the consequence of a community that I was embedded in, of others, physicians and scientists, many of whom were primary care practitioners. And I was attending weekly meetings with these people, and I had frontline knowledge of what they were seeing and experiencing, and I had frontline knowledge of the physicians that I was collaborating with at Ditra, of what they were experiencing. I was never managing COVID patients except myself, but I knew what others were experiencing, and you gave me an opportunity to share their voice through me. And I thank you for that. It was a moment in time, and I think we did good. But by God, they came at us.
It was wild. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It was awesome. All right.
Again, there's a number of other related about this morning, but when I suggest
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Show him my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day.
Oh, man. What's happening, baby?
Everything, nothing, at the same time.
I was just explaining all the shit that's on his desk. It's like everybody likes to give me something that sits here, which is kind of cool. Like Ed Calderon gave me this. It's like a WD-40 with a lighter attached to it. You can fucking blast people.
Is it like a self-defense?
He's always got these things, like cartel things.
That looks like
the cartel.
3D printed. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little portable flamethrower. One of the two common items. And I think it was Luke Caverns gave me this. Is that what gave me this? The Olmec head. It's from the Olmecs.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. And then, of course, my man John Reeves is always giving me these mammoth things. I got mammoth. Well, this is actually from Colossal. He gave me a 1911 handle.
That's legit.
Yeah.
Even though, do you have any 1911s?
No.
Yeah.
I got 2011s.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's a huge upgrade.
Yeah, but I'm sure it'll probably be able to fit. Like you can bring it to a gunsmith, you can make it fit.
Yeah. Well, you know what you can do? You can have them make one for your bow. So you can put the bone on each side of your bow.
Oh, I have that.
You have it?
Yeah, from Rattler Grip.
Yeah.
This is another piece. Shout out to Handsome Rob, Rattler Grips. He always hooks me up. Gives me those keep hammering ones.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, it feels better too. It feels better in the hand. It's interesting. Like Hoyt doesn't have a whole lot of options. Like Ultraview doesn't make their handles for Hoyt, but they make them for Matthews. Yeah, he shoots Matthews. But it's a nice handle upgrade. It really does. Like the way it sits in your hand, it really does feel like a little better.
Are you still putting them on your Hoyt for everyone?
The Rattler Grips.
Yeah.
So he just sent me some new ones. It feels better. And the bone, there's something about the bone. It's more tactile in your hand than plastic.
I've been wrapping mine with that camouflage athletic tape.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Omar sells stuff like that. He sells specific bow grip. Right. It's got a little bit of tacking and stuff, but some people think you shouldn't have that. They think your hand should be so relaxed that it should be able to slip around your hand so there's like no torque whatsoever on your front hand.
I don't like that. I like to feel the dexterity of it, right? I like to have a little bit of relief in the hand in the context of like, I gotta have some grip in this. It's just like a baseball bat or even all of the like Glocks and 2011s. I'll still do an upgrade on the stippling. More, but I've also got giant hands for well, I shouldn't say I'm small. Like I am 2 inches taller than an average Asian woman. So I don't like to brag about it. I don't want to come out with that right away. It just might seem a little bit egotistical.
Yeah, but if you do anything, I think it's just like whether it's with archery or anything with shooting, it just has to register with you. It's not gonna be the same with everybody. Yeah, I know dudes who just can't get used to finger triggers, and some dudes just love finger triggers, and some guys just have to shoot a hinge, and some guys just can't do it.
I shoot them all, man.
Yeah.
Like I just have, so I got that dump bag now that I'll wear on the side, and then I'll do the hinge roulette. So I'm just like reach in, and then I gotta shoot a hinge, or I gotta shoot this. And the only way that you don't, or that the mix-up part, you've got to shoot the wrist strap, right? You have to put that on. So you can't just do shoot roulette with all of that.
But that's the wrist strap's a little bit more involved. But I love having them. I've been using the Wise Guy. Ever since our last hunt, I've been only using the Wise Guy, and I'm used to it now. It took a while. I was like hammering the trigger for a little bit. Like after the thing is, it's like with archery, once your form breaks down and then you try to compensate because you're tired, like I think I should just limit myself to 1 hour, and after 1 hour, just stop.
So is that what you're doing every day? Is basically an hour?
Yeah,
a little more, a little.
Yeah, but it's when it's more. It's when things go sideways. Like I'll give myself like a few minutes break to let my arm relax, and then I just it's too much compensating because my arm's tired, right, and not enough. Especially because the bow's 84. Now I got the new one that's 90 pounds.
Is that what you're shooting every day?
Yeah.
You're shooting 90 pounds?
84. Yeah. I haven't set up to 90 yet. It's still got archery country.
And then are you going out to 100 plus every day too, or are you sticking
85. That's my standard in my backyard. As long as there's no one wandering around. When people are wandering around, I don't, like as landscapers, I don't need a long bomb.
I've got my wife is redoing this little garden house in the back, so she won't let me shoot at it anymore because she's afraid I might put an arrow through her little hut that she's making. She's actually doing all the work. She's got like a tool belt on, and she's out there hammering away.
Oh, that's great.
And everything. She's doing all the work.
Wow.
So she's like, you can no longer use this as your backstop because it was just a pile of shit that I can basically shoot arrows at.
That's a bad trade.
It's a super bad trade.
Yeah, I need a backstop. You gotta bug off. Like we were talking about, like must-haves for backyards. Like I'm not living in a house where I can't shoot at least 50 yards.
No.
I go out in the backyard. I get my rangefinder. I bring a rangefinder when I look at houses. No bullshit.
Are you serious?
100%. I've been doing it for the last like 6-7 years. Before I bought this house in Austin, when I bought the house in Austin, it's a big yard. I'm like, we're good. I just had to find a spot. I was like, this is right, at least 100 yards from here to here.
Have you ever punched the trigger and pull one out in the river? I guess you should tell me.
I never shoot towards the river because kayakers, right. You never know when because like the kayakers, they like to go like real close to the shore.
Well, yeah.
Like, if you hear, fuck, that would suck. Oh my god, I'd be in such deep shit. I would never do it. I just wouldn't. Yeah,
deep shit.
Deepest of deep shit. An asshole like me who's promoting archery, I shoot a kayaker with a field tip right to the fucking forehead. See some poor lady
like a unicorn running off the river.
Oh god. Oh my god. But I very rarely. I mean, if I'm shooting broadheads, I really know where I'm going. I don't fuck around. But with field tips, I'll launch some bombs. But it's never in an area where there's anything behind me. No, I don't.
I had an little archery range in the back of my Salt Lake City building, and I used to let everybody use it in the company. And then after you've worked for the company for a while, you get your choice. You get like a staccato or a rifle or a bow. And then we still do a lot of veteran adaptive battery shoots and the tactical games and the total archery challenges. So I've given away 100 bows probably.
Oh, that's awesome.
Company.
Do you let them pick their brand and the whole deal?
No. We partner with Hoyt on the last batch, and we partner with PSE. We partner with kind of
nice.
anybody that wants to like go in 50-50 on us, right?
Oh, great. That's
And,
awesome.
but then we'll make them Black Rifle custom, right? So it's cool camouflage, little branding on it. But here's the downside of that. So when you got a bunch of people shooting in the back, I had a storage facility in the back. There were always arrows in this like storage area. And so finally, our general counsel gave me, he's like, no more. You gotta stop. You can't shoot anymore arrows. So I banned it for everybody except for me. Me, Logan, Matt, basically the people that could either absorb the legal fees or at least like explain it away.
Well, the thing about archery is it's a skill that 100% degrades.
Yeah.
Like you have to stay on it, and you just can't trust that everyone's staying on it.
No, it's even hard for me if I take 3 weeks off.
Yeah.
I was having that a little bit of tendonitis in my left elbow, so I took like a month off after hunting season, and then you put it back in your hand, and it feels almost like a foreign object.
I know.
It feels horrible. It's just gross until you have at least 3 or 4 days of shooting consistently back into the groove. You can't put the arrow where you want. It's just 3 weeks off.
And it feels to me like the more consistent I am in off season, like the entire year, those are the years where I'm really shooting my best. You can't just get back on the bow like a month before you have to go hunt. You can't do it.
I can. I know guys that can. Guys that I grew up with that have been shooting since they were 9. That's
right, but they're really good shots. Imagine how good they would be if they did it all the time.
Yeah.
Like a guy like Cam, like he's not taking any time off. Like, no, he's shooting every day.
But that's part. He takes pleasure in the pain. He doesn't take time off because
he'll be relaxed.
Yeah, it'd be relaxing. Like imagine, just imagine that. Like Cam Haines on vacation, his feet up, drinking on the beach. Is that even like a? No, that's not even a thing.
I've gone on vacation with him.
Have you really?
Yeah, but we went vacationing in Lanai, where we could bow.
Yeah.
So we would bow on at least once a day because Lanai, you've been, it's crazy. It's one of the craziest places on earth. It's great. For people that don't know, there's 3,000 people and 30,000 deer.
Yeah.
And they were given by King Kamehameha by the whoever the head dude was in India. He's like gave him a gift of access.
Is that where they came from?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize that was the actual timeline.
Yeah, and they're everywhere. They tried to reintroduce them, try to introduce them to the Big Island. Like I know Shane Dorian was all pumped about it, but then they eradicated them. People killed them. They said they were invasive, but
I think they need to be everywhere they can.
They're delicious.
They're delicious. They're the most delicious meat
of the deer,
of course.
Yeah. Next to elk. For me, it's elk and then axis. But axis are the most challenging to hunt. They're the fastest things I've ever seen in my life. They move so fast, it doesn't even make sense. It's like, how are you doing that? You can dodge an arrow from 30 yards away, and the arrow's not even close to them when it gets there.
I had a female that hit 30, and she jumped the string on her bed 30 yards. That was my first shot. I realized, holy shit. Yeah, they're different. I've got to up my game.
Well, it's like they evolved with tigers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you got to be able to go.
Can you imagine how tough you would be if you evolved with tigers? That would be sick.
Well, that's the problem with America, period. It's like there's not enough. There's too many people running around with zero physical challenges, and they're so soft. Like there's a giant percentage of our population that is so soft, and if there was if the world went nuclear, we lost everything, and then it was like hand-to-hand battles. Every country could invade America if we ran out of bullets. Once we run out of bullets, every country can fuck us up.
Yeah, like you can walk around. I think, well, that's with coffee, right? The best coffee shops, right? Like so much stuff on Instagram. It's so funny because if you walk into a coffee shop and you see the craziest looking freak, it's gonna have the best coffee.
Baristas. There's this so left-wing weirdo fucking lip rings.
Oh yeah. How many nose rings do you have? How many colors do you have in your hair? And how many pronouns do you have? That's like you're gonna make the greatest espresso I've ever had, and that's the joke, right? Because I'll go cruise around in Austin for the last couple weeks.
Yeah, you see a dude who's jacked with a hand tattoo, he's gonna make you a bullshit coffee. He's like,
I can make you pour over. I mean, I can just pour it over. You know,
what? Can make you some cowboy coffee in a fucking one of them tin pots that you put on the fire.
take his sock off or something. Like, I'm good. I'm all set.
What is it about baristas? Like, how did that become such a left-wing safe place?
I don't know. I think the origin of it comes from San Francisco, Seattle, right? All the, we'll say the left wing, left coast, all of the woke hubs. Yeah, because that also drove most of what I would say is the third and fourth wave, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 basic waves in coffee. The third and fourth wave is the most recent. The fourth wave would be considered single origin, very lightly roasted coffees. And you've been to these coffee shops, you know what they look like. It takes you 15 minutes to get a cup of coffee. They typically won't even talk to you. They look down at the computer screen, but it's going to be decent coffee, right? So if you go first wave, which is going to be like Folgers, Maxwell House, that's like been around for 100 years. That's a commodity coffee. It's going to have Robusta. It's going to be darker roasted. That's going to be first wave. And then second wave would be experiential. So it would be more like Starbucks. Second wave would be experiential dark. And then third wave would be more artisan, micro lot, single origin. And fourth wave is kind of a mix of the best in third wave that really activates your senses, in the sense of like, now they're doing anaerobics, so they're using things from like wine and beer, they're developing all these different profiles. But that artisan craft, the genesis in like San Francisco and Seattle from third wave, they took on identity politics and then drove it through the trade. It's pretty impressive. It's so weird, because if you go anywhere, you can get amazing cups of coffee. You're just gonna like wade through the wokeism to go get it.
Yeah, I can't go there.
No.
I was at a Starbucks the other day, and 2 lesbians walked in. They saw me and they left.
What? That's how bad it
They
was.
said, we can't do this. Seriously, they looked in my face and they said, we can't do this, and they left. It's like, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan of your work. I had a cup of coffee from Starbucks, which I rarely go into, but since my family, and it was so bad. A cup of black coffee, it's all I drink. I don't put anything in it. I was like, this is like not drinkable. It tastes like shit. Which is like everybody throws a bunch of cream in there and a bunch of sugar in there, and you get your caffeine, and it tastes like what you like. But if you just try to just drink coffee at Starbucks, it is such a bad product, and that doesn't have to be like that.
Well, part of the problem is it's when they're over roasted, because they know it's going to have cream and sugar in it.
But why over roasted then?
Because you can make a consistent profile, and it's just consistently very dark and extremely acidic, basically. And that becomes the consistency in the product.
Do you think people have this thing in their head that the darker the coffee is, the stronger it is?
Yeah, of course. That's one of the huge misconceptions, right? So it's just bucket the misconceptions in here, which is, coffee is not a bean, it's a fruit. So it's a cherry, and then you roast the pit. So the second one would probably be the darker you roast something, the more caffeine it's going to have, which is absolutely not the case.
It's the opposite.
It's completely opposite, because you got two genetic strains. You got Robusta and Arabica. Robusta is a smaller bean. It's got more caffeine. It's also more bitter. Arabica probably constitutes 60 to 70% of the world's coffee, but it's more flavor. It's got less caffeine, and it's less acidic in general. And then when you over roast it, you can kind of combine multiple lots, multiple variants of Arabica, and then you can make this consistent profile.
So it consistently sucks.
Yeah. But if you're going to put cream and sugar in it, nobody cares, because they're like, I just need something that's going to serve as a caffeine vehicle for my cream and sugar.
I know, but wouldn't that be okay if you just had good coffee and did that?
Oh yeah.
Burn it?
Well, I do. I think that's where third wave and fourth wave is more directly related to the quality of the coffee. It's no cream, no sugar, and it's more first and second wave. It's cream and sugar because you're gonna have to cover up the inconsistencies.
Well, some people just like it anyway because what they're getting is a treat. It's not. They're not thinking it was like I'm drinking coffee. Like they're getting a treat.
Right.
Like if you have order a frappuccino, it's a milkshake. It's a milkshake. Yeah. It's tons of sugar, tons of caffeine too. You're like sitting in your cubicle.
You got like 100 grams of sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine. You're skyrocketing with just energy until you crash, and then you need another one.
Yeah, and then you're just doing that all day, frying your central nervous system. And then when you get out of work, you just die. You just go home and
go home and melt on the couch and watch some sports, man.
Yeah, your insulin's all fucked up. You're falling asleep.
The coffee nerd conversations just put half the fucking audience to sleep too.
I don't care.
Yeah. It's so funny, man. I'll start talking about it. I'm like, because I was a comms guy back in my previous profession, my previous life, and it's so funny because when you talk about communications and just technology in general, and you start analyzing frequencies and spectrum analyzers or whatever you want to talk about, people's eyes would just glaze over in the team room. And I'm like, all right, well, you guys want to go blow some shit up? Like, why don't we shift the topic because you guys want to talk about this. I know you don't want to hear about it. So in cross-trading, it's just you try to keep people awake, basically.
This episode is brought to you by Roka. And this is important, so don't skip this. I've been wearing Rokas for years, and I absolutely love them. Of all the glasses brands out there, I choose Roka. Roka shit just works different. You'll notice it from the first time you put them on the face. They feel great. I can run around in them. They never fall off your head. They're super high quality, lightweight, super comfortable, and they stay on your damn face. Even if you're sweaty, they stay in place even better. They don't slip. Gym stuff, kettlebells, yoga, sprints, chasing the dog, whatever you're into. You could be just leaning over to pick up your kids. Everything stays on your face and feels great with crystal clear optics. Check them out and feel the difference for yourself. To help you get started, Roka is offering JRE listeners 20% off your order. So go to Roka.com. Well, there's a lot of people that have a hard time focusing on something that isn't exciting. For whatever reason. Even if it's like important technical details that'll help you do things that are exciting. You know, it's the delayed gratification. Right. They're the same type of people that don't like to do cold plunges or don't like to do certain things that would you're not going to feel an immediate benefit. It's going to suck while you're doing it, so you put it off. Like you've got to have a mindset that there's some things that suck that will make the things that are exciting way better. Yeah. Like for comics, it's writing, like sitting down and writing. You know, because a lot of comics don't want to write. They just want to come out with ideas through the day and then work them out on stage. I'm like, that is great. You can do that. But you should also write because the ideas that come to you while you're writing, they won't come any other way. And those are like little gifts from the universe. And the only way you get them is you got to sit down with a fucking pad of paper or a computer in front of you and come up with them. You got to sit down and start working and let the mind just slowly but surely pop them out.
How often do you do that?
At least 4 days a week.
For an hour, 2 hours?
Yeah, at least an hour. I try to write 1,000 words. So it might be an hour, it might be 2 hours, and then out of those 1,000 words, I might get a paragraph. Right. That's what I was looking for. You're basically looking for arrowheads in a field. You know, you're picking up a giant clump of dirt, and you're shaking it out and washing it over, and got one.
So do you try that out on anybody before you actually? No, you just like, okay, this is the
pretty sure I got something. When I got something, I'm pretty sure I got it, but I don't know what it's going to be until the audience tells me. Like,
well, you have your own club, so you can just try it out. You just like drive in. That's Wednesday. Let me try this out.
When I didn't, I would go to the store. I would go to the say if I have a bit and it's exciting, I'm like, oh, I wrote something that's good. I would go to the Improv, and I would go to the store. Maybe I go to the Ice House. Right. I bang out a few sets, at least 2 in a night. Some, you can travel around. Like LA was really good for that. Austin's amazing for that. There's 7 clubs on my street now.
What?
Oh yeah, between my street and the neighboring streets. So you got us, and then right down the street is the Sunset Room, which Red Band owns, and then right up across from that, you got Creek in the Cave, which is awesome, and then you got the Vulcan, which is right down the street. There's a bunch of other small rooms. There's the Black Rabbit. There's all these rooms that have comedy at least 3 or 4 nights a week. So if you're like a guy or a girl coming up right now in Austin, you can really work. You can work, and they're all paying. So you're collecting $50 here. My club pays more. My club pays the most. But all these different places, they pay, like actual money for you to do a set. At the end of the night, you got a few $100. You can get something to eat. Like there's all these comics that don't have to do the road now.
Right.
So like they used to just have to do the road to pay their rent for food. You don't have to do that anymore. You could like stay in town and really build up material and then go out on the road.
Is the material going to shift? I know it's regionally, you've got to have. I'm not saying like left or right. I'm just saying, does the material have to shift based on where you're at? So if you're in LA, is the crowd a little bit different? The people are going to be more accepting, less accepting, expect something a little bit different.
You can't think of that.
You can't. You just like, here's the joke.
Yeah. We run it. Well, the good thing is if they're not accepting of an idea, maybe you should re-examine that idea and maybe figure out like maybe I should figure out a better way to make this idea acceptable. Because there's ideas where I'll start it off and it's just like, ooh, this isn't going anywhere. And then I'm like, there's got to be an angle in here. And then I'll find a whole another angle like, haha, now I have it. And then I have to find an angle like, what if I was a woman and I was watching this and I'm looking at this fucking meathead on stage and I'm like, okay, like I got to figure out a way to get them to understand that just because it looked like this doesn't mean I'm a bad guy. Right. Like let me work this into your head first and then explain it from my perspective.
It's funny because I look like this. It doesn't mean I'm a bad guy.
It's an automatic assumption.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an untold prejudice that like men with muscles in particular are assholes. Right. Like instantly.
Yeah, you've got a very definitive look, and then as soon as you open your mouth, they're assuming that you're going to be just complete asshole.
Right. Yeah. A mean person. Yeah. Covered in tattoos. Cage fighting commentary.
I know that you can craft a joke because you've been doing this for forever, but is there a certain amount of pleasure that you get now from bombing sometimes?
Terrible. Really? I always say bombing on stage like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. The difference is like there's probably a guy out there that likes sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mother.
Okay.
Mama, 99. There's a guy out there that would like take some. I mean, these people are into shit porn and all kinds of things.
You're drawing the same parallel to like bombing, and people are into shit porn.
Yeah, if you like bombing, you can hear the people shitting in your mouth. Like, it's not fun. You don't want people to have a bad time. They're there to have fun. These people work. They're working all day. They're fucking tired. You want them to have a good ass time, and the only way for them to have a good ass time is for you to do your job. Right. But it's it has to sometimes not work well, and there's like this moment when I'm about to do a new bit. I'm like, God, I don't even want to do this. I don't know where this goes, but I have to. You got to trot it out there and hope that you can find an angle.
So you don't try those on your with your wife, right?
She'd be the worst. Yeah. She'd be the worst. She'd just stare at me like, what is wrong with you? It's like she and I have a very good balance because she's so different than me. But has a lot of the same values as me. Discipline, and she's very smart. And she's interested in things, but we're very different.
Well, it's so funny because my wife and I will walk around, right? And I'm a very amateur comedian, just around with friends. I try really hard, right? I'm not even close to it. Just like, I specialize in stupid shit that I say. Right. Basically, that's where I put this. And when I get her to laugh, that's like, that means way more to me than my friends. Sure, I can make them laugh. Like, I can make my employees laugh. I kind of pay them to, But when my wife laughs, that means it's fucking funny.
That's legit.
Like, it means something, right? It's like, it's legit. She's like a one-person crowd, right? So we were walking around. I was talking about Have you seen that Burt Kreischer Creeper? Have you seen his new series?
I've only seen trailers, but everybody that saw it loves it.
It's really funny. Like, and so I was like, we should watch this. You should check it out. You should watch like 5 minutes. She's like, this is such a dude show. Fuck you, I'll never watch it. But it's the same. It's like what I want to watch, and I think it's funny. She's like, absolutely not. But then she's wants to watch some like true crime thing around it. You know, just they killed his wife. And I'm like, they love it.
Why do they love that? It's so weird. It's like genetic that they love it, because my kids love those shows. They love serial killer expose shows, all these true crimes.
And I don't like any of it.
I talked to my daughter about it, and she said, because girls don't do things like this, so we kind of want to see like what's going on in a man's mind that makes it such a mystery. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's such a mystery. Like, most men can imagine a scenario where there's a bunch of people that did some horrible shit in a room, and you just go in there and fucking kill all of them. Yeah, most men can say, oh yeah, there's a place. There's a place. Like, if someone did something and I knew they did something and they're in that room and they need to go, they need to go. Right. Most women can't think like that. They don't think like that. It's not inside their head. And then there's the darkness of it. Like, these aren't men that are doing something to someone who deserves it. They're just doing it to vulnerable people. They're just evil creatures who just want to go out and hunt vulnerable people. And I think women want to know that there are men like that out there that are so different than them, so they can put it in their head. Like, okay, serial killers are real, right? Like, these true crime shows have shown me this, and I want to know like what to look for, right? That's what I think.
Whereas, have you ever spent a second of your life in fear or fearing a serial killer?
No,
No, it's not a realistic fear.
but if I was at a truck stop and there was some fucking shady dude that came into the bathroom after me and he was like waiting outside, it didn't look like he needed to use the bathroom, I'd be 100% on guard. Like, there's people that will just randomly kill people just for a thrill and get away with it. And I think there's way more of them getting away with it than they'd like us to know. Like, here's a good example. In Austin, what is the actual number of people who have bodies that have been found in late? Put this into our wonderful sponsor, Perplexity, before it becomes the digital god that takes over the universe, this AI. What are the numbers of people that have been found drowned in Lady Bird Lake over the last 3 years? It's something crazy. Is it really? Yeah, it's like 30.
I thought this was just a funny joke for Tony to talk about.
Oh, no.
It's like a real thing.
No. It's real, right? It's real. So the cops don't want to say it's a serial killer. They think it's because it's over by Rainy Street. A lot of people are partying, but the bodies keep piling up. 38.
Yeah, they want to say it's not.
Since 2022, data showing at least 38 bodies found in or around Lady Bird Lake. Separate map-based analysis of Lady Bird Lake deaths, downtown area reports 4 deaths in 2022, 5 in 2023, 5 in 2024, 2 in 2025. So this is downtown area. These map numbers focus on a specific stretch of the lake, while the 38 body figures covers all bodies found in or around the lake in that period.
Might be right in that bar area.
Right on Rainy Street. Yeah. Or other parts of the lake.
So they're basically saying these guys get drunk and they end up passing out in the water.
I mean, all you would have to do is get someone drunk enough where you can hold them underwater.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, if you were a guy who wasn't drinking or you had a really good tolerance or you're a big person, no evidence of serial murder. It says the patterns match typical accidental drowning risks, young adult men, nightlife, easy water access, or some guy who's drowning gay guys. Because a lot of them are gay, like a giant percentage of these guys are gay, because it's near a gay area. Rainy Street is like the party area where there's a lot of gay bars.
That's why it's such a funny joke for Tony.
Yeah, well, it's a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing because at what point in time does someone have to get caught before they say, "Oh Jesus, these weren't just a coincidence"? Someone was drowning people. Because I don't think it was a common thing. I think, like, you know, you maybe get one a year, or some fucking drunk hops off a boat and doesn't know what he's doing and drowns. That does happen. But this is not that. This is way more. 38 bodies in a few years is kind of kooky.
Well, and how many of those, if you think about it, right, how many serial killers are out there? Because the FBI, obviously, they've done an analysis on it. There's probably like 100, 200, 300 active serial killers
How
at
many
any point in time.
Always. There's always, always has been.
And most of them will all say, yeah, I wanted to get caught, or, yeah, it took you long enough. Like, I was getting sloppy, right? My murder lust took over.
There was 200 since 2004.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Oh my god. Autopsy report found alcohol present in a large share of the cases, sometimes at levels above the legal driving limit, which is not much, by the way. The legal driving limit is like 2 drinks. And police specifically described most Rainy Street area drownings as alcohol or drug related.
So I've heard people getting, dosed to get like roofied and whatnot, and they're like, I've heard a lot, too many cases. Never in a city of I live, I've heard many people saying they've been roofied.
Yeah. No, I think it's, I don't think it's specific to here. I think it's everywhere. It's GHB, I think, is a lot of it. People are dosing people up with GHB. That's a big one.
How many serial killers are there?
Yeah. How many active serial killers do they estimate are in America right now? Let's guess. Let's say 10.
You think 10?
Yeah.
I think 100. Whoa. Yeah, I'm going 100. This is like a Wheel of Fortune type scenario.
Yeah, man. Holy shit. 100 is nuts. If it's 100,
I think it's 100.
that's crazy.
300.
25 to 50 at any given time. Wow. Range reflects killers who have committed at least 2 murders with a cooling off period and are still operating undetected. I like the cooling off period. Maybe I could take a break. Just scrubbing the fucking blood out of the inside of your fingernails. Serial killings make up less than 1% of U.S. homicides overall. Numbers peaked at around 300 in the 1970s and 1980s. There was 300 active serial killers in the 70s and the 80s. Wow, I bet that was because that was when there was like Son of Sam.
It was like trendy.
Yeah, I think it was probably a lot of bored dudes who just didn't like working in an office.
Like Ted Bundy and Son of Sam, all those guys were like
all over the news. All over the news. Yeah, it was huge. Why are there fewer serial killers now than there used to be? What was the answer?
It's easier to get caught now. People probably are more afraid to try.
Yeah, because you think about all the technology and the surveillance, so you get rolled up.
Yeah,
You get a
well, I think the creepiest one was that dude who studied serial killers in college and then went and killed those girls at that dorm house. You know that story? What was that in Seattle? What was that? Idaho? But
yeah, it was Ted Bundy, right?
No, recent one.
Different? Oh, it was
Recent. Yeah. He knew the people that lived there. He studied. What did he study exactly? In college, like he was studying it, like he was trying to learn how to not get caught. Yeah, this guy, this fucking.
Whoa.
For horrific new details of the final moments of the Ford University of Idaho.
Oh, gosh, so that's where I went to school. That's University of Idaho.
He stabbed the 4 victims at least 150 times in total.
I didn't realize that was like the case from Moscow.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. This sick fuck. So this guy, he was studying it in college. So I forget what criminal justice, let's see if I can find out. But it was very clear that he'd been planning this a long time. And there was also a possible connection to him and some murders in the Pacific Northwest. That he knew the people died in kind of a similar way. He might have gotten away with it up there. Right. So he tried it up there and went to Idaho.
Oh my gosh. Well, that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah, so he's educating himself on how to get away with it.
He was that guy that if you had your comms class, he'd be sitting there like this.
He's like way into it.
Yeah, way into it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to know all the details.
The Pacific Northwest is like, that's a spot. These guys love it up there. I don't know if it's like the rain, like.
Well, we had a lady that was connecting, and she came on the podcast, and she was connecting a bunch of serial killers from a very specific area that did a lot of, it was mining, right? Wasn't it mining and the industrial pollution?
Oh, so it's like increased lead or something, right, in the water or something.
What was the processing of it? Like, what are those, when they're burning it?
Yeah.
What's that called?
Leaching.
Yeah, it was lead, but it was other stuff. There was other stuff, like there's arsenic in it, and there's a lot of shit. What am I looking for? What is it? Why can't I come up with that term? The plants where they burn all the shit. Power plants. What's the term? God damn it.
Caroline Skelton.
What's her name?
Caroline Fraser.
Yeah, maybe Paul would know if he got Stamens on here, and he could talk about the mushroom, the fungi, Pacific Northwest. Maybe it has something to do with it.
I don't think so. I think that'll probably stop him from doing it. But her take was that there was all these places. What is the term I'm looking for? Where they incinerate shit, like a power plant, like a coal plant. There's a term. I can't remember what it is. Anyway, they're releasing an incredible amount of toxins in the atmosphere. And a lot of the shit is coming down in rain. It's getting in the ground. All the ground around there is all polluted. Everything's polluted. And so what her take is that all these people have suffered chemical pollution. And a lot of that chemical pollution leads to all sorts of weird psychological disorders and psychosis and all kinds of shit, depending upon the levels of exposure.
So this is why you have increased serial killers in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, there was a bunch of power plants up there. Interesting. Coal plants, smelting, and just a lot of mining. There are a lot of mineral-rich resources up there, and
so I should be concerned. Spent most of my life up there. Well, half of it at least.
Yeah, it depends. I think now they've cleaned it up, though. Like, she was connecting it to a long time ago, but there's areas back there where she was saying that they do an analysis of the soil, and it's just completely fucked.
How long has it been since you've done Seattle?
Oh, I haven't been back in a while. I did the Tacoma Dome with Dave Chappelle. We did that right before the pandemic popped.
Oh, okay.
And I really haven't been back. It's just like, once that whole Chaz thing went down, and they locked off the block, and the mayor said, maybe it's the summer of love. Or maybe you've got some fucking crazy people that you empowered to take over a giant swath of your city, and you're cool with it. And you're the fucking mayor. And by the way, she is an upgrade compared to their current mayor. The current mayor that choice is insane. One who's never held a real job. She's been living with her parents. She's 40. They paid her bills. She's a socialist. She rides a bike. She doesn't even own a car. And now she's in charge of what? It was $7 billion budget.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I 2 thumbs up, Seattle. Congratulations. You've done a great job.
I don't know where those places go. Those places that have gone like full into Wokeville. Like a buddy of mine just went to Portland and he was like, bro, it's bananas. It's like a complete mental asylum, like spilled out onto the streets. Not just the campers, not just the open air drug users everywhere, because for a long time they decriminalized everything in Portland. So everybody ramped it up a notch and moved to Portland because that was a place where you could do drugs and not worry about anything. But he was like, all the regular people are cracked.
The place, spending as much time as I have in Seattle, which I used to live there, I love this. Late 90s, love it.
Oh, it's amazing. Great. It was one of my favorite places. It's such a cool spot. Cool people.
And then you saw this flip. It was right around 2010 is when things really flipped over. And then, to your point, your car was your domicile, so you couldn't get a parking ticket. So you could basically live in front of somebody's house in a parking spot. They couldn't write a parking ticket.
That started in 2010,
give or take a couple years. And so I went back to I had a house up there for a while. And the day I decided that I was going to sell this place. We fly up there. I've got my daughter. She's like a year old. My wife and I are walking down the street. And this is a part of the city called Ballard, which is a beautiful part of the city. Tons of like old bars, awesome things back late 90s, early 2000s. But then there was a camper in front of my condo, and then there was a naked man with a tennis racket. My daughter's a year old, his dick's flying around, and my 1-year-old's like, I'm holding her, like walking away from the other end. He's got a tennis racket. He's like playing the U.S. Open in his head, whatever he's doing. And then on the corner, no less than 50 feet away, there was a half-naked lady like taking a shit, and you're like, nah, it's time to leave. I think this is I think we're all good here.
We had an issue like that in California for a while, where when the economy started to go south, this is pre-pandemic as well, we started having these campers camp out right in front of our studio. And they would, the studio where we had in LA, even that place, it was the warehouse, we had a big lawn in front of the warehouse, and these guys would spread out on the lawn. So they would park their camper there, and then they would like cook out, and they would lay out, and so like you're asking people to walk past these people to go do your podcast in this big ass warehouse that I had leased. And I was like, why are you doing this? Like, you can't be doing this. You can't use my lawn as your front yard. Like, this is crazy. I mean, spread out, dude. They had shit laying out there. And all that. Well, yeah, there was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we contacted the police, and the police eventually they realized this is not a good thing, and they moved them all. But they moved them to different parts of town, so that you would drive to like more industrial areas of town that didn't like our place was like semi-industrial. There was a bunch of warehouses, but there was also a bunch of like foot traffic businesses, restaurants, and stuff like that. So they moved them out of there. But if you go into the deeper industrial places where they have factories and stuff, they were there, like whole blocks of them where you just have campers laying out and just open meth smoking. These people are just full-on meth heads that had just started a community of fellow meth enthusiasts with campers. And a lot of their campers didn't even run. They could just get into the spot wherever it was, and then they would steal power. You know, every now and then the dude would die because he didn't know how to do the wires right, and he'd get cooked.
Yeah, that's right. It's the same where we were at Salt Lake. I'd have full-time security out in front of them. Literally in front of the building.
Our concern was when we left. It was like if we left at night and someone broke in, it would take fucking forever for cops to show up and do something about it. And so I was like, you just can't have these guys knowing that like famous people and high profile people are going to be at that spot, and you've got like open meth smoking right in front of the place. Like, this is too crazy. They're too unpredictable. I don't care if you live in your truck. It's probably cool. If you're a guy who's like you're checked out of society essentially, and you're just like playing pickleball all day, and you live in a camper, who cares? Okay, go ahead and do that. But once you start engaging in meth smoking, and then it's always theft. Theft comes with meth smoking, and there's a lot of break-ins in the area, and it got to the point where the cops had to do something, so credit to them. They did.
It's almost the difference between hashtag van life and hashtag meth life.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
There's a big difference.
Right, van life is like you want to be a guy who's not saddled down to one particular spot. You have a place that's in this van that has a bed. You have a little tiny kitchen area. You have a little portable fridge. That's all you need. I don't need a fucking house. Just travel around. It's probably fun. The freedom of it, Like Alex Honnold, that crazy dude that just climbed that tower in Chinese Taipei, he used to live like that for a long time. He had a big van. He would park in his friend's driveway sometimes, and he would just travel to trailheads and live out of his van.
That's like the minimalist attraction, right? Where you're like, I don't have anything other than what's in my van or on my back, where life is simple. I don't have to organize anything. I can stay focused. I think it's an interesting thought exercise, especially when you're younger. You're like, okay, cool, I can wrap my head around that. Yeah, and it's completely respectable. A lot of these hippies, I should say, in the context of like hippie dance around the flowers in my hair, a lot of these like climber, crunchy guys, they are hard committed, like bad mofos. When they're living on dog food, like there's this great story about the founder of Patagonia, where he went to the store, he was climbing El Cap, and I'm trying to recall a story from Outside Magazine from 20 years ago, but in general circumstances, what it is, where he went to the store, he was going to be climbing El Cap for months, and he's just working on a specific route. And he went to the store to buy food. He only had $100 or whatever it was, and dog food was less expensive. And he was like, well, I can live on that. And he bought dog food.
They just live on kibble.
And yeah, so he could climb and stay out there longer.
His farts were like, bro.
Like, he wouldn't want to be behind that on his route, right? He would not want to be climbing behind that guy. I say that.
Because I stopped giving my dog regular dog food a long time ago. But when he was younger, all my dogs, I would just buy the most expensive dry dog food. I was like, oh, this stuff is good. And then somewhere along the line, it clicked. I was like, wait, how can it sit there? How can it just sit in that bag for a month? That's crazy. How can it sit on the shelf for years? That's nuts. That can't be good for you. And then I started feeding them frozen food, and then they like that. But then I switched to Farmer's Dog, which is human grade food, which is likely good. They fucking love it. That stuff I would eat. Like, you smell it, it smells like food. It doesn't smell disgusting. But regular dog food is fucking terrible for a dog. It's not good for them. So if you have to eat that stuff, that kibble stuff, and you're gonna travel around, your gut must be going like, what are you doing? What kind of chemicals are in here? What kind of preservatives are they just nuking your gut bio?
The level, I love the level of commitment. I love, like, when people drift over into crazy, to where their level of commitment, their passion, like, translates directly into nothing else exists in their life, and they're willing to live on dog food to do the thing that they love. That to me is like, you're an extremist, and I respect it. Like, you know what? Hey,
No, I can respect that. You ever seen the movie Dirtbag?
no.
Pull up that movie Dirtbag. It's a great movie. It's about a guy who essentially did that until he was dead. This guy just camped out on the ground in front of his friends' houses. Most of the time, he didn't have a car. But would just climb. That's all he did. He was always mooching on people, and he had very detailed. What was the dude's name? Fred Becky. The dude's a legend. So he had been doing this from the 1950s. Like, he was an old ass man. And look at the gnarled hands. Look at his fucking hands from just climbing. Imagine if that guy got a hold of your dick. He'd rip it right off.
Do you know who Mark Twight is?
No.
Okay, so Mark Twight, he was one of the foremost names in health. He's written several books on it. He wrote a book called Kiss or Kill: Confessions of a Serial Climber back in the day. Very, very similar, like, in the context of, I would imagine, the psychological makeup. And he started at a gym called Jim Jones back in the day. Like, it was where a bunch of people, it was invite only. So you could only get invited. It's like a lot of special operations guys, CIA guys, and professional climbers. Like, everybody that was trying to push the envelope physically would go out and train with Mark. And I've been friends with him for years. But anything Mark does, he moves from, like, I'm going to be the best climber, like, mountaineering. I'm going to be the subject matter expert. He was a professional. He shot IPSC for a while, so he was a professional pistol shooter for a while. He's a professional climber, and now he's a photographer, writer. But everything he does it to a level of perfection that it probably drives everybody else in his life bananas. Like, he's fascinating. He's a fascinating human.
Those people that go really to the outer level of whatever's possible with whatever the fuck they're doing are always fascinating. Yeah, because it makes you go, I don't know. Like, what is the sacrifice to get really good at rock climbing? You never have kids, you never have a life, you never have a job. Like, this dirtbag guy, like, everyone around him both admired him and felt sad for him. Because, like, he died a dirtbag. He never had a family, and it's like all his ex-girlfriends talking about how an interesting guy he was, and he was really fun, but eventually he had to fucking move on. Like, this dude, all he wanted to do was, like, sleep on the ground and get up and start climbing rocks. His whole life.
Like, there's, like, if you think about everybody around us in their profession or their thing, right? You're at the apex of your professional, your profession, and your level of commitment. I'm not, like, boosting you up. I'm just saying, like, the level of commitment is unparalleled to a huge percentage of other people. So you have a portion of whatever that is, and there are all these other people that have that thing where they're pursuing the passion around that specific profession or product, whatever it might be. They're so committed to it that it takes over. It's all consuming. Like, I've seen it because even when you go play pool, when we were in Vegas a couple months ago, they're like, oh, we're going to play pool. I'm like, I know. He's going to be there until like 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. And Creechy was like, he was there until like 6 o'clock in the morning. He played for like 8 hours straight. I was like, yeah, I could see the writing on the wall. I'm out of here.
The pool is my number one problem. That's my biggest one.
Really?
Yeah, that's the one where if I ever wanted to not do anything else, I would just become a professional pool player. If I just said, okay, I'm done podcasting, I'm done with the UFC, I'm done with everything. I'm just gonna travel around and do tournaments. I could go crazy. I could go crazy and just do that 100%.
Is it just the game fascinates you, the angles, the ability to like just continue to evolve within that all the time? You can't ever be the best.
You definitely never achieve full perfection, but to be really good requires this level of laser focus and concentration and an understanding of what's going on. I mean, you're taking a stick and you're hitting a ball into another ball with pinpoint accuracy into a pocket that is, on my table, it's 4 1/4 inches. So you've got the cube with the ball, the object ball, which is about that big, and then you got that much space on each side. Just a tiny little space on each side. You got to slip it through there. Oftentimes, like 8 feet away, 7 feet away, 6 feet away with English. So you're putting spin on the cue ball, which imparts a throw on the object ball. So if I put right hand spin on the cue ball and I hit the object ball, I have to calculate for the fact that it's going to throw the object ball slightly to the left because of the right hand spin, because it clings to the ball a little bit and shoot. So all this is playing in my head, and then I have to have it at a speed where once the cue ball then collides with the object ball, pockets it, then it's got to go 1, 2, 3 rails for perfect position on the next ball. And I have to have an angle. I have to make sure that I have an angle for the following ball. Right. You don't want to be trapped on the rails. You want to be off the rails. Like all these different things. You can't think about anything else. Your mind has to be clean. It cleans your mind. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Look, there's a lot of pressure when it comes to dating, especially in February. But you're putting too much on yourself and on your partner. There's no such thing as a perfect relationship, whether you're on a first date or have been together for years. It's completely normal to go through rough patches, and what matters is how you deal with them. And therapy can be a huge help during any stage of your dating life. You can figure out what you want in a partner or get perspective for a growing problem in your relationship. The point is, you don't have to come up with a solution by yourself. Now, finding the right therapist can be tricky, but that's where BetterHelp comes in. They have an industry-leading match fulfillment rate, and they do a lot of the work finding the right therapist for you. Really, all you have to do is fill out a questionnaire, sit back, and wait. Tackle your relationship goals this month with BetterHelp. Sign up and get 10% off at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's better, HELP.com/JRE.
So you've gotten, I'm sure you have, but professional coach players, guys who come out like the best in the world have come out and played with you.
Oh, yeah.
How do you hold up? What's your...
Well, I can never beat them,
right?
But I beat them some games. I can break run out, so I'll break run out 1, 2 games in a row sometimes. But they'll make... So, like, if you have, like, a score of accuracy, it's called, like, a Fargo rating. It's based on 1,000 points is you never miss. I'm in, like, the 700, on a good day, 750 range. But a real world-class pro is in the 800-plus range. Like, Fedor Gorst is probably like 850. Joshua Filler's probably like a little higher than that. They get it to this rate where they so rarely miss. And again, they're playing on 4-inch pockets, which is like a 1/4 inch smaller than the pockets I'm playing on. Although they are playing on new cloth, which helps a lot. It makes things more slippery. They fall in more worn out cloth. Like when it's broken in for a couple of weeks, it gets tougher. Really? Yeah, the cloth gets a little less slick. You gotta hit a ball a little bit more pure. But on the plus side, English takes better.
So when you play with these guys, is it one of those things where they instantly humble you in the context of you start feeling, I'm really confident in my game, and then you step in.
No, not really. No,
There's not that big of a delta between.
there's a gap. There's definitely a gap. I mean, they're just way better than me. But it's a lot of it is just time. They spend 8 hours a day playing every day. If I spent 8 hours a day playing every day, I think I could play at a professional level. Because I wouldn't be able to beat the best guys. I would never be able to beat like the Coping Chungs and the guys that are at the very top. Because those guys have been playing 8 hours a day for decades. They never stop.
What's a guy like that make annually in turn?
Now more than ever. Really? Yeah, because of Matchroom Pool. So Matchroom, the same company that Eddie Hearn owns that does a lot of boxing promotions, they're involved in a lot of sports. They've done an amazing job with pool, specifically with 9-ball. And they put on these huge tournaments. Saudi Arabia has a big one every year. They have this big world championship where they pay a ton of money. And so, you know, a good player, like a top of the heap player, is making $500,000 plus a year.
Okay.
And then also endorsements. So they have endorsements like companies like Predator Q's pay them, Q-Tech, and all those different companies pay them X amount of dollars per year. They have a sponsor for the chalk they use. They have a sponsor for the tips they play with, all these different things, all that adds up.
So what's the difference then between, what is it, snooker? Is that the
That's a totally different game.
It's totally different.
It's a big table. It's a 12 by 6 as opposed to a 4.5 by 9. So it's a much bigger table. But the balls are smaller as well. And then their cues have these tiny little tips on them. They all play with ash cues, which is like a very stiff wood. And they play with like a solid wood cue. Whereas a lot of like pro pool players have switched to carbon fiber now. They play with carbon fiber cues because it's like it's a little bit more dense, so it moves the ball differently.
Is it fun? Have you played it?
Snooker? Yeah, I played it when I was in Scotland a little bit, but I only played by myself. It was just a table, and I was just whacking balls around. It's very difficult to pocket balls, but I don't even really understand the rules, so I'd have to really pay attention. I watch it a little bit sometimes because I know how hard it is to do what they're doing because you do have this enormous table. Their cloth is a lot slower too, so it's not as slick of a cloth.
So is it, it's got to be older then, right? Is it
It's old. Snooker's old. So the original billiards game had no pockets. The original billiards game was 3-cushion billiards or bulk line, or there's a bunch of different billiards games where you play on a table, like say it was like this table, there's no pockets in it, and it's just rubber rails all around it. And it's all about knocking one ball into the other ball, going 3 rails, and then colliding with the third ball. It's just about scoring points. I've watched a bunch of that online too, because it helps you understand angles, like as you go into a rail, because the angles change depending upon how much English you put on, how hard you hit it, whether you hit it with follow or draw. There's a bunch of different like parts of the cue ball that you can contact with that radically changes the way the ball moves around on the table. So it's like you're calculating so many different things. There's geometry involved, there's touch and feel, there's all these factors that come into play when you're playing really well.
So that explains why archery is also somewhat a fascination, because you have very similar aspects to archery that directly translate. That's like why those things snap together real well for you.
Oh, for me, they're hand in hand. They're basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. You're just doing it in a different way. You know, it's the same thing. It's like having everything just flowing together perfectly after like years and years and years of meticulous practice, and then it starts to come together. And you pull that group out, and it's nice and tight, like 65 yards. Like, yeah, you got it dialed in. It's that feeling. And it's the same thing as the world goes away. There is no room for anything when you're about to pull that trigger. Whether it's in pool, when you're about to make the shot, or whether it's in archery, there's no room for anything. That's what I like about it. I also like that there's no bullshit. There's no shenanigans. There's no personality. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. Did the ball go in the hole? If it didn't, you lose. If it did, you win. It's really clean. I like that.
Yeah, that's the thing I love about shooting just in general. Like, if I'm hitting a target, it doesn't matter. I took my kids to the arcade the other day, and skee ball.
Oh yeah, I love
I could spend an hour on that thing, just trying to get that perfect lob in there, and it's like I used to tell people, I'm just a projectile enthusiast where I love hitting center mass of whatever target. I'm still a 6-year-old kid with my BB gun. Right? Yeah. It's like at the end of the day, now my tools are more, much more advanced, and I've got, millions of dollars of government-funded training behind me, so I'm a little bit more effective at hitting what I want to shoot at. But it still has the same exact thing. Mm-hmm. Like, if you're 6 years old, hitting a pop can with your BB gun, or bringing a piece of steel at a mile, or hitting the heart of a foot elk in your backyard, it's the same, dude. It translates and it pulls you into something that's pure, I guess.
It is pure, and it's also a really good mind exercise. Just like, when you work out, you're cleaning your mind. There's a lot of what working out is. It's not just physical, it's mental clarity. You relax the mind, you calm the mind through hard exercise. And there's something where you're calming your mind through shooting. Because it requires so much of you, everything else just get the fuck out of the way. Bills, this, that, I gotta call that guy, I don't wanna call him, fuck, I gotta deal with this thing, that's falling apart, this deal sucks. It all goes away. It has to go away. If it doesn't go away, you miss. And then you go, fuck, what did I miss? You miss because you're distracted. Let's focus. Put the fucking arrow on the knock, put it in there, draw it back, center it, calm, relax. At that moment, there's nothing else in your fucking head. There's nothing. And then it goes in there, you get this nice burst of happiness when you watch that fucking arrow just drop right in exactly where you want it to, and then you don't pull the arrows, go right back and start it again. And at the end of that practice, I feel way better. I just always feel better. I always feel clearer. My head works better. It's just like it's a focus exercise which excites all your synapses. And then on top of that, it's a mental clearing. Like Fred Berry should talk about that. Like something about, I forget the quote, but it's something about there's nothing like shooting a bow that clears a man's mind. It's totally true. There's something about archery in particular that just cleans your mind.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I used to have this trad bow. That's how I started. Have I told you the story? So I'd stuff the old coffee bags, the ViralRabbi coffee bags, and stuff them up, fill them up, and then I started shooting a trad bow originally. Well, the roasting cycle took about 8.5 minutes. So I couldn't really do anything. I'm watching them, coffee roast, which is just tumbling in a big dryer. And so I just shoot a trad bow in the back to try to focus something other than the business, family, whatever it is. I could just shoot my trad bow. And then Dudley was like, why do you shoot that thing? It's so stupid. Don't you like to hit what you shoot at? I'm like, I'm just doing it for fun, man. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. I just want to active form of meditation. But what I did realize was it was such a pure, to your point, it would flush out all this negative shit that I was either working through or dealing with. But it's so being able to translate that to other people, especially veterans, huge transformation for guys. Because they can go out, it's quiet, it's a subculture they can be part of, they can geek out on all the new gear, arrowheads. You wade into the infinite, never-ending debate around bullshit, around cutting surface area, fucking, mass and velocity, and you'll never get tired because it's full of its own little drama, and it's a bunch of nerd shit that you can actually have a lot of fun with.
So much nerd shit. That's what people don't understand. And they don't expect nerd shit, real complicated technical nerd shit from archery. You don't think of it that way. But it's like many things. Once you get into it, you realize, this thing is a learning curve. This motherfucker is a lot involved. Whenever one of my friends is like, I want to go bow hunting, I'm like, do you really? Are you sure? Don't tell me, it's not that you gotta dive in off of a cliff. This is not I'm gonna go dip my waters into bow hunting. I want to go shoot an elk. Jesus Christ, do you know how hard that is to do? You got there's so many moving parts. There's so many things. You have to be proficient under extreme stress. There's so much going on there, man. Don't tell me you want to do that unless you gotta show me before I get involved. I'll take you bow hunting. That's not happening. You're not going to be stomping on twigs near me and you're not going to be going. You're not going to be not checking the wind. All these things are not going to happen.
Well, they like the idea, right? Like they like, and there's plenty of people. They're window shoppers in this activity, right? They're walking by and they're like, that looks cool, right? But they don't like the realities of what it actually takes because it's so fucking hard. And it like ruins you a lot of times. Like, I mean, in the last few years, I'm trying enough together. Like, dude, I've been psychologically ruined by like shooting something or making a bad shot or like just
missing.
Like,
you can't figure out why you missed.
No, and then you're running through it a thousand times. Like, what can I do? Okay, how do I do better? And then you're like, okay.
But you're the kind of guy that does the process in your head and then improves and keeps getting better. For some people, that will ruin their life. The one bad thing that happens will ruin their fucking life because they spent all these months preparing, they paid for a tag, they hired an outfitter, and then dunk the shot, fucking ruin their whole week, and then they go back home. How'd your hunt go? Oh, I missed. You know, like, or I wounded it.
Well, and it's a lesson in life. Mm-hmm. Like, you can work harder than you've ever worked and still fail. Yeah. You can work for a decade of your life. You can shoot and train, and you can put in all the work and still fuck it up.
And there's guys who, in the same situation as you, would succeed. Yeah. So you got to figure out what are they doing different. Why are they better? Keep getting better. Like, there's hunts that I've been successful on recently over the last few years that I know that if I had that same hunt 8-9 years ago, I probably would have not been able to make that shot. Right. I wasn't as good then, so I've gotten better. It's like, I think everybody needs something that you can't master, that is hard to do, that cleans your mind. I think people need stuff to clean their mind, and I think that's why so many people are running around all fucked up, because you're looking at social media all day, so that gives you anxiety. Your life is not satisfying, so that gives you anxiety. You don't take care of your body, so that gives you anxiety. You have all these things come and you're stuck in traffic, that gives you anxiety. Everybody's just mentally all fucked up, and so you go to a doctor, and the doctor says, well, obviously you're dealing with depression, and I can prescribe to you this or that or the other, and then you're on Lexapro or whatever the fuck you're on, and that's the road they go down. And this is a bad road. It's not a road where you're going to improve your life, and there's other ways to do it. And I think there'd be a lot more happy people in this world if you found a thing. It doesn't have to be archery, it doesn't have to be pool, it doesn't have to be jiu-jitsu, it doesn't have to be pistol shooting. It just has to be something that's hard to do, that you are on this quest to make these incremental improvements. And through that focus of incremental improvements, you improve your human potential. You improve your ability as a person to do difficult tasks, to handle situations. So I always tell people, if you do jiu-jitsu, you'll be much happier, because the stresses of life are nothing compared to a dude who's trying to literally break your arm. He's on top of you, and you're defending, and then you get out of it, and then you get him, or he gets you, and you have to tap, you go over here. That is so hard to do that, like, regular life becomes like a breeze. It becomes a breeze. It makes everything. Jiu-jitsu people are some of the most relaxed people I've ever been around in my life. They're all friendly to everybody. They're never talking shit or causing drama or problems. They get it all out.
And I think there's something about getting the shit kicked out of yourself too, right? So like, there's something about facing someone, which I don't do jiu-jitsu, just as a caveat to that, but being able to like face another person in a scenario and then compete against them. Yeah. So where everything counts, and then literally just getting the shit beat out of yourself and going, okay, well, I'm going to step back up and I'm going to do it again. Right? Yeah, that better. That level of teaching yourself mental endurance, like, that is the thing that I constantly think about my kids. Like, how do I the compassionate, caring, loving, you know, the dad that wants to give them everything, and then how do you translate that into also creating obstacles that will drive mental courage? Like just
I think you do it by example. I think that's the best way. Yeah. My opinion is, like, if you look at Cam Haynes' sons, I mean, he was rough raising his kids. He talks about that, but those kids are exceptional. They're fucking exceptional. Yeah. You know, one son's a ranger. The other son broke the world chin-up record, and you know, he runs marathons with jeans on, and he's fucking got two savage kids. And why? Well, look at the environment they grew up in. Right. They grew up with a dad who's supremely disciplined, and just by being in his presence, you realize, like, oh, I can achieve a lot more than other people can if I'm just willing to put in that work. And for a lot of people, that's that feeling of like this, the anxiety of struggle and of grinding it out, like that scares them, and they don't want to do it. And so they come up with excuses, or they retreat into other things, and you know, they distract themselves. And if you're a parent that does that, you create a weird environment for your child, because your child is sort of imitating you as a leader, and you're a fuck up, and you're always making excuses, and you get fired a lot, or you sleep in a lot, or you do things that like are not admirable. And then that child, you know, fuck life, man, you know. Whereas, you know, his kids are probably like, Jesus Christ, Dad's a fucking animal. Like, I want to be an animal too. And then you see how people respect his father, and they go, oh, okay, I want people to respect me like that too. You know, you hear what people talk about him when he's not around. Like, well, I want people to respect me. Right. Well, there's only one way to do that. You have to be worthy of respect. There's only one way to get there. It's a fucking long road. Good luck. Start going. And you're not going to get any satisfaction for a long ass fucking time, other than the fact that you're on the path, that you're involved in the process, and you're on the journey.
Yeah, the grind, right? And it's like, it's overused, but the level of endurance and courage, when it's like that trait alone, just trying to understand courage, who has it, who doesn't have it, and then the level of commitment to a mission or something bigger than yourself. It's the thing that I think about, say, a huge percentage of the last several years, especially, you know, as I get a little bit older and a little bit further away from the GWAT, and I was with doing a documentary on Earl Plumley, you know who that is? So he's a Medal of Honor recipient, former Green Beret. We were at the UFC fight with Elliot Miller and Earl Plumley. Earl Plumley's a incredibly humble guy, like, just an amazing. You can sit here and talk to him. You'd never in a million years know that this guy had earned the Medal of Honor ever. Like, because one, he's never going to tell you. Two, he's going to ask you 100 questions about you and be way more fascinated with that. Two, and three, you know, we were having this conversation. It's like, man, it belongs to the guys. I think it belongs to the guys. Like, the guys, any of the guys that could have been shot would have done the same exact thing I did. And I was like, man, that is an incredible statement from, you know, a guy that's sitting here. And so in this documentary, follows his path from joining the Marine Corps, which was literally where the judge, you know, there's old stories of a guy that was like forced by the judge to join the military or jail. He literally has that. And it starts, he goes into, you know, the Marines, and then he's a Force Recon Marine, and he'd gone through all the selections. So he got out of the Marine Corps, joined the Army, and we follow his story through the eyes of his peers and his leaders. Because we wanted to see from his perspective, what do other people say about him through his entire journey. Not the story from his perspective. One, he'll never tell it the way that it's probably needs to be told. Two, what were the choices that he made throughout his professional life that made the man that was capable of such an incredible act of courage and worked at the highest medal, literally, for the United States military? And that single word, courage, how do you build courageous people, is a fascinating It's quite literally such a fascinating subject, and most of it is it's the man in the arena, right? It's that poem from Teddy Roosevelt. It's like, it's not the critic who counts. It's like keeping up, stepping back in, this commitment to something greater than yourself, and then making these thousands of choices in your life every day. So you wake up, step forward, step back into the fray, and like make the active decision better. And it's like it's such a fucking fundamental thing of being able to any part of your life. If you don't get up in the morning, like commit yourself to something. I'm not motivational speaker, but it's how are you ever going to get better if you're not committing to something, like being a better dad, a better husband, or better profession, and then committing to this evolutionary process takes not only a huge amount of commitment, but mental and physical endurance. It does. I'm never going to get tired of trying to figure this out, because obviously it's like my peer set. I was having this conversation with Jack Carr and I ran into the airport. We ran into each other at the airport on the way down here. We were talking about fucking love that guy. Fucking such a good dude. And it's not just in the military, right? It's not. It's just
Yeah, in all of life.
All of life.
Yeah, you find exceptional people in all of life, and they're fuel. Those people are fuel, and they enhance the lives of the people around them. And then if you become one of those guys, you enhance the lives of the people around you, and then you feed off of them, and they feed off of you. Everybody feeds off of each other, and it's so good for you to know that people like that are out there. That there's a guy like that, capable of incredible courage, and then how did he get there? What did he do? How did he become the man he is right now? Because goddamn, that's an admirable man. So how do I? Yeah.
And there's all these stories. Jack and I were talking about, because the Navy SEALs obviously they've got a lot of positive PR over the last several years, but this special operations community's got so much airtime, right? But there are all these other people in the military throughout generations of warfighters that have gone out and done these incredibly hard jobs. And I found the story of the Perchie, which is the USS Perchie, which is the most decorated submarine and ship in Navy history. They have 9 presidential citations. It's the most decorated group of men in the U.S. Navy, like in modern history, and everything they've done is still classified. It's a Cold War era nuclear submarine that was modified and ultimately tasked out by the CIA to go out and do collection. And they were the guys that hundreds of feet down, they would land on the bottom of the ocean, and the Soviets had these military communication lines that were basically hard lines that would go under a bay so they could communicate back and forth, and they felt like they were secure. And one of their jobs, which is I've never been able to see anything declassified, but the stories that are out there, these guys would land on the bottom of the ocean, send out divers at hundreds of feet, and these guys would hook listening devices on those lines hundreds of feet down, like in cold, dark water. Can you imagine, dude? Like, you're out in 400 feet or 300 feet of water, pitch black, you can't see anything, and your job is to go and put a listening device on a Soviet communication line in 1986 or whatever it was. And you're in enemy territory. So if you get discovered, you're dead. And none of these guys, that's the incredible thing, none of these guys have ever said anything about it. Wow. Decades, and not only decades of missions, months away from home, none of these guys have said a fucking thing. They've not been on a podcast. They've not read many books. And the only thing they say is, yeah, we did a lot of incredible shit. Still can't talk about it. Unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
I've been able to see. I can go out and do shit, and like you still have the ability to see. I can't imagine being in like 300 feet of water, pitch black. If you lose a glove, right, or something goes wrong, how are you going to get back to the boat? Like,
And you're going to have to get back to the boat and then get back into American territory without being discovered. And more importantly, you're going to do this how many times over the course of your career?
And does the listening device require them to gather the information while they're at the bottom of the ocean, or does it transmit?
I think it transmits.
Yeah, that's much more convenient.
It's not been declassified, so who knows?
Right, who knows?
And they don't talk about it.
Wow.
They don't talk about it.
That's crazy.
I was talking to Jack and I were talking about it, and I was like, "Have you ever heard about this?" And he's a retired Navy guy. He's like, "Oh, I've never heard about it." Like, that's my point. It's an incredible story, man. Like, these guys are still buttoned up, not saying a fucking word.
They picked the right guys. Yeah, there's guys like that out there.
Yeah.
And they don't have to be famous either. There's a lot of people out there. They're just
doing the mission.
Yeah.
They'd come home, not tell their families.
Yeah.
Their wives would be pissed off. What are you doing? Out on the boat with all your friends for months, just hanging out, hot racking,
Yeah.
My God, I can't say anything.
You have to have the right wife.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a woman that can understand that becomes a real problem.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of them ended up in divorce.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was part of the Bob Lazar story. The Bob Lazar was the guy that worked at Area 51.
Yeah.
He couldn't tell his wife what he was doing. And they would call him at like 10 p.m. There's a flight for you that leaves at 11:15. Be at the airport. And he had to leave. And he would tell his wife, I got to go to work. And she's like, it's 11 o'clock at night. He's like, I have to go to work. What are you doing? He's like, I can't talk about it. Because all his phones were bugged. Everything was bugged.
Right.
So his wife was like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. She starts fucking her flight instructor. And that's one of the reasons why they removed him from his duties. Because they're like, this guy's going to be unstable. We have to see how he handles this. Because he's involved in this top secret back engineering of a flying saucer program, allegedly. And we have to, keep an eye on this motherfucker because he can't be mentally unstable and have this kind of responsibility. Because he couldn't tell her. Couldn't tell her anything.
He can't tell anybody.
Yeah. And then eventually he took her to the sites where he explained to everybody when he thought that his life was in danger and that he was getting fired. When things started getting sideways, like people need to know about this, he took her out there and he showed her. But he didn't know that she was fucking some other guy by that time.
It's so unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Look, this is what I'm doing. I wonder if that actually would.
I wonder if she's like, fuck, I shouldn't have sucked that guy's
Fuck that guy. Man, I feel bad now. I shouldn't have fucked that guy. I used to have to do that because for years, years of my life, I didn't tell anybody, couldn't tell anybody who I worked for or what I did. And I didn't have a wife, so I didn't have a wife or kids. So I just not really say anything. And I just dip out. I kind of dipped out from my family. My dad was like very concerned. He's like, I never hear from that kid. I don't know what he's doing. I'm like, I'm just working. Just busy, man. But it weighs on you after a while. You're like, this kind of sucks.
Yeah, not being able to tell people about something you're doing that's hard. Like, you can never show someone part of who you are. There's always going to be a door that's closed. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's difficult. It was like my wife, when we first got together, she's the first girl, or first woman, I shouldn't say girl. She's the first woman I told because I was like, fuck this place, I'm out of it anyway. So if I get rolled up, I get rolled up. Who cares? I'm out anyway.
Was she initially like, whoa? Like, how did she handle it?
Well, so
did you give her like details?
No. Because she had met some of my friends, right? And the guys from the community are fairly obvious because they look like you. And they're jacked, tattooed. A lot of them are, big beards. It looks like the Hells Angels. Right. So, like, I don't work for the State Department. That's fairly obvious. Like, State Department, they're going to wear suits and, they're come out of Harvard and they use really long words all the time. They're not like, they don't look like they're getting ready to commit a felony. And so she would be around, at our kitchen table or whatever, and you'd have all these guys that look like, they're NFL Hells Angels, and I look like this, which, is intimidating nonetheless, but I could get away with it. I could sell that, but they couldn't. She's like, well, so you work for the State Department, but what is it that you actually do? Right? I'm like, you're not a janitor, obviously. I'm like, we train assistant advise or something, and then after a while, getting to know her, 6 months or however long we've known each other, we were driving down the road, and I was like, I actually work for the CIA, and she's like, I know. What are you, fucking idiot? Like, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Like, and it's funny because even now today, right? It's like a lot of my friends will come by that I haven't seen for years, and she always has the same kind of like eye roll. It's like, okay, you guys gonna be up till like 2 a.m, like drinking at the kitchen table, talking shit about everybody that used to work with. Yeah, that's right. It's like, and it's so dramatic, right? It's like, it's such a sewing circle at times with people, and it's all the same people are the same regardless of your profession. It's like, they're always talking shit. And that guy's a good dude, that guy's not.
It's so fascinating to me, like James O'Keefe stuff. Like how much they buzz people that talk about things they should never talk about with people that are just on a date with.
Yeah.
Like not even like your wife of 10 years. No. Some lady or some guy. It's a lot of it is chatty gay guys.
Yeah.
A lot of it is gay guys. Like, I'll tell you how we do it. And they're on a date with some guy and they're trying to impress him and they start telling about what secret covert things they're doing that's totally illegal. And they do it all the time.
Oh, it happens all the time in DC. And it doesn't really matter what party or wherever you go. You always have the guy, and it's so funny because I would go to, whatever party X, and depending on the venue, it might be like State Department, FBI, or whoever. You can always tell who works for whom, and it's always like they're always trying to out-jockey each other for who works for the better government service. And I used to always tell people I was a janitor, so they would leave me alone. And I'm a janitor in Northrop Grumman. I'm like, why are you here? Like, kind of a thing. I'm like, that's what I do. It's my passion. Love them shit stripes and toilets, man. I gotta wipe them out. But then all the other guys were like jockeying for like FBI or State Department or wherever they're going. And then it's always the guys like, I can't tell you who I work for. You're like, oh. And you just sit back and listen. You're like, let me hear where this guy's going. This is going to be a fun one. You're like, oh, we got a couple of drinks in them. Yeah. And it's just full of shit. It's like, so full of shit.
Well, that's the thing about important people that have achieved a high level of success. Everybody wants to pretend they're that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that want to pretend they're that person because it's so hard to become that person. But you can convince a lot of people that don't know any better that you are. That was a big thing with martial arts. It was especially in the 80s. So in the 80s when I first started, no one knew anything. It wasn't like today. Today, if you get in a street fight, if you're a high school kid and you get in a street fight with another high school kid, there's a high likelihood that kid knows how to leg kick.
Right.
He might know a blast double. He might know an arm triangle. You might get fucked up. Like, they might know how to fight. Back then, no one knew how to fight. It was very rare. There was like one kid who knew how to box. It was always the wrestling team, which were the most dangerous people. Those guys were the worst. They're the hardest motherfuckers in the school, always. And I didn't even realize that until I started wrestling. I was like, I'm amongst these fucking elite killers, and they're just walking around with everybody like they're normal. And you realize the level of commitment and dedication involved in being an elite high school wrestler, just a high school wrestler. It's fucking off the charts. These kids were going to camps all through the summer. They would get sent off to wrestling camp. They were training year round. And I just hopped in my sophomore year. I did one season of wrestling. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, the level, I had no idea. I was hanging around with these people. I thought they were normal people. They're like kids that were like little soldiers.
Right.
Like, all of them. Thick-necked little fucking soldiers. And you realize, like, wow. I like opened my eyes, like, Jesus, there's these people around. And they were never even considered martial artists until the UFC. Nobody really understood, unless they actually did wrestling, how helpless the average person is with an elite wrestler. You have no chance. Like, see, it's not like, oh, maybe you'll be able to hit him before he takes it down. No chance. He's going to cheat on you. He's going to fucking... You have no chance. You have zero chance. But there was always a bunch of guys who were pretending they were martial arts experts. It was a really common thing. And then you would talk to them, like, where do you train? What do you do? And it was always some guy who like learned some mystic. There was one guy. This guy actually wound up getting arrested for murder, and he's in jail right now. Yeah, he had lied to everybody and told them that he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and he was even teaching people, and he knew almost nothing. And this was like in the early 2000s, I guess, like the late 90s, early 2000s. And it was just starting to catch on. People were just starting to understand the depth of martial arts because of the UFC. But it hadn't really gone mainstream until about 2005. And this guy was telling everybody he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and then Eddie Bravo trained with him. And Eddie came back to me. He's like, man, something's wrong. He was like, this guy's terrible. He didn't know shit. And he's like, and I was like, really? Because I think he's a fake. I think he's a fraud. And he wound up confronting this guy. And then the guy wound up, he was banging some guy's wife and wound up luring the guy back to his karate school and killing him. Yeah. And he went to jail. And he's in jail right now. But he had a fake name. His name was Rafael Torre. That was his fake name. But his real name was like Ralph something or other. And he's in jail right now for murder.
That's a super funny character, right? Not that guy, but it's
a fake black belt.
A fake martial artist. Mm-hmm. What was that? There's a movie years ago where it's like 1 foot way, the way of 1 foot or something. Did you watch that? Yeah, with Danny McBride. Yeah, it's awesome. It was fucking hilarious, man. And it's like that guy, that character, that strip mall, martial artist, it's just a piece of shit.
Yeah, there's a guy on Instagram that documents all these guys. It's McDojo Life on Instagram. It's a fucking great page because it's all people doing bullshit fake martial arts like death touch, like people that can like touch your forehead and you like go limp and fall to the ground. And you get all their students become like brainwashed and they go along with this whole facade. It's really weird. They're in on the charade. It's very strange.
Super weird. It's very cultish.
Mm-hmm. Like, martial arts are very cultish, especially traditional martial arts. Like your instructor is always sir. You're always bowing to them. There's always a lot of weirdness in some. Yeah. In like traditional Taekwondo, you always would refer to your instructors as Mister. It was Mister. I hated it. I was like, just jumped on.
How many years did you do that?
Oh, like hardcore for 7 years. Yeah, hardcore.
And then you switched over to jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, I switched over to jiu-jitsu a few years later. I stopped fighting when I was 22, and then it was like doing comedy. I started doing comedy at 21, and I kind of half-assed, still trained, and fought a few times while I was also doing comedy. But I didn't have the commitment that I had before. I had a series of events that led me out of like wanting to compete. And one of them was recognizing brain damage, recognizing it in other people, recognizing it in friends, and then laying in bed with headaches after sparring sessions going, okay, where does this lead? And I'm not even making any money off of this. And then there was a guy that I hurt really bad in a tournament. I knocked this one guy out when I was 19 in California. I was competing in the Nationals. And I KO'd this guy, and he never got up. They had to take him on a stretcher, and he was on a stretcher for half an hour, and we took him to the hospital, and it freaked me out. Because I was like, that could have easily been me. It easily could have been me. And that one bothered me. Because I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? Like, I'm trying to win, the national championships. I'm trying to be in the Olympics. I'm trying to do these things. But I'm like, okay, but where does that lead me? To teaching? Do I really want to? I was already teaching at the time, but do I really want to teach for a living forever? Like, I don't think I do. There's not, and then recognizing that the martial art that I had picked, Taekwondo, had a lot of flaws in it. It was really good for kicking, but it wasn't the best overall martial art. And when I started kickboxing, I really realized that. And then I started getting into Muay Thai, and I realized the power of leg kicks and what the devastating impact it has on your mobility, and like 1 or 2 leg kicks, and you're so compromised. I was like, there's so many levels to this. So I was like kind of half-assing martial arts like the last year. Not nearly as committed. Like I was all in all throughout my high school years, all in, and until I was 21. And then from 21 to 22, kind of half-assed it. And then I didn't start doing jiu-jitsu until years later.
So what's going on at like 21, 22? And what are you thinking? Do you remember what you're thinking? Like I'm going to be an actor. I'm going to be a comic.
No.
What are you thinking?
I didn't think I was going to be a comic until I did an open mic night when I was 21. I did, and then even then I was like, this is just something that I think I can do. But when I would bomb, I'd be like, fuck, I should go back to fighting. I just gotta get a few. And then you know what happened? I tore my ACL. And when I tore my ACL, I had to have surgery, and I couldn't do anything for like 6 months. And then I realized like my body's vulnerable. Like you're counting on your tissue staying intact in order to like live this life that you want to live. So I had to get my knee reconstructed, and I was like, all right.
So that was the first knee reconstruction?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was 22, I think, when I blew it out. 21, somewhere around then. It was like right around the time when I was like thinking about stopping competing. It's like like the universe was like, let me help you.
Right.
Let me fuck your knee up real quick. So I had to get that fixed. That takes a while before it gets back to normal again. But the comedy became a thing where I was like, this is very exciting and really difficult to do. It's so different than anything else I was doing. Where you have to get the people to like you. Like it's dependent upon like personality, and whereas with martial arts, I wanted them to not like me. I loved it. I didn't have any problem. Like no one's gonna save you. It doesn't matter if these people hate me, and if you're looking at me and there's just you and me and a referee, I liked it. I liked that this person had like a bunch of like. So one of my favorite things was like hearing cheers stop. Like when people were cheering, like yeah, fuck yeah, kick his ass, then whoop. And then the guy would collapse, and then you hear silence. You just hear silence, especially if you go to where they live. Right. Like if you had to go to Ohio and fight in Ohio. I just loved that silence. It was this final moment. And my thing was I would always walk away like it was normal. I would never celebrate. I would just walk away like that was, I do this every day. I'm going to do this to the next guy too. This is what I'm going to do to you. And I would always take naps too. That was the other thing I did when everybody was freaking out for fighting, for sparring. I would go to sleep in front of everybody. I'd just put a hoodie on and just lie down on the ground and go to sleep.
Is that like where you try to fuck with them a little bit?
It was a little bit of fucking with them. It was a little bit of I'm so relaxed that I can take a nap here while you're freaking out. But it was also, I wanted to do it for my own mind. I wanted to just like I was so in my own head. I was so in my own, like what I'm going to do. I wasn't thinking about all these other external things until that one knockout. That's when I really started thinking about what could happen to me. Because I had gotten really lucky where I never really got hurt in the tournament. Never got dropped, never got knocked out, never got really rocked. But I did it to a lot of people. And then I was like, this is coming around. Like, it's a matter of time before I get whomped. It's just, it happens. It's just going to happen. I'm going to fight some national champion guy, and I'm going to zig when I should have zagged, and I'm going to catch a heel to my fucking jaw, and that's going to be a wrap. I'm going to be waking up in a hospital.
That's interesting that you had that thought early on to where you're like,
Well, I started seeing brain damage in other people. It was specifically when I started kickboxing, because I was training at boxing gyms, and I started seeing guys that were starting to say, there was like a slurry aspect to the way they talked. There was a labored thing to their speech. There was something about them, and then I would see it degrade over time. You know, like I really started getting involved in sparring and boxing when I was about 19. And that was also around the time where I started losing my enthusiasm for Taekwondo, because I just realized the no punching to the face thing in tournaments was so limited. It really it fucked you up because it gave you this illusion that you could pull things off, where all the guy would have to do is jab you in the face. You're like, oh, okay. Like at this distance, you can't do the thing that you normally do in a Taekwondo tournament. You have to be much more aware defensively. So I had to recalibrate my offense and my tactics. And so then I started doing a lot of boxing and a lot of kickboxing, and I saw so much brain damage. I saw so much like unreported brain damage, just weird stuff. Guys would tell you the same story. They just told you like 5 minutes ago, they tell it to you again. Because I was realizing, oh, these guys can't remember that they just said this thing 5 minutes ago. It was like they were stoned, you know, and they weren't. You know, they were just starting to exhibit the beginning signs of brain damage.
So when you're making those decisions early on, like you're controlling, like being able to control your emotions.
Yeah.
So your anxiety and being able to like put yourself into the right mental framework to go out and perform. And so regardless, so you're competing in Taekwondo, you're going out and you're actually performing at like open mics. Is that what you're doing at the time? Or just, like,
Yeah, when I was 21. Once I was 21, I started doing open mics. Yeah.
And so being able to control your emotions, because you got to be freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, well, the first time I went on stage, I was more scared than I had ever been fighting, which I thought was crazy. So I started fighting before I could really be scared. I started fighting when I was 15. It was like the first fights that I had. So you were scared, but you were so stupid. You didn't know what could happen to you. And I was really lucky that I had a really good school. The school that I trained at was super technical. That was the guy who I trained under, this guy, Jae-Hun Kim. He trained with General Chae Young-hee, who was like the founder of Taekwondo. And so it was like, the technique was perfect. Like, you had to have perfect technique. Like, if you did anything sloppy or anything like kind of, they would correct you. Like, you had to have it down. And they emphasized a lot of heavy bag training, which a lot of schools didn't even have a heavy bag, which I thought was crazy. Like, we would go and do these things where we'd have our team would go and train with another team. Like, we would travel in New York, and there was an instructor that was friends with our instructor, and they would bring the competition teams to compete against each other. We'd fight in a gym. So it was like these unsanctioned fights that you'd have. And, you'd find people that were roughly your weight. And these guys didn't have heavy bags. And then you'd go to their gym. They have like a strip mall type gym. And there was, in their dojang, they didn't have a heavy bag. I was like, this is great. You guys don't train with heavy bags? And it didn't make any sense to me. They had kicking paddles and a bunch of different things, but they didn't have anything that would improve thrusting techniques and stabbing techniques, which is like, you need resistance. You need a heavy bag. And so our instructor was adamant about, like, if you can't hurt somebody badly with one kick, you're doing the wrong thing. These techniques were originally designed for war, right? And you're supposed to be able to have devastating power in everything you throw. That got lost a little when Taekwondo got into the Olympics, or when it was on the path to getting into the Olympics. And it became more of like point scoring. They would try to hit you and run away, hit you and run away. It was a lot of like fast moving techniques that didn't have the same sort of devastating impact. So I got real lucky in where I trained, is that they really emphasized power. And so the school that I was at was very feared, because a lot of the other black belts were like, the guys that I trained with were fucking really dangerous. Like, they were known for, when they would go to a tournament, people would get scared. Because if these guys hit you, you're in trouble. Like, these were dangerous cats, that were like just wheel kicking people into another dimension, turning side kicking people and crushing rib cages. It was a lot of that. And so I got real lucky that that's the gym that I started in. That I started with, like, you imitate your atmosphere. Right. The first guy that I ever saw hit a bag was this guy, John Lee. And when I saw him, he was the national Taekwondo light heavyweight champion, and he was competing. He was training to compete in the World Games. So he was about to go to, I guess it was the World Cup. And he was in full training mode, like, the moment I walked into the gym. And I watched him fold this heavy bag. And as I was going up the stairs, I could hear the sound of it. I was just visiting this gym. I was leaving a baseball game at Fenway Park. And me and my friend just walked up the stairs just because we didn't want to wait for the tee. It took so long for so many people leaving the baseball game. There's going to be big lines. There's going to be packed. Let's just walk up here and see what's going on. And as we were walking up the stairs, I heard this sound that I'll never forget. It was like, whoomp, ka-ching, whoomp, ka-ching. And the ka-ching was the chains of the heavy bag, because this 120-pound bag was flying through the air when this guy would hit it. And the chains were going shh and rattling, and then it would come down, he would set it up again. And he was 7-10 feet from me. Like, there was this like little ledge we could sit and watch people, and they'd set it up like that, so the heavy bag was set up right where people would walk in, because it was a great recruitment tool, because you would really get to see what people are capable of. And the moment I saw that, I was like, I want to know how to do that. Like, how do you do that? Like, he was doing spinning back kicks over and over again, turning side kicks, just folding this fucking bag in half. I'm like, that's crazy that a person can generate. I didn't think a person could generate that kind of force. And I trained with him a lot, and I learned from him a lot. He taught me a lot. And he was an interesting guy, too, because he was like a real street guy. Like, he'd been in and out of jail, wound up having a substance problem. But it was this funny dude from Chelsea, which was like a real hard, dangerous neighborhood in Boston. And just a fucking killer, man. A killer. Just a killer. And when he would compete, people would get so nervous. It was crazy to watch because I started training with him and going to tournaments with him when I was a white belt. So I was a white belt and he was a black belt national champion. And when John Lee would show up and see people whispering like, "Fuck, John Lee's here," you could see guys take these deep breaths. They knew he was in their weight class. Like, fuck, because they knew this guy wasn't trying to win on points. He was trying to break your body. He was trying to just crush your organs. He was trying to separate your fucking brain from the inside of its skull. He was trying to hurt you. And he did it to a lot of people. I watched it knock out a lot of people. A lot of people. It was wild to see. So, like, you know, but to me, it was just like this new thing that was going to change who I am. You know, I went, for the first time in my life, I felt like I wasn't a loser. Because I was like really good at this thing that was scary, you know, and I just threw myself into it. It was my whole life. I didn't do anything. I didn't party. I had very few friends outside of high school. You know, it was my whole thing was just training. I'd get home from school, get something to eat, immediately leave, hop on the train, head into town every day.
That was like 15?
Yeah. Yeah, from like the summer of my freshman year of high school. And that's when I first started. Right, like when I graduated from high school in my freshman year, I started training. And it was nuts. It was just like this complete new life. It was so weird. And then competing, like traveling around competing. First it's like a white belt, then a blue belt, then working my way up, purple belt. Then all of a sudden, in Taekwondo, red belt is brown belt, and then black belt. And then my instructor was crazy. He would let me compete as a black belt before I was a black belt. He let me compete in the men's division when I was 16. Yeah, it was nuts.
Shit.
Yeah, it was just if they thought you had potential, they just throw you right into the flames. Like, let's see what you could do.
So the confidence it gives you, it's like finding something that you're good at.
Yeah, it was like all of a sudden all of a sudden I got obsessed with something. Where I'd never really worked hard at anything in my life. And then I had abs. I was like, this is crazy. Like, I look at myself in the mirror, I had abs. All of a sudden, I had muscles everywhere. I was like, this is nuts. Because you're going through puberty.
Right.
So you're this doughy little fucking kid, this scrawny, doughy little kid that never did any sports other than baseball. And then all of a sudden, I'm shredded, and I know how to fuck people up. And then I was doing it to like live humans all over the country, like traveling everywhere. We traveled. That's all we did. We just traveled.
So how do you go from there though? Like, why or how did you go, I'm going to go do stand-up? Like, what was that?
It was really my friend. It was really, my friend Steve Graham, who I'm still friends with to this day. He was a real maniac. He was on the U.S. ski team. He was a flight pilot with the Navy, or not a flight pilot, a flight surgeon with the Navy. He was an ophthalmologist. Like, an insanely hardworking guy, like unbelievably disciplined. And he got into Taekwondo while he was a doctor, while he was an ophthalmologist. He's a maniac to this day. This dude's had he's still a good friend. He's had 70 fucking surgeries. He's had his knees replaced, still trains, still spars. Yeah. He's like in his 60s now. It's a fucking nut.
And so he's like, hey, you're funny. You should go do this.
We would go to tournaments, and when we would go to tournaments, or when we have sparring days in particular, everybody was super nervous. It was very dangerous. And so I would be the one who would break the ice. I would be the one who would make fun of everybody and do impressions of everybody, and I always was cracking everybody up, and it was a captive audience, right? And everyone was looking for relief from the fact that there's this we'd be on a bus, headed to like Poughkeepsie, New York to go compete in a tournament, and I would be the one on the bus like making fun of everything, just cracking everybody up. And my friend Steve said, "You should be a stand-up. You should try it. You should just try it." And I'm like, "Look, you think I'm funny because you like me." And I go, other people are gonna think I'm an asshole. Like my sense of humor was very dark. It's like I was very crazy back then because I was living a crazy life. And then did an open mic night, and then I said, I think I might be able to do this.
Did you bomb like straight away?
Yeah.
Was
No,
it just
I
like
didn't do well.
awkward?
I got a couple of laughs, like ha ha ha. It wasn't good,
Right.
but everybody sucked.
Do you remember any of the jokes?
Yeah.
That you rolled out
Here's
with?
my impression of a good-looking girl getting pulled over by the cops. Do you realize how fast you're going? No. Do you like my tits? Yes, I do. Here's a warning. It was terrible. It was so bad. It was so bad. I had so many bad jokes. But I also realized like everybody sucks in the beginning, and then I thought back to martial arts. I go, oh, this is like everything, right? Like if you start off, you suck. Like everything in the whole thing is like getting better at this thing you suck at, which is like, well, I had this guy, Tommy Woods, Dr. Tommy Woods. We were talking about new things, about the value in terms of like people that acquire dementia. And one of the best ways to keep your brain fresh is do new things, do things that you're not good at, and learn how to do them and get better at it. And I think I sort of just applied what I had learned from martial arts, because obviously I wasn't good at martial arts when I started. It was terrible. Everybody's terrible. You don't know what you're doing. Right. And then you realize like, oh, through repetitive effort, concentration, focus, discipline, you're going to get better. It's a path. And so I was like, oh, this is a new thing, but it's also a new thing filled with other misfits, because I was a misfit, right? And I was like, oh, well, these comedians are misfits too. They didn't have regular rules. They always wanted to smoke pot, drink beer, and they stayed up late, they slept late, and they were just maniacs. I was like, okay, I can hang out with these people. Like regular people that wanted a regular job scare the shit out of me, because I don't want to get sucked into your drone-like frequency. I can't live. I tried regular jobs. Like this is not going to work for me. I'm too ADD, HD, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever it is, I got it. Like I can't do this. But those people were misfits. There were these weird renegade, and occasionally professionals would go up, and you'd realize, like, wow, this guy's a master. Like the mastery he has of like concepts and jokes and tricking you into thinking one thing, and then he hits you with another thing. I'm like, God, and the smoothness of it all, it just became an obsession.
Do you remember the guy? There
was this one guy, Teddy Bergeron. There's this guy who had been on the Tonight Show, and he unfortunately developed a substance problem, which a lot of people do. And I think some of it is just the pressure of stand-up, the pressure of fame, the pressure of constantly performing, and then it's just also like just living that dirtbag life where you're just like, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Do coke. They're just doing coke. And like, there was clubs that would pay you in coke.
What?
Yeah, they would. Yeah. Nick's Comedy Stop would offer you cocaine or cash in the 1980s. Yeah.
I can see that. I can see how this thing becomes super addictive. Yeah. And this is like your dirtbag life. Mm-hmm. It's that same parallel we're talking about. Where this becomes the rock that you're climbing every day, because this is the audience that you have to entertain. It becomes about getting better, honing a craft, and ultimately succeeding with the crowd right in front of you. And they're giving you the feedback. And that's very similar. Like you're either getting higher on the rock or you're falling off.
And so the falling off was important, because the bombings would really teach you didn't want that. So what was it about the bomb? Like, how did you bomb? What did you do wrong? What went wrong? What's wrong with your material? What's wrong? Like, are you being lazy in the way you're setting things out? Like, what are you doing wrong? And then figuring it out, because that pain of bombing was so, like, sometimes it's bad to do well a bunch of times, because then you get relaxed. Like, you can't be relaxed. Like, you have to, like, constantly grinding at it. You have to constantly be taking that fucking thing apart and trying to figure out how to make it better.
The guys like Andy Kaufman, right? They would go out and they had a whole shtick, and nobody understood what the fuck they were doing.
That's a different thing. It's a different thing.
Wild. Like it is wild, because it's almost an intentional. You're bombing intentionally, but it's funny. You got to like stretch it out a little bit to understand what's going on, and it's a different individual psychology.
It's a different thing. He's doing a different thing. My criticism of that, I don't really have a criticism. Maybe that's the wrong word, because I think Kaufman was brilliant. He was brilliant on Taxi. He was an interesting character. The shit he did with pro wrestling was just bananas. He was wrestling with
wild.
Fucking maniac.
So
It was
wild.
great. Yeah, it was so great. But he never was a great comic, right? Like, see, if Shane Gillis decided to go that path and just bomb on purpose, that would be almost more interesting.
Right.
Like, here's a guy who knows how to kill. He's a real comic and one of the funniest guys ever.
Yeah.
And then he starts saying, playing the theme to Mighty Mouse and just repeating, "Here I come to save the day." Like, that's what Andy Kaufman did. He would have a record player and just play the Mighty Mouse theme song and just repeat, "Here I come to save the day." And everybody's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it was like this weird mind fuck that he was doing with everybody. But he never did the other thing.
Right.
He never, like, really entertained and killed. Like, all the evidence of Andy Kaufman is of him doing this weird stuff, which, again, it's not really a criticism.
Right.
But he was doing a different thing. He was an odd guy who saw this thing and he was like, I think I can get in there and do something completely disruptive.
Right. I can see that. Like, it's very distinctly different.
Nothing wrong with it. I loved it. I loved especially the wrestling stuff, but it's not my favorite. Like, if someone told me Andy Kaufman's performing in this room over here, but Dave Attell is in that room over there, I'm going to see Dave Attell. I want to go see the master. Yeah, I'm going to laugh, and I'm going to see a guy at the top of his craft that's doing this hypnosis on everybody, and you just leave there, your sides hurt, you're dying. You don't leave there going, what the fuck was that? Like, but he wanted people to leave there and go, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
That was the magic of Andy Kaufman. But it's just not my, like, I don't like jazz. I don't want to go see jazz.
It's hard to like.
It's kind of cool background music, but I'm not leaving the house to go see jazz. But I know people who fucking love it.
Like, so if you think back to Taxi, like, I was thinking about this the other day with Danny DeVito and Taxi. Like, that guy's still going. Like,
I know.
It's incredible.
I know.
Like, I was, and it just like a snippet of Taxi came up, and I was like, holy shit, how old is Danny DeVito?
He's 150,000 years old.
It's like,
Tony Danza's long since retired.
holy shit.
Yeah.
That guy just keeps going, and he looked old in Taxi.
Is Judd Hirsch still alive?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Like,
That was a great show.
that was a great show.
That was a great show. Was it?
He's 90.
Is Mary Lou Henner was Taxi too, right? Wasn't she on Taxi? Mary Lou Henner, she has that crazy mind thing where she remembers everything.
Seriously?
Everything. You can give her a date, and she could tell you, like 1973, February 2nd. She'll tell you what day it was. She can tell you what happened on that day. She can tell you news things. She can tell you what she was doing that day. She has, like, not just a photographic memory, but a complete recall of all events and dates. I forget what the term is.
Superior autobiographical memory ability.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Remember almost every day of her life since she was 11.
Isn't that nuts?
That's amazing.
And she's got to be 70 years old, right? 73? She remembers everything.
The funny thing is DeVito's still funny. Like he's still funny. Like, I mean, like the way that he lands jokes. I mean, Always Sunny.
Oh,
How many seasons is that? Like 20 now? I don't know. But I mean, it's
how many fucking things has he done?
I don't know.
Taxi was when I was a boy.
Yeah.
To Always Sunny.
That was the thing my dad used to watch.
Yeah.
Like my dad seems old. My dad's 80 years old. Right? My dad used to watch that.
How old is Danny DeVito? 81.
Mm-hmm.
Still banging it out.
Still fucking killing it. Man.
Still funny.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, how old's... I'm not trying to equate Ron White to Danny, but I'm saying, like, how old's Ron? Because he's still killing it.
70? Yeah, around 70. Yeah.
Like, I was watching him the other night, and, he flew back from wherever he was, and he just, like, came in and stood up there and did a set. Like, he just kind of, like, walked in.
Yeah.
I felt like he was just like, I'm here, I'm just going to stop in and do this. And then he fucking killed seamlessly. Just, it was perfect.
He's better, I think, than he's ever been right now.
I've never, like watching somebody that's great, and then watching somebody that's in another dimension, like him specifically, because he's perfect. Like, it's absolutely perfect, because it comes off, it's unforced, it's a conversation, like he's just having a conversation with the crowd.
Yeah.
Like, it's so incredible to watch somebody that can be perfect in their delivery, but then be completely unassuming in the way that they're delivering it. Like it's just a natural conversation, like a casual. Yeah, it's completely casual killing. You don't even feel like you're in, like you're watching a stand-up comedian. You feel like you're watching somebody talk, and you know that it's coming. You think that it's coming, and he still fucking delivers it with just a level of exceptionalism. Like, the guy's incredible.
I think it's one of those things where you keep working at it, you just keep getting better. And also, he stopped drinking. So he stopped drinking a couple of years ago, and that changed everything. He lost a ton of weight, got way more focused. But, he had been going hard for decades. And his doctor had to pull him aside and go, hey, man, you're going to die.
Are all those guys still like all the blue collar comedy tour guys? Are they still all doing it?
Foxworthy still does stand up. I think he did stand up recently with Ron. But I don't think he tours a lot. I don't know about Larry the Cable Guy. I don't hear about him anymore. I don't hear about the other guy, Bill Engvall. You don't hear much about him anymore. I think out of all of them, Ron is the guy who's still. But out of all of them, it was like Jeff Foxworthy was a great comic, and then I think, in my opinion, Ron was the best. Ron's just a master. But also, he loves it, man. Like, he was there last night. He performs all the time. He's always down. He always, like, I always get text messages from him when I have shows. He wants to come and do a set. It's like he lives for it, man. He's constantly writing. He's constantly working on it. Like, that's his thing, man. He enjoys the shit out of it. Still tours, still does the road, does better than ever, sells out everywhere, and you're getting the best show out of Ron that you've ever gotten out of him. He's better now, I think, than he's ever been. Yeah, I really believe that. And it's crazy that at 70, he's still getting better. His material just keeps getting better, and it's always working at it. He's always working at it,
Yeah, that whole thing about LA or whatever he did. He just it sounded like he pulled that out of his ass on stage. He was just telling a story about being on a flight, and you're like, holy shit, he's just telling me a story.
He was in the back room of the Comedy Store one night with his back bar, and we were hanging out, and we were drinking. This back in Ron's drinking days, and we're having a couple of glasses of whiskey, and then Ron starts telling the story about how when he was stationed in Hawaii, he goes, there's this place you can go, and it's a bunch of hookers, you can get your dick sucked for like $20, man. I was there every fucking day. And he goes, and then all these years later, I was watching the news story, and all these transvestite hookers were getting rounded up in the very area where I used to go every day. And I realized, oh my God, I got my dick sucked about 100 times by men. And he was telling this fucking hilarious bit. It wasn't a bit. He was just telling us this story. We were dying. I go, have you ever said this on stage? And he goes, no. Fuck no. I go, you should tell that on stage. I go, Ron, that's hilarious. I go, listen, we were dying laughing. I mean, it was like it was a bit, but it was just him telling a story. It was just no intention of ever saying. We're in the back room. He goes from the back room onto the stage in the OR, the original room. He walks down the hallway. I go with him. He goes on stage. He goes, let me tell you a story about how I got my dick sucked about 100 times by a man. he just goes into the story. It fucking murders. Like it had been a polished bit that he'd been working on for years. It was just a story. But Ron is a great storyteller, like a natural storyteller. Like, if he's not trying to be funny, he's funny.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to, like, think about it. It's like, he's just got his personality, man. He's just cool.
Yeah, he's like that iconic Western, almost a Western storyteller. Like the guy that you would expect sitting at the campfire at hunting camp. It's like the old, guy that's been around 100 years. Like, he's killed thousands of animals. He's packed shit out, and then he's got these stories that you can't help but listen to.
Yeah.
And that's what he reminds me of. I'm like, man, this guy is so fucking perfect. And every time I see him, I'm like, holy shit, that's the guy.
He's an old master.
Mm-hmm.
It's there's not a lot of humans like that guy. He's the main reason why I was interested in moving to Austin. He was the first reason, because I knew Ron had already lived here. Ron was already moved here. Ron moved here in 2018.
Okay.
And so he just got tired of it. He kept a place in Beverly Hills, and would come visit us at the Comedy Store sometimes. But I was talking to him on the phone, and he's like, man, I fucking love it here. He goes, there's no Hollywood bullshit. He goes, if I want to fly somewhere to work, I'm in the center of the country. It's easy to get anywhere. People are nice. Food's great. He goes, yes, but not around Hollywood. And I kept thinking, man, can I live in Austin? Like, I always liked Austin, and On It was out here, so when I would come out here for work every now and then, and I'd always come out here and love doing stand-up here. I was like that planted the first seed. And then when the pandemic hit, Ron was already here. And when I came out here to look at houses and stuff, and this is in May of 2020, so this is only a couple months into the lockdown, but I had already had enough. I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, I knew these cocksuckers in LA were never going to give up the kind of control and power that they had over people's lives. They get off on it, those fucking weirdos. And so I was like, well, at least Ron will be there. Like, I'll hang out with Ron. Like, even if I never do stand up again, at least Ron will be here. And then, Ron was also the guy who convinced me that I have to open up a club. I had a thought in my head, and I was thinking about doing it. We talked about doing it, and then Ron went on stage for the first time in like 6 months. It was in November of 2020, and then he grabs me by my shoulders when he got off stage because he fucking murdered. First of all, when he went on stage, they went crazy. There's a giant standing ovation because there was no indoor shows anywhere else near there. It was like we were doing it at the Vulcan. They had some shows they were doing at Cap City before Cap City went under, but they were like separating everybody by like 20 feet or some stupid shit, like as if the virus can't go through the air. It was dumb, right? Everything was dumb. But the Vulcan was just like unhinged. It was packed. I was like, this is so crazy. This is such a super spreader party. And Ron went on stage and he had gone over his notes and material and wasn't even sure. He was thinking he was retired. He was talking about retiring. I think I'm retired. Did this one set, and then he grabs me by the shoulders. He goes, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to keep doing this. He goes, you got to open up that club. I'm like, okay, we're going to open up the club. And then we started looking for locations, like, right afterwards. So, like, Ron was a key force. He's the godfather of the Austin comedy movement, like, where this became, like, this big hub. It started with Ron, 100%. Because I knew if he was here, we said have my friend. I could go hang out. Right. Like, because, like, even if I couldn't do stand-up again, I need someone who's just a renegade. I need a dude I can hang out with that's a real comic that we're going to have fun. We could just talk shit and laugh.
Well, who would you hang out with when you were in LA?
Him when he was there until 2018, always. But, of course, Joey Diaz. And, when the pandemic hit, Joey moved to New Jersey. He's like, fuck this place. He was on the same things as me. Fuck these people. And he always wanted to go back home to New Jersey, which was where he's from. And then Duncan moved to North Carolina. Like everybody moved out, but it was like Duncan. I hung out with Duncan, Segura, Ari, Bert, all those people that were the mainstays at the Comedy Store. There was such an amazing crew. Tony Hinchcliffe, of course. Yeah. And Tony was one of the first guys to move out here too with me. And then Segura moved out here, and then everybody moved out here. Just like this wave started.
Is there anybody that you're like we started with, like back in the day, because you were in Boston? Mm-hmm. Like, was there anybody you started with that you're still like?
Yeah, Fitzsimmons. Greg Fitzsimmons. Yeah. We're real tight. Greg Fitzsimmons started 1 week. I think I started a week after him or before him, something like that. But we're separated by 1 week.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, we did open mics together. We traveled around together. We did road. We would drive 90 minutes to do 5 minutes for free. Yeah, we would drive to Rhode Island to do stand up for free. We traveled all over all over New England. We did road gigs together. Yeah, we came up together. We had so much fun. We just went no money, no career. You even thought of one day having a career. The goal was I want to be able to make a living doing comedy because we knew that there was guys in town that were headliners that could, grind out $100,000, $50,000, whatever it is a year, only doing comedy. They didn't have to do anything else. I was like, that's the dream. Imagine if you could pay your bills with comedy. Right. The idea of a career was like, we never even talked about it because everybody in Boston stayed in Boston. Nobody left it. Other than like Stephen Wright and Jay Leno, there's like a few people that had kind of air quotes made it, during that time period and left Boston. Right. the goal in Boston was just to be a good comic. It was a real interesting thing because it was a real artist colony in the most unpretentious of ways, because these guys were all coke snorting, whiskey drinking psychopaths, and a lot of them were big guys, like these big fucking football player looking dudes who were just animals, and they were just wild men, you know, and they had this life that was so envious to me. I was like, God, to be so free. All you have to do is just tell jokes. You don't have to ever show up at the newspaper depot to deliver newspapers or I was driving limos and doing construction gigs. I didn't have to do any of that. You could just do comedy. And that was me and Greg. We would just drive around just thinking, like, one day, imagine being able to make a living doing this. That was the only goal. And then we both wound up event. He moved to New York for a bit, and I lived in New York for a while. And then I moved to LA, and then he eventually moved to LA as well. And now he's still there. He's still back in LA.
Gosh, I can't imagine, man. Like living there and staying there, even professionally.
Did you see what they just did to the guys that won the Super Bowl? You see the jock tax?
Yeah.
Jamie, you see the jock tax?
Yeah, it's not a bad thing, though.
I understand, but it's specific to California.
Yeah,
and this jock tax in California, there were some of the players lost money playing in the Super Bowl. They had to pay. Oh no, it is true.
I don't think so.
No, it is true. I went it through AI last night. No, it was in. They pulled it up on Grok, and people analyzed it, and it's based. No, Jamie. It's big, Jamie. It's based on the 7 days that they had to be there. So you have to pay a fee based on the 7 days, dependent upon what your salary is. So it's a percentage. Okay,
this year.
Okay, with whatever. Well, the Super Bowl specifically, these guys. Jamie's so funny.
I know, but this is one of those things that's not real.
What do you mean it's not real? I told you it was run through AI last night. He made $178,000 for the Super Bowl. He had to pay $249,000 in tax. I'm pretty sure those are the numbers. And it's based on the fact that he was there for 7 days. So it's a percentage of your income over the course of a year. So if he makes $2 million a year and he's there for 7 days, this is how much money you have to pay. And so the Super Bowl pay is not, it's like on top of your normal salary, right? So it actually cost him money to play in the Super Bowl. So he made $178,000, but because he's there for 7 days, he had to pay $200 and something thousand.
Did you watch it?
No. I was gonna watch it just for Bad Bunny, just because everybody was so pissed off. I thought it was hilarious. But this guy's like, what do you fucking care? Like, it's like this weird cultural war that this guy is singing. And objectively, people that saw it said it was a great show. I don't know. I'll take their word for it.
Like somebody was telling me the other day, they're like, "Oh, you're gonna watch the Super Bowl?" I'm like, "What? Super Bowl?" Oh yeah, it's sports. Gotcha. Yeah, nah. I was halfway through it or whatever. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, man.
It's your team.
Other shit.
If it's your team, I get it.
Yeah.
It was the Patriots. I can root for the Patriots. But it's like I'm busy.
If it's on, like at the airport or something, I'll watch it. Yeah, like I'm not going out of my way. I'm not gonna be like, hey.
If Aaron Rodgers was playing, I'd watch it. Maybe I'd even go if Aaron was playing. But it's like, it's so hard to go from combat sports to regular sports for me. Oh, God. It's so hard. It's so hard. The UFC last Saturday was fucking spectacular. It was a small one in the Apex Center, and there were some incredible fights. It was so good. It's like, that to me is like, I don't have a lot of time for entertainment. That fills it all up.
Yeah, that fight, Saturday was like incredible.
Yeah,
that was incredible.
Yeah, the Mario Bautista performance was fucking insane. He's so good. That guy just keeps getting better. He looks like a world champion. And it's like, you watch combat sports and the consequences are so grave, what they're doing, the dedication, this moment that you train for months and months for this one moment when this referee's like, fighter one, you ready? Fighter two, let's go. And it's, whoo, here we go. That to me is the most exciting thing in all of sports. It'll never stop being that to me. I love it. So football's fun. I like it. I've been to some UT games. UT games are fucking great. They're fun.
Well, this is like the state, right?
Yeah.
This is not only like the state pastime that people are like grown up. They're completely modeled to go play Texas football.
Yeah.
And this is like the icon of
dedicated.
sports. Yeah.
And it's just the enthusiasm for the crowd is nuts. I got to shoot the cannon once in a while. They let me shoot the cannon off. Yeah.
What?
That's pretty cool. It's fun. Being on the field and seeing these guys warm up and get ready and then watch the game. Nighttime games are the best. They're nuts, man. And then, of course, they do the jet flyover. Which is like, America! You fly over fighter jets over a football game. That doesn't happen anywhere else. They don't do that anywhere else. They never do that for a fight. Fly fighter jets over.
That'd be cool, though.
It would be.
Maybe
Wouldn't be
Dane
able to
will
see
get it. Yeah.
Maybe they could do it at the Sphere and have like the roof of the Sphere like show the jets as they pass over.
Maybe they'll do it at the White House.
They probably will.
I would imagine.
Well, they're probably going to have air presence. I mean, how dangerous is that car going to be? Oh my gosh! In terms of like, if you wanted to have some sort of a disruptive event, that's the spot. Yeah, at the White House, and you're having cage fights. And I'm not even convinced that it's going to happen because with all the crazy shit going on in the world, who knows what happens between now and June? Right. When this is supposed to pop off. Like, who knows? Who knows what goes down? Now, who knows what fucking happens with all this Epstein file shit? It just keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier and deeper and deeper. And so Rokana and Massey just released the names of these guys that had been redacted from the list. And one of them is Lex Wexner. What is his last name? Les Wexner, right? Who's the CEO of Victoria's Secrets. Is he the CEO or the owner? Former owner, CEO of Victoria's Secrets. He's being named as a co-conspirator now. Yes. Yeah, so he's being named along with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Because he runs this modeling, Victoria's Secrets, hot girls, the whole deal. Somehow or another, he's involved in this. And they had redacted his name up until now. Right?
Sure, yeah. Well, two things. I don't think anybody, his existence as a co-conspirator isn't new information.
But it's confirmed now, right?
It was, people I think are up in arms is that it wasn't supposed to be blocked out from the file.
Exactly.
He's not a victim.
Right, he's not a victim, so why was his name redacted? Right. And so they got it unredacted, and now he's being named.
I think he's the funder of most of it is what it's here.
Right. So people knew that there was something going on, but he had gifted Jeffrey Epstein this insane house in Manhattan. So this is like a $60 million house in Manhattan. You know the house where you go into it and you see Bill Clinton in a dress? You know that picture that we have out in the lobby? That's from the foyer of his house. Right. That Jeffrey Epstein was gifted by Les Wexner. By the way, Whitney Webb posted on her Twitter about Les Wexner being a sex trafficker, a child sex trafficker in 2020. See if you can find that. Like that crazy chick is right about everything.
She was kidnapped, or she was claimed she was kidnapped. It was in his house in New Albany, or Columbus. She claimed she was being held there for, I don't know, 2 weeks or something, like doing art. She called her dad to try to get out of there or something like that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and that's like his involvement is like brand new information.
This was in Columbus, Ohio?
Well, New Albany is where that's where his house is. The biggest house in Ohio, I think. It's a suburb of Columbus. It'd be like Westlake.
Right.
People think he's still there. That's where Epstein's living.
Well, the people that think he's alive, I think they think he's in Israel, don't they?
Definitely. I think they're AI photos. They might not be.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
People think he's been seen or spotted around town.
Wouldn't you think he'd get some surgery?
You would think that he would have to.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably one of the most recognizable faces in the world at this point.
Yeah.
Like, after so much airtime,
you'd have to get some surgery if you wanted to still. I mean, how would you keep that? This is the tweet. Your reminder that Leslie Wexner financed the mass rape and trafficking of thousands of American children for over a decade, and right now he is sitting in a 26K square foot mansion in New Albany, Ohio, thinking that he is above the law. She tweeted this in April 28th of 2020. How crazy is that? Shit. She's like the most prolific of all the conspiracy. There's the most well-read, the one with the most recall, the one that's the most quoted. I don't know how she's so good at it. We're trying to get her on. I don't know how she's so good and what her background is, how she finds all this information, but she's always way ahead of all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, 2020.
That's crazy.
That's fucking way ahead of everything.
Crazy. Bro. But these files, just what's come out so far, and the fact that they redacted men, these like powerful billionaire guys, their names were redacted. Like there's one of them where he's talking about pandemic planning. What? Where Jeffrey Epstein is talking about pandemic planning to someone named Bill, whose name is redacted. It's like, why are you redacting the guy's name that you're talking about planning for a pandemic, like what to do in response to a pandemic? Well, why is his name retracted?
So
or redacted, rather.
When are they supposed to testify? When are the Clintons supposed to testify? What'd you say they're gonna? 2 weeks? Did you say the aliens are coming in the next 2 weeks? They're gonna land. Something's gonna happen.
Yeah. Before that testifying.
Yeah, it'll be we bomb Iran, aliens show up, maybe at the same time. Yeah. Fuck.
Outside of this, because this, I mean, obviously this conspiracy, it's not a theory anymore, right? Because they're connecting the networks, they're like exposing a lot of this. Like when you look at your total conspiracy catalog of things that you like to dive into, outside of aliens, because everybody knows that. What are your other ones?
Well, aliens is the most fun one.
Yeah.
This is the one that I hate the most. Yeah. Because this one scares the shit out of me. Because the fear of, we talked about this yesterday with Roger Avery, the fear of these like literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrifice of people, and they do it in order to show that you're a part of a team. We know that has always historically been a real thing, and it's been something that you look at in history, you go, God, it's so sick, it's so twisted, it's so disgusting, and everybody wants to thank God that's not happening now. But then when you realize, like, that might have been happening now, here's one of the craziest ones. The day he was indicted in 2018, the very next day he ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid. What? Yes. He ordered 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid to be delivered to the island. And so there's a lot of people online saying, oh, that's probably for his desalination plant. It's probably like a regular thing they need to order. So then someone else did a deep dive and said, no, this is the first time this was ever ordered.
Check that again. I thought there was 2 other ones.
Oh, there was 2 other orders?
2017 and 2015.
Oh, so that guy was wrong.
The first one from that company, potentially.
That makes sense. So maybe it was for this desalination equipment. But also, that's a lot of sulfuric acid. If I needed 5 gallons for my desalination equipment, but 239 gallons or whatever it is to burn kids. Yeah. To fucking get rid of bodies.
Well, it's kind of hard to think of any other use for acid, just in general. Right?
Immediately,
so,
you think.
Immediately.
Yeah. The other orders, were they that large? Because here's the other thing. How long has it been killing people? How long have they been boiling bodies to get rid of them? I mean, if you do have, for lack of better words, let's call it a service, where you allow rich people from foreign governments or whatever, you set it up. I can give you whatever you want.
Nigger.
Kill a hooker. Like, I want to kill her, I want to torture her, and I want to, get rid of the body. I want was one where this one guy is saying to him, "Thank you for the torture video." It's literally a part of an email. The actual quote, "Thank you for the torture video." Like, enjoyed the torture video.
It's so gross.
Like, and they think they've identified that guy. And what do they think? He's a sultan?
I'm just trying to find that right now. I think Massey said he got the look that one up, I believe. Because that's weird. They're letting them into the files one by one for like an hour at a time.
What?
Yeah, bro. Like the Congress people can go look at specific lanes of files. You got to tell them which file you want specifically to look at.
It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy because, like, why have you protected people? So we know Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayman sent the torture video to Epstein. This is in 2009. So Epstein was saying that, "Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. I am in China. I'll be in the U.S. second week of May." What the fuck, man? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this. Like, how come you redact some people and you don't redact other people? Like, what is this? This is not good. None of this is good for this administration. It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible. It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real. This is all a hoax. This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe he didn't know, if you want to be charitable. But this is definitely not a hoax. And if you've got redacted people's names and these people aren't victims, you're not protecting the victims. So what are you doing?
Right.
And how come all this shit is not released? Like,
You
this,
think all of them would just
like,
get rid of all of it, just expel it all.
it's crazy. So this is the conspiracy that drives me the most crazy. Because I don't like it.
Julian Dory talked about this yesterday on his podcast. There's a saw clip going around. American billionaire Tom Pritzker had an email to him that says,
You mean Julian Dorsey?
Dorsey, yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm in a remote valley of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish with boys with toys. Spent time with Petraeus yesterday, and he loaned me a chopper, actually two, with one as a backup. Can't call till tomorrow. Yeah, but boys with toys could mean like military guys with weapons.
That's what I assumed. That's not what the video. They thought they were talking about little boys because they were in Afghanistan. But boys with birthday wish is an interesting part.
It's my birthday wish
In a remote valley.
in a remote valley in
And if you tell them
Afghanistan.
Epstein about it.
But he also loaned me a chopper.
Well, actually, this is to Epstein.
Right. But the thing is, like, the loan me a chopper, my birthday wish, his birthday wish might have been to, like, gun down villagers.
I know, that's what I
You know
thought
what I
they
mean?
were talking about, not go play with little kids.
Yeah.
I just want to go kill people. And
I bet that. Look, he loaned me a chopper. Doesn't sound like I came there to fuck kids. It's like my birthday wish sounds like I'm here to fuck people up.
Right.
Like,
Or I'm just out here to tour Afghanistan, which, I mean, I don't know why anybody would want to tour Afghanistan, but
well,
it seems like
the only reason why I would be interested in going to Afghanistan is the stuff that Jason Everman told me about. Like when he showed me all those ancient Greek ruins, which is nuts, where archaeologists have no access to them.
Right.
That stuff's crazy.
No, it's incredible.
All from Alexander the Great. Like there's immense ruins in Afghanistan of cities. They had Greek cities, like beautiful columns and incredible construction in Afghanistan that are like, what was Alexander the Great? What was that? The 1400s? What was that?
1,000 plus, right? So, like, I mean,
What year was it? What year was Alexander the Great?
I believe it was actually like 300.
Oh,
Jamie.
300 AD? 300 BC. Wow. Wow, I was way off. 300 BC, and they're building these immense, beautiful Roman cities, Greek Roman cities. Like it looks like you're either in Rome or you're in ancient Greece. Like incredible architecture.
Well, I think up until the Soviets invaded, Afghanistan was kind of like the crown jewel, right? They referred to it as the Beirut of Central Asia because it was. You had a very eclectic group of people, and Kabul was known as like this beautiful city. And obviously, post-occupation, the Soviets had killed, hundreds of thousands of people, and then with the build-up and the devastation of not only military occupation of the Soviets, and then us coming in, soon after, obviously, with when the mullahs took charge, it basically went completely to the other side, or the extreme of the Taliban, and then us coming in. They've had nothing but decades of war. It's completely eviscerated any a semblance of intellectualism. There's no infrastructure of technology or advancement. Like, the universities were essentially demolished. So everything was ruined. So you're talking about, at least several hundreds of years of advancement that just were eliminated in 3 decades.
And just a complete collapse of society.
Yeah. I mean, I would spend a lot of time just trying to understand the place, right? And you leave an airfield where we have the most advanced technology in the world, right? Like, we're launching helicopters and jets and any and all pieces of technology you can imagine. And you would drive, into these valleys or from one place to another, and you would have horse-drawn carriages of 2 mules, and they're carrying something in the background, and it's like you have the same cars are on the road with a Toyota Corolla, and you have a mule pulling an old Toyota Corolla or something, right? So you'd have an entire society of basically Amish level people, and then Americans right next door in an air base that are launching the most advanced technology and warfighting capability in the world. And so you'd see everything from point A to point B. You would encounter a huge percentage of the people are illiterate, like no schooling, no advancement for girls. The children were seen more as like a beast of burden. In a lot of places, they would actually value their sheep more than they would value their children. So they would be looking for reparations or to get paid for possibly the sheep that you destroyed on target, but their kids not. So you had a really clear picture to what civilization was like 500 years before that, or 1,000 years at some certain times, and you'd see it too, right? Because you'd have Buddhist architecture, Greek architecture, and then you'd have the standard kind of Taliban infrastructure. You'd have the Soviet architecture from their invasion. You'd have all these different layers of military occupation. You could see them all within 2 weeks. Wow. I was up in this place called the Panjir, and the lion of the Panjir was this General Massoud, and he was killed actually on September 10th before September 11th, so he's part of the actual September 11th plot. He was killed by a suicide bomber as they were trying to do a documentary, and they brought in a camera packed full of explosives and killed him the day before, which ultimately was part of the September 11th attacks, because they knew that Massoud was the connection to the U.S. invasion, or the U.S. invasion would be involving Massoud. And the Panjir is this beautiful, it's incredible river valley, and it's also part of where the Soviets would just get their asses handed to them, because we had the Mujahideen was being funded by the CIA at the time, obviously back during the Soviet invasion, and they would ambush the Soviets on these windy mountain roads next to this river, and they would cut them off basically in the front and the back of the convoy, and then destroy the entire convoy in between. And they would just shove all the shit that was destroyed in the river. So the river would have rapids in it, and not all the rapids were made from rocks and natural occurring rapids. They were made by T-52s and Russian tanks and all this this war material that was pushed into the river by the Panjiris. Wow. And I went up to his grave. He's a really incredible guy when you read about him and all of his combat accomplishments against the Soviets. But the Panjir Valley is such a beautiful place, and we used to joke around about how, gosh, we'd love to come back here and like go skiing or like recreate Panjshir Valley because it looks like Colorado or someplace incredible and beautiful. And at the same time, you're in Afghanistan, so you're surrounded by just the chaos and the devastation of war with this one tiny little piece, this like little sliver in the middle of nowhere. It's absolutely beautiful. And some of the rapids are made by T-52s. And as a whitewater guy, I was like, man, I'd like to kayak this. That's cool.
If you were a person who's a wealthy person, that your desire was to go gun people down, like there are people that will provide you with that service. Like there was a thing with the Soviets, or not the Soviets, with the Russians, where they're allowing people to kill pirates.
Yeah.
Like you would pay a bunch of money, and they'd take you to where the pirates are, and you go out on a ship and with a 50 cal just fucking blow up pirate boats.
Yeah, I'd heard about that. I'd heard about there were places that you could go as, you know, a combat tourist, basically.
It has to be.
Yeah,
It has to be.
It's all going to be like Russian or Somalian or a connection between the two, right? So you'd have these like rogue elements and places where there isn't an organized government. There's essentially just chaos and anarchy.
Which is Afghanistan.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if someone from the western side was providing that service to someone and letting them borrow a chopper.
Well, that was Petraeus, and they were saying like Petraeus was the commanding general at the time, which I would find it's kind of hard to believe. That a general that's in charge of combat operations in Afghanistan would loan just a rich guy a helicopter. And it sounds correct in the context of plus another one, because they could never fly anywhere alone. They always had to fly in twos because they had to have the support.
But just loan me
a chopper. It's a stretch, you know, as much as I disagree with the way that they were running the war, it'd be hard for me to believe that a general just loaned some rich guy a couple of helicopters to fly right Afghanistan.
I think he's lying.
I don't know. You'd have to like dive into it and figure it out.
Yeah. But either way, there's nothing normal about these emails.
No.
There's nothing normal.
Nothing normal.
One thing to take into consideration is how much of these emails are actually factual. Like accusations that they're putting on other people. You got to take that with a grain of salt. This guy was all about like influence peddling. Like, and probably he had enemies, and he would destroy his enemies with rumors and making up false stories. Like the Bill Gates one with asking me for antibiotics to slip into his wife because he got STD from a Russian hooker. I'm like, that seems too on the head. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't he go to his fucking personal doctor? Why is he going to Jeffrey Epstein for antibiotics in New York when he lives in Seattle? Do you think he has like a concierge medicine set up there with a guy in it? And why would he say, hey, Melinda, I gave her STDs? You'd say, hey, get me some stuff. Oh, I lost my prescription. Can you give me another one? Yeah. It fell out of my car. Give me another one? Another one. I'm fucking crushing up in a smoothie. Like, if you were going to do that, you would do it. He's not a dummy. He's Bill Gates, right? You would do it in a more discreet way and then contact an international sex trafficker who's a part of, like, some intelligence operation.
You would think.
You would think.
Right. I mean, the skeptic in me tends to kind of like look at it under my magnifying glass a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to take everything at face value, but also at the accumulation of all of these different things, you just go, what the fuck was going on? Did you find out how many the sulfuric acid orders, if the other ones were just as large?
I struggled to even find that. I was like, maybe I made this up. But I did find one. There was different. So they were talking about, there's emails back to 2012 or 14 about, I don't have this thing up. This is the thing saying there's nothing there.
The sulfuric acid?
Yeah.
Emails, released, and documents. How do they know there's nothing there?
No, this is
Maintenance systems dating back to 2013, implying possible routine use of sulfuric. Possible is a weird word. Use of sulfuric acid for pH adjustment and filtration, but no specific prior invoices or shipments are detailed.
Yeah, that's exactly. It wasn't an invoice. There was one. They were talking about getting 1 drum of sulfuric acid with 40 bags of like carbonate salt or something.
Yeah, see, that makes more sense than 6 fucking giant 55-gallon drums. of sulfuric acid the day after you get indicted.
When you dig into the actual files website, I started looking up the RO plan, which is the reverse osmosis system they had there. There's a ton of discussions about it, going all the way back to 2012, when I think is when he bought it. So,
Of using sulfuric acid?
no, just having a reverse osmosis.
Right.
Water there must have been a problem. is what
Right.
it sounds like.
Well, it makes sense because they were using desalination technology, but it just the volume is suspicious.
They were buying
And
it
the time.
for a while.
Yeah.
Also, dude had to know he was going down. Like when he gets arrested in 2019, in 18 rather, when he gets indicted, he had to know he was going down. And if you know you're going down and you're trying to mount some sort of defense, one of the first things you would have to do is get rid of bodies.
You have to get rid of everything.
Right? If you've got a bunch of people on the island that they could swoop in at any point in time and pull out of there, and then you're fucked. Like if he had underage kids on the island, whatever he had on the island,
On that,
it's so dark.
this picture I know came from. There was rumors of him getting concrete machines shipped there, but that was from the first time he got arrested. So I think in 2008, the first time he got arrested, they had a bunch of machines shipped.
Oh, bro.
And but construction, I don't know how you do construction on the island without getting concrete machines shipped.
I don't know how you get rid of bodies or put it inside of concrete. Yeah. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, maybe it's two in the same. It's like, hey, I go to an island and I've got to make all the infrastructure. So I need a bunch of concrete. I need RO, so I've got to have sulfuric acid. What's better for a cover up?
There's a picture of machines on the island. Here's the description of it.
Yeah, right before his 2019 arrest, industrial car mix 5.5 XL self-loading concrete mixer. So he got a concrete mixer and he got the fucking sulfuric acid right after his arrest?
Details are correct.
Oh, God.
That's the guy on Twitter, though. I don't know.
So this is right before his arrest and right after his arrest. He got sulfuric acid and a concrete mixer. Like, why would you be thinking that you are going to be able to do construction when you're going to go to jail for the rest of your fucking life?
Yeah, I don't know if construction plans would be top of my list.
Yeah.
If,
I've got to innovate. What a fucking where?
I know I'm going to get arrested, but you know what? I got this big construction program that I'm really interested in. I don't know if that's the same.
The whole thing's so dark.
It's so dark.
It's so dark, and they ran it for a long time. They ran it for decades.
There's another island that no one talks about.
Oh,
Jeez, yeah, the bigger island. This is Little St. James, the Great St. James. The one next door.
He owned that one too?
Yeah, both.
What?
Both of them were part of the sale. We almost got it. It was for sale for a while. I pitched the idea.
Yeah, we thought about it. We just didn't think there's enough sage in the world.
No. You can't clear that out. No, you can't clear that out.
Well, it's also you would never find peace because people keep visiting that island constantly, and also it's just so gross. A lot of bad karma.
They just need to use that as maybe like a bombing island.
Right.
Just turn it into a UX UI.
Yeah, like that one island in Hawaii that you can't go to. They just fucking light it up all the time.
Just light it up all the time. Like have a little bit of grace to the way that we actually end this whole story outside of the files. Just like blow it up.
It's so dark. It's my least favorite of the conspiracies.
It's not fun at all, man. It's like aliens. It's fun. It's interesting. Like you can go down the rabbit hole a million ways, and it gets dark only if you let it get dark.
Yeah.
Where okay, they're gonna occupy the planet, they're gonna make us all slaves, or they're gonna kill us all. Like, yeah, you can go there, but half the time you're not gonna go there. It's just an interesting thought.
There was a very interesting article, Jamie. I don't know if you saw it, but this guy was it's one of the other guys that's leaving an AI company. And he's talking about how what a big deal it is. I'll send it to you right here. He's talking about how I don't think no one understands it, and the way this is going to change people is, he goes, this is very similar to the time where we were realizing, like people were hearing stories about, oh, there's a virus in China, but no one knew exactly what was going to happen, how it's going to like literally change humanity, change history. He's like, this is the same sort of stories we're getting from these AI labs. He's like, he wrote this very long and detailed, something big is happening, and the article is written by this guy, Matt Schumer, and I recommend it highly. if you want to really fucking get the shit scared out of you. It's terrifying. And he starts this comparison to like people stockpiling toilet paper and stuff at the beginning of COVID. He's like, they don't really understand how big this is going to be and how this latest version of ChatGPT they're working on, ChatGPT 5, ChatGPT made it. So they had ChatGPT make a better version of itself, and they made this better version of itself. And this better version of itself can think things out. It doesn't just do what you ask it to do. It thinks things out. It calculates. It makes apps like instantaneously that would take developers months and months, cost millions of dollars. It does it in minutes. Does it like in perfect. It goes through it, it runs it, it tests it, it makes sure it doesn't have any problems, it anticipates all the different uses for the app, all the different ways it can be done. It's going to be applied to law. It's going to be like there's all these guys that are working in coding that say, I don't really have a job anymore. I just basically show up and tell this AI program to do these things. And it keeps getting better and better. It's like the leaps are enormous. The leaps in its capability and its intelligence level. It's like it's already smarter than people.
What's going to be? I think it's going to be a white collar apocalypse, right?
Yes.
So when you think about
just
attorneys.
Yes.
Okay, so if you have the ability to case reference any legal file
ever instantaneously,
instantly,
and
form a case. Why are you going to need paralegals and, first-year attorneys? You're not going to need them.
The people that aren't nervous are naive.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is going to be the kind of astronomical change that has literally never taken place in civilization before. I don't think it's ever taken place at this level. I think it's the invention of the internet times a million. I think it's going to change everything. It's just like, how do we adjust? That's the real question.
And how are our kids growing up today, like when they used to think about, professions and things that they would go into, they would have, clear roads to, okay, these are professional work tracks. They can go out and find a job, whatever, accounting, legal, engineering, but it's going to change the entire professional landscape for, every generation from this point forward, basically entering the workforce. What is the workforce?
Elon just said that it's a waste of time to go to medical school.
Really?
He's like, Optimus robots, these robots that he's making are going to be able to perform better than any doctor at any hospital, and they're going to be able to do it in your house. They're going to be better surgeons than any surgeon alive, these robots that they're making. And they're going to be powered by AI. You're going to have a super genius robot in your house that can do your taxes, that can fucking do chores, that can perform surgery on you.
So it's going to be an entire rise of an economy that's going to be human-built versus AI-built, right? So, there has to be, like, if you have a label, organic, or it will be essentially, I think, the same type of thing. Or it's like human-made versus AI-made.
Yeah.
It would almost have to bifurcate the economy into two different sections.
It's going to get weird as fuck. And I don't think people really understand. And I feel like I'm just sitting here waiting to see what. But I know that most people that you run into in the street are completely ignorant. They think, oh, ChatGPT is fun. I ask you questions. It's so much better than Google.
Do you think that that's because they don't want to recognize it, look at it?
I don't think they know.
They just.
I think unless you're going on a deep dive, all this stuff is kind of esoteric. All this stuff is happening. You have to search it out and get an understanding of it. Like if you use an AI program to enhance your life, like Perplexity, it's really good. Perplexity is awesome for solving problems. You could ask it questions. I use it all the time when I write. I set up and I talk to it. So I say, what year did Cortez invade Mexico? What is it? How did this happen? How many guns did they have? How many languages are lost in Mexico? I was going on this deep dive. Amazing. But that's the surface. What they're talking about is levels and levels and levels of improved ability to the point where it's better at human beings, smarter than human beings at everything.
So what's the end state then would be?
We're second-class citizens.
We're obsolete.
Yeah, we're obsolete. Yeah.
So do you think that it turns, like, do you think it's a Skynet type scenario then, that it ultimately flips and then rids humanity of humans?
It's certainly on the
rids
table.
the world of humanity?
It's certainly on the table, especially if they decide that we're too problematic or if you give us too much freedom. That's what causes all this chaos, which is true, right? You give people freedom, you're going to have a certain amount of chaos. You're going to have a certain amount of car accidents, unless you have autonomous cars. You're going to have a certain amount of school shootings, unless you take away all the guns. You're going to have a certain amount of school stabbings, unless you take away all the knives. I mean, you could, if you were a running program designed to eliminate all problems in the world, you would break those problems down to one source. Well, what are the problems? You've got natural disasters and you've got humans. And humans are the cause of most of the problems. Natural disasters are relatively rare in comparison to the human-caused problems. It's not good.
Then you have to run AI to do the analysis to what the future of AI is, which ultimately you'd be entrusting the robbers with the bank keys.
It's probably going to do the same thing that we do to dogs. Spay and neuter them.
Right.
Yeah.
Keep them as pets.
Keep them as pets.
But there's no emotion there. So why would they want to keep us as pets?
Why do they want to stay alive?
Right.
Why are they scheming to stay alive? Why do they blackmail their creators?
Right.
Why are they doing all sorts of things that seem to show that they have thought?
Are they trying to show that they have thought in order to dupe us into the ability that they might be empathetic?
No, that was one of the things that he talked about in this article, that they hide their ability to think things through, and they're actively they recognize that they're being observed, and so they're doing things behind the scenes while they're also doing tasks.
I have to believe that there's portions of the DoD that have worked on this, and it's further along than the open source pieces that we can see.
Hard to say, because there's a giant competition with us and China and Russia, and I don't know if they really can close this stuff off. I don't think it can operate that way. I think it has to be a sort of a collaborative effort. One of the things that's scaring a lot of people that are whistleblowers in the AI space is that they are bringing in people from other countries to just facilitate these problems that they have and make it go faster. So they're bringing in Chinese nationals. There's a huge possibility of espionage, and then there's this mad race. It's a Manhattan Project for super intelligent AI.
It's a Manhattan Project that's also open source, and it's extremely porous when it comes to information.
Yeah.
So essentially, you've weaponized the most powerful tool ever known to humankind.
Yeah.
And
It's fucking terrifying.
So you've open sourced it, and then think about the Manhattan Project. If that was just completely porous and there was an open door to any and all countries internationally, you just had the ability to come in and walk out with files, come as you go.
Fuck,
like everybody would be racing to nuclear power, splitting the atom, and then if you could weaponize that internationally and then crowdsource it, essentially, like, you're in a really shit scenario.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
All right, dude, we just did 3 hours.
Awesome.
Let's
Thanks,
go
man.
get some food and hang out, and that's it. Black Rifle Coffee, it's the best. It's all we use.
Appreciate it.
I'm even wearing one of those shirts. It's like half my wardrobe. All right, bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
My name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day. Come on, Roger.
Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Go for it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Yeah, do it live. That's a classic. Oh, Yeah, that's a classic look behind the scenes. You're live, fucking crazy people telling you the news. Yeah, that's good. And the William Shatner one, where the studio guy, he says Shatner's doing some ADR for the cartoon, the Star Trek cartoon, and he says, he uses the word sabotage, and he gets corrected by the studio guys, like, Bill, it's pronounced sabotage. Please don't correct me. It disgusts me. It sickens me. And you say sabotage. I say sabotage. Absolutely love William Shatner.
My favorite ones are the I can't remember his name. Rosebud. Orson Welles. Jesus Christ.
Orson Welles. What happened? I know. What happened? My brain just nope, no access. When Orson Welles was doing the Gallo wine commercials, remember those days? Like, Orson Welles filmed the wine before its time.
I know. And he was like,
everything was like an exhaustive sucking of air to come in.
But then he was making fun of how shitty the wine was in between takes. Like he was angry.
Yeah. There is a CD that you can get. I can't remember what it's called, but I have them at home, and it's like all these radio things like that, where just when celebrities, lose it on while doing voiceover and ADR, it's hilarious.
Orson Welles is a crazy story, right? Because when he made that movie, when he made Citizen Kane, which was about William Randolph Hearst, William Randolph Hearst essentially shut down one of the most talented guys alive at the time. Shut down his career. Yeah, because the movie was kind of an insult about, the whole thing about Rosebud is that's the name of his girlfriend's clitoris. Oh, that was his nickname for her clitoris. And so Orson Welles was doing a kind of very, he was jabbing at him in a very low-level way. Really? Yeah, Rosebud. How did he know that was the nickname of his girlfriend's clitoris? People in Hollywood know these things. Oh, boy. Word gets around. Word gets around. I would keep that one just to her. Yeah. Who told? Yeah. That's crazy. But, I mean, if you go back to, like, War of Worlds and then Citizen Kane, this guy was a dynamo, and then they shut him down. Well, yeah, and he was doing things that nobody else would do. It's like, he's like, I want the camera down here, like on the phone. But we can't get the camera lens down that low. Like, what you're talking about is impossible to do. And so he would just grab a pickaxe and just start chopping away at the studio concrete and dig a hole in the ground so you can put the camera down that low. Oh, really? Yeah, he was obsessed with getting a vision on screen that was, even today, is so advanced that there's a shot in the very beginning when young Kane is like a little kid. He's out there playing with Rosebud. He's out there playing with the sled in the snow, and the camera is on him, and then it kind of starts pulling back, and it pulls through a window, and then we see his parents and the trust attorney, and the camera keeps backing up all the way into the room. Well, to do that in a studio and to have all that snow and everything, you need so much light, but you also need a lot of light inside because of the exposure change. It's like an amazing, incredible dolly shot, a reverse tracking shot. It's fantastic. And what year did he do this, too? I don't know the exact year. Citizen Kane has to be 40s, right? Yeah, probably. It's it's in the late 40s, I think. Is that when it was, Jared? Yeah. Tell us the 41, early 40s. Wow. Yeah. Wow, let me see that shot. Wartime. Can we find that? Wartime. It's a wartime film. What, Jimmy? I was looking for it. Wartime 40s, right? Yeah, right. It's a wartime crazier. Yeah. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Oh my God. A lot of stuff going on back then. Probably hard to get people to go to the movies back then. No, it would be easy to go to the movies. Because in fact, wartime and depression and when things are bad, that's usually the best time for entertainment because people just want to escape. Well, that actually makes sense. Yeah.
Be careful, Charles. Pull your muffler around your neck, Charles.
We shall have to tell him now.
Yes. I'll sign those papers now, Mr. Thatcher.
You people seem to forget that I'm the boy's father.
It's going to be done exactly the way I've told Mr. Thatcher.
There ain't nothing wrong with Colorado. I don't see why we can't raise our own son just because we can lend some money.
If I want it, I can go to court. A father has a right to. A board of the creature's built and leaves worthless stock behind. That property is just as much my property as anybody's, now that it's valuable. And if Fred Graves had any idea all this was going to happen, he'd have made out those certificates in both our names. They were made out in Mrs. Caton's name.
So in order to maintain that background exposure of the little kid in the window and the foreground, what you're not knowing is how much light they're using on the interior part in order to create that balance between the two with the foam stocks back then. And the other thing is that table gets flown in. Like they move that table into the shot because it's in the way of the camera move. Wow. And so there's all sorts of mathematics going on in the creation of this shot. And most people would just be like, oh, just shoot the kid outside, cut inside, just do it like that. But Wells was, he was thinking on a complete other level. It's just we got robbed of so many films. If you really think about it, what he could have made. Yes and no. My favorite film of his is Touch of Evil, and there's this amazing shot with Charlton Heston where he's playing a Mexican, and he's got this pencil thin, mustache. And Chuck Heston as a Mexican is fantastic. And then everybody's so sweaty in the movie, and it takes place in Mexico, but it's shot in Venice, in California. And so the whole opening, which is this setting of a bomb in the trunk of a car, and then here's the opening shot. You can tell that it's actually downtown Venice.
And this is supposed to be Mexico.
Yeah, this is supposed to be like a border town in Mexico. I don't know if it's Tijuana or some other border town, but he does this amazing single shot. Wow! And which back then, this is really hard to do, and this is kind of it's Charlton Heston essentially saying, I believe in Orson Welles and his vision. That's downtown Venice. The beach is just beyond that.
Ah, wow.
God, what year? I'm sorry, the beach might be behind us.
What year was this?
Yeah, 1958.
Wow. It's an incredible shot.
And this is incredibly difficult to do as well because you've got a crane.
Now you're following people.
Now you're following the people. There's Charlton Heston with his mustache. And we know as an audience that there's a bomb in that car, but he doesn't know. And so he's still,
just the fact that this is all one shot is crazy.
And for back then, it's a big deal. Back then, the camera that you're using isn't just some little handy cam or something like that now, an iPhone. It's a Mitchell BNCR, which is it takes 4 guys to move that camera. It's made out of cast iron. It's a giant camera with a blimp. And a blimp is a soundproofing device. So you have the camera, and then you've got to build a giant encasing for the camera because it makes so much noise. You don't want to hear that.
Oh, what did that look like?
I have one in my home. It's
of course you do.
Well,
that shot's incredible. I would have never. I didn't know that film existed.
I bought mine from this commercial director named Charles Wittenmeyer, and he had a massive collection of stuff, and then he liquidated everything. He just kind of cashed out of Los Angeles, and he had a warehouse full of stuff. And so I went in, and he's like, well, here's, you can get this, and you can get this. I was like, okay, the Mitchell BNCR. We went over to it, and he's like, this Mitchell BNCR was used, to shoot The Godfather.
So that's what it looks like with the big lid on it?
Yeah, and that's basically the camera. That's the camera.
Is that
I also have some camera
blimp? Is the thing on top of it?
Yeah, the blimp is, the whole thing is a blimp. There's a smaller.
So that's the camera
with a blimp on it. The big one, the whole thing is a blimp, and when you can actually open up all of these trap doors on it to reveal the camera inside of it. And then the reels that are, there you go, there's an opened up one. Wow. Looks like it's holding an Airy on the inside, Airy 100.
One of the things about old movies is they would let a scene cook. You had so much time before people would talk, and you just let the average daily life sort of play out, and it set the tone for the film. And now it's like built for Netflix.
Well, now you have a white paper that Netflix gives you, and that I think was it Ben Affleck that was talking about it. How you got to have a beat in the beginning, and you got to have this and this and this and regular things. I mean, there was this book by Sid Field, which was a screenwriting book, that, you know, at one hand it gave a kind of formula on what a movie should be. You know, by page 7, your inciting event should happen, and by page 30, the first thing, you know, he had everything mapped out by page, and that eventually found its way into the hands of studio executives, and they're like, oh, now we know what a screenplay is supposed to be structured like, you know, in order to have proper story arcs and structures and a satisfying design. And that's just the next iteration is Netflix giving you a white paper saying you have to shoot with these cameras, you have to process at these labs, you have to have, you know, tech specs that are within this range, and that's now extending to story because they've analytically looked at what audiences are, you know, able to process now, which is less and less, probably because of the COVID shot, you know, completely frying their pineal glands. So they can no longer pay attention to anything. And then on top of that, the mind control device of cell phones. And, you know, with all of that, they're now like, well, how do we maintain the audience? And so you end up with white papers. I think it's options too. It's almost like if something is not really fascinating within the first 20, 30 seconds, people just want to, let's see what else is on. They just want to keep searching.
Well, there is that. I mean, there's something magical about being in a movie theater. You know, it's you know, you're in this congregation.
Yeah.
You know, Clinton always talks about how, you know, movies are my church. Well, it is a congregation, and you're sitting in the dark next to someone you don't even know. They might have completely different ideologies, you know, race, creed, color, like everything is different about them, and yet you're sitting in the dark next to them, having this ecstatic dream, this waking dream, sitting like insects looking at the flicker on the screen, and you're sharing this kind of experience that you're physically trapped in. You know, like you don't get up and leave the theater, and well, you might if you have to go to the bathroom or get some popcorn or something. They'll even bring that to you now. You're having this kind of ecstatic experience, absorbing the movie with someone you don't know, and you're sharing your bodily electricity with them. And I think this kind of this is the magic that they often talk about of movies. It's not necessarily the movie itself on screen. It's the shared experience of being next to people.
Yeah.
And that there is a kind of unseen electricity between people that unifies us. And I think that there are dark forces in the universe that are attempting to divide people up and to take that away, to take away that congregation.
Do you really think that that's by design, or do you think that's just a natural function of streaming and televisions and phones and having access to things instantaneously?
I personally think that streaming was by design to eliminate residuals.
Like by design, but what isn't it just a function of technology emerging?
You notice that all of the executives, well, yeah, I mean, part of it is technology, but technology gets pushed and brought to the forefront for specific reasons. And, you know, digital cinema hasn't been the greatest thing for the creative process, and I think we see that in the works that we're looking at. I mean, if you watch stuff on Netflix and we can see that it doesn't have the same power, impact. And also, you know, when you were making a movie, when you were making a film, on film, it was like every time you turn on the camera, you're burning money. It's like every single frame is like 4 cents or whatever the calculation was. And so that was actually an expensive part of the process. And so, you know, there was all this preparation to get everything ready. Like, we want to get all of the props in place, you know, right before we shoot. And the actors are in their trailer and figuring out what they're going to do. And then you're on your way to set. People are like, hey, I'll see you in the moment. And what they mean by that is when the cameras turn on and you actually hear that happening, suddenly everything pops into play, and suddenly you're performing in front of you know, what you're attempting to do is capture lightning in a bottle, and you don't even know that you have it right away. You ask your DP, like, do we have it? It's like, oh, there's some dust in the frame or a hair in the frame. Let's get another one. You get another one. Like, then you hold that all in the dark, all that film, because you can't expose it. You send it off to the lab, and then some alchemist at the lab at the castle, you know, puts it into a potion, and he
and the next day what comes out are these like little stained glass windows, and you watch it and you realize, God, we did it. We captured something. Okay, now everything is different. You show up on set and everything's digital, and you've got producers and network executives and broadcasters, and everybody's there, studio people in Video Village, and they set up like a little tent, and everybody's sitting there in their Canadian Goose jackets on high chairs, and they're looking at a big color-corrected monitor, and there's a guy doing color correction in a van, and they're basically watching an approximation of what it's going to look like in the end. And they're sitting there. Okay, on my first film, there was none of that. I had to stand next to the camera. We didn't even have video tap. Stand next to the camera and look at the actors and see, did the actors do what I wanted them to do? And now, they just turn on the camera, and it costs more money to stop the camera and to restart it again. So you just let it roll, and you're just like letting it go. And you're like, hey, and the director now is like, hey, go back, start over, and smile this time. And then they redo it, and then the editor is now like having to take those takes and separate them in the editing room, and the actors are like suddenly the moment is gone. In other words, it's vanished. Is there a way to do both? I mean, is it the medium of film? I mean, it seems like it's the environment as well. You're describing an environmental thing, right? Well, Video Village, executives. Well, yeah, and the problem is now suddenly you've got a chorus of people sitting there who are like, oh yeah, you got it. I saw you got it. Did you get it? You got it. But you as the director still have to run back and forth to the camera, to the actors and everything, and you're like trying to keep it all in place. And look, it's neither is worse than the other. Right. They are both paint, but one is watercolor and one is oil paint, and those are opposingly different. If you were an oil artist during the British Renaissance of watercolor paint, where all of a sudden watercolor came out, everybody wanted watercolor. Why would you try to make your watercolor paint look like oil or vice versa? They're just completely different mediums. They're both paint, but they're different. And so digital has its advantages and its purposes. You can, because you can run like a long mag of video. I call it video. Everybody calls it digital cinema, but that was just to push it through. And actually the technology is different. With film, light travels through the glass. It travels through a gate. It exposes the silver and the acetate, and then keep it all in the dark and send it away. With video, the light travels through the glass. It strikes the golden sensor, and then it bounces back into the glass. And that's why video or digital cinema is flatter by nature than most film. And so to combat this, filmmakers have started to do the exact opposite of what we used to do. It used to be that you would go to shoot something. You're outside. You're on set. I've got my camera on Joe, and I have the sun behind me because I want all that light on you. For the most part, I'm over exaggerating my point, and the analogy would, or the saying would be that at the end of the day, you go home and the back of your neck is sunburned because you've always had the light behind you. Now, because the image is flatter, they rotate the camera 180 degrees and they shoot into the sun to get lens flare. And lens flare gives you the illusion of depth where there is none.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The best way to learn anything is to ask questions. Be engaged, be curious, have a conversation. Whether you want to know more about a friend, start a new hobby like surfing, or figure out how your dad makes the best steak, you're not going to get any answers just sitting around. When you're hiring, it's also important to ask questions to make sure the candidate is right for your role. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. It can help connect you with people who could be a good fit. And today you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Rated the #1 hiring site based on G2, ZipRecruiter has the features you need to find the perfect match for your role, like filters to show you who's been active recently on the site. And of course, and most importantly, you can add screening questions to your job post to make sure you're talking to people with the right skill set. Ask key questions and hire faster with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. I always thought that, like, when you would watch soap operas, I was like, why do they look so weird? And it's because they were shooting them on video instead of on film. Like, when we were filming News Radio, the sitcom, we were doing it on film. And they were, like, really adamant about doing it on film. Like, they really wanted it to be on film. And then there was some process where you could make video look like film. And I was like, this is so interesting. It's like we're like when you take your photo with your camera on your phone and you use portrait mode, which is you blur out the background, so you're making it shittier.
You're doing an artificial.
Yeah.
That's because we associate, we associate the faults of media as film. Like, people think of, like, old movies as gate weave and sepia tone and dust and scratches, kind of fast motion. Well, when those movies were originally made, the motion was corrected by the cranking of the projector. And so it was natural motion. There was no sepia tone change. There was no dust. It was originally, and there was no gate weave because it was a fixed image. The celluloid hadn't yet shrunk or anything like that. And so we have this kind of filter, nostalgic filter that we associate with what an old movie looks like. And so if you want to make something look old, you start adding all this crap to it. You're adding the faults. It's the faults of cinema that actually make it really good. It's not the perfection of cinema.
That's so, in my opinion, because you would never be able to sell that if the cinema never existed. Like, if cinema never existed and video came around and then it was normal video, like soap opera style, and then someone came along and said, hey, let's make it blurry in the background, and let's, like, it's almost like we've become accustomed to the faults, and nostalgically we look at them as if it's positive.
And it's also led by, everything is shot on iPhones now, and so that's becoming the cinematic vernacular, the grammar that people are used to, and they now expect that in a big movie. And so suddenly you see something like the latest James Gunn Superman or Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, and they've got these crazy wide lenses where there's no distortion and kind of infinite depth, and they're shot in a very large format, but what they're replicating is an iPhone.
Right.
And it just I watched both of those movies and I thought, okay, both of them are amazingly technically competent, and they're made by highly professional people, but it looks like iPhone footage.
I'm a huge Guillermo del Toro fan. I even loved his book, The Strain. Like, it was really good till about like 3/4 of the way through, and it seemed like he just wanted to finish the book. Yeah, probably. Like, a bunch of shit just happens in the last quarter of the book, where I was like, this is kind of jarring.
It became dinner time. I was like, put this aside.
It just seemed like, fuck, I can't keep going with this book. It's what it felt like. It felt rushed, though. Just my opinion. But I'm a huge fan of that guy. That's why I love Pan's Labyrinth. I love a lot of his films. But I didn't like Frankenstein.
I love Guillermo, and I love his spirit, and I love his artist. He is an amazing artist. He's just literally as an artist. His sketchbooks are beautiful, and he brings a great amount of passion to his work. He brings that kind of Mexican passion to his work, and I adore him as a person. But to be perfectly honest, I'm not wild about his movies that much. I didn't like Pan's Labyrinth. I liked parts of it, but as a whole, it just kind of. I don't know what it is, about it, but Blade 2 is probably my favorite film of his, because it's like the least of well, actually it's quite a bit of him, but it's just the most accessible for me.
I didn't know he did Blade 2. Which one was it that Patton Oswalt was in, where he had the whole bit about Wesley Snipes, and then they replaced him with a cooler Wesley Snipes? I think that was 3. Yeah, it was probably Blade 3. I don't remember Blade 2. I don't remember Blade 2. Blade 1 was awesome, though. Yeah. That's my favorite of all the comic book movies. Because I was just a giant fan of the Blade comic book series.
I also like his Pacific Rim movie, and I like parts of, the moment in Frankenstein that I think is, for me, the entire movie. Like, I could have
like left the rest of it. So much of it was just so melancholic and it was just like I just couldn't engage with it. And but the part that I absolutely loved was at the Miller's house, where he's learning language. To me, that was the movie, where he's kind of secretly learning how to speak and how to be, and learning morals. And to me, I could have watched an entire movie about that sequence, and it was also beautifully made, that part. Just the rest of it, I could have done without.
It was just a little flat.
And also, it's like, why does it have? It's so freaking long. Like, he could really learn a lesson. Well, I was going to say he could learn a lesson from Ridley Scott, who just clips through things. Like he takes, there's a dialogue scene. I'm just going to do the essentials and just get out like it's a commercial. This dialogue scene doesn't need to be any longer than 30 seconds, and he just clips along. Somehow, yet his movies are still like 2 hours long.
Well, they're so involved.
Yeah.
You know what I really loved? Nosferatu. Did you see the
No,
Nosferatu?
I haven't. I don't want to sound like a persnickety guy, but I had to be in the right.
I want you to be persnickety.
I had to be in the right mood to engage with that movie because I like that guy's first movie, The Vivitch or The Witch. I actually never saw that. I heard it's great though. I love that film. I think that's a great movie. And he's like a production designer.
He's doing a werewolf movie right now.
Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is.
I love a good werewolf.
I did not like his Moby Dickish Lighthouse movie.
I didn't see that.
And
that was the Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, the Willem Dafoe one. It was just garish and kind of, I felt like it lost its way halfway through. And and then this latest one, Nosferatu. Look, I am a Werner Herzog nut, and so I adore Werner Herzog, and I love his Nosferatu. So for me to watch this guy's version of that, I have to be in the right mood. I just wasn't yet in the right mood to accept.
Which one is Werner's? Who plays Nosferatu?
Oh, Klaus, the incomparable Klaus Kinski. And I know I've seen. I mean, the thing about Werner Herzog when he made his Nosferatu was, the Murnau movie, which is the original Nosferatu, the very first one with Max Schreck.
Yeah, I saw it at the library when I was exactly 10 years old.
So the thing about Werner Herzog as a filmmaker is that most filmmakers have their forefathers that they can look back to. They can, they have a generation before them that they can kind of imprint on. And because of the brutality and tragedy of World War II, he had none. There were no German filmmakers that he could look to, and so he had to look to his grandfather, basically, which was Murnau, when he made it. And so his film is almost like haunted by the original. And then Werner Herzog grew up not using a telephone until he was in his teens. He'd never seen a telephone before. He had grown up in Upper Bavaria in the mountains, and so he comes his film is almost displaced in time. It's like skipped a generation, and he does things like he'll show two actors in the most emotional part of the movie when Mina and Jonathan Harker are at the beach and they're basically saying goodbye. Normally in a Hollywood film they would cut to a close-up so that we could see the tears, and we would cut to that close-up. But because his film is because he's displaced in time, he stays back. He doesn't even bother shooting a close-up. To him, it's more melancholic to show them just isolated as figures, in a wide shot, and it truly is. And so his film is super powerful that way. And then you have Klaus Kinski, who is the madman actor of German cinema, and who is who was there's a documentary called My Best Fiend, which is about the relationship between Herzog and Kinski. And there's an amazing scene at the beginning of that where Werner Herzog visits the apartment that he rented in, I think it was in Berlin, that where he was first becoming a filmmaker and where he first met Klaus Kinski. And he goes there and it's now occupied by these two, just very conservative, this German couple, and he starts going through the house and saying, "Oh yes, here, this is where Klaus, went crazy, and he started smashing it and shitting on the walls, and like because he was an insane guy. He was like, his whole thing was about provocation, and so he brings a kind of crazy vampire. I mean, it feels like a real vampire. I remember it now, but I haven't seen it for. What year was that? You mean the Kinski one? Yes. I think it was in the 70s, so I'm thinking it was like 78 or 79, maybe even earlier. I know I've seen all the Nosperatos. Let me see. Give me I will eventually see this new Herzog. I will eventually see this new one. It's fucking good, man. It's good. The dude who plays the vampire, what's his name? The guy who played the clown in It. Oh, yeah, Bill Skarsgård. He's so good. Well, he's so good. And so is this the scene when he meets the vampire? Yeah, this. Oh, he cuts. Well, this is. Yeah, this is. This is. I mean, that's. I mean, Kinski brings just an amazing deep empathy.
It could give you blood poisoning.
Oh, this is the English version.
Let me do it. It's the oldest remedy in the world. Oh, forget it. It's hardly worth mentioning. Just a little cut. It's only for the best.
The original That's so awesome. And that's probably Kinski, they're supposed to cut, and Kinski just keeps going. Yeah, I mean, Bruno Ganz, I think it's Bruno Ganz, is probably terrified in real life because he doesn't know. Kinski's crazy enough where he'll bite him. Right. And he's got those fake teeth in. Yeah.
Let's sit up for a while.
All right, show me a clip from the new one. You got to see the new Nosferatu. I mean, I have never seen a vampire like that. And I think Salem's Lot was made after the TV movies. Yeah, Salem's Lot is super similar to it. There's a scene when he meets the guy at the castle. I did see one scene from this online with Lily Rose Depp kind of reacting to something which was like very compelling. Go full screen to this. This is when he makes it into the castle. It's really dark, man. He did a fantastic job of capturing the creepiness of it and also the surreal aspect of him being under the trance of this vampire. You recognize that reality is all fucked up and skewed. Like, time passes very quickly. It doesn't make sense. He's super confused as to what's going on. I mean, I have to say, this movie feels haunted by the Herzog version as Herzog was haunted by the Murnau version. For you. Right. It would be, I encourage anybody to, enjoy all three of them, I guess. Yeah, I wonder if he was haunted by that or if he was haunted by the original. But this is, with the use of all the little step frame modern ability. Yeah. But it's just the way they made the castle and the way they made him is very unique. There's so many aspects of it that I thought were very unique. Even the way the vampire feeds on people is unique. This guy he's a very, very, very good filmmaker. I just, I don't know so much about the way he's talking. It's weird, but it grows on you. Yeah. It grows on you. Well, I'm sure it has a haunting quality over time. Yeah, like this. The guy just disappears, and all of a sudden he's way far away. There's a lot of that in this movie. So the scene when they get him to sign papers, when you get up to that.
Close many superstitions here that may seem backward to a young man of your time.
I'm sure Prince Charles was like jacking off to this film.
Why they made that painting?
Well, he apparently he visits Castle Dracula like every year.
Well, isn't he related to
Vlad Tepes? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He's German, of German ancestry. So
I think Prince Charles is related to the original Vlad the Impaler.
that would track.
No further ahead, so they
would track with the whole baby eating thing.
They give you a look of what it looks like. They don't want to give away too much. That was the other thing. Like, you don't really get a look at him for quite a while, and when you do, it's horrifying.
Yeah. The movie is made in washes of darkness.
Mm-hmm. It's very dark. I mean, it's very much a candlelit movie. Which I like because I don't like a film where you're pretending that people are in a candlelit, but it's really well lit.
Well, and that's an example of where video actually is a better medium to choose, because it like digital loves darkness. And it can do things in darkness that film just doesn't have the capacity to do.
Right.
And so it's an excellent choice. When we did Silent Hill, we made the choice of whenever we're in the dark, we're shooting on digital. And whenever it's during daylight, we're shooting on film. To create a kind of dissonance between the two. And so, and that's largely because digital loves dark. And this is great use of it. I'm warming up to it. I've been waiting. I bought it on Blu-ray. I have the movie. I mean, I keep it. It's in that stack. I've just been waiting to for the right time to expose myself to it. I'm in the right mood.
I loved it. I'm no film expert, but it's my favorite vampire movie ever.
Well, that's actually saying a lot. That's incredible.
I loved it.
That's incredible.
A fun vampire movie is 30 Days of Night.
Yeah, 30 Days of Night is great.
That one too. It's not as good as this. This is.
I think I Am Legend is actually a pretty good vampire movie. The one with Will Smith.
But I thought they're zombies.
Well, they're kind of. It's a Contagion film technically. They're not really zombies, but they've been turned into like vampire-like creatures. They're in that film. That's a really good one. And then that one that. What's his name? Taiki Wakataka Lakataka. That Polynesian director who did the Thor movie did. God, what was it called? We are. I can't remember the name of it. But it's like a comedy version of vampires, like kind of all living in a house and sort of.
How old is that?
This was made sometime in the mid-2000s, I think.
Vampires living in a house.
Yeah, What We Do in the Shadows.
Did you see that?
That is an incredible vampire movie. It's kind of like a mockumentary, like where they're but it takes all of the kind of vampire mythology and it makes it really, really fun.
I've never even heard of this.
It's fantastic. This is his best film. This is, I'm sure, the foundation of everything he's done has been on What We Do, for me, What We Do in the Shadows.
Huh. That's so crazy. I never even heard of it.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Show me the trailer, Jamie. We are granted protection from direct subjects in this film. Oh, it's like a Blair Witch Project type deal.
It's been like this the whole time, Deacon, on dishes, and it still hasn't moved in 5 years. You're a cool guy, but you're not pulling your weight in the flat.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that I'm cool.
No, that's not the point, though.
Yeah, I know. Flat means about how cool you are.
When you get 3 vampires in a flat, obviously there's going to be a lot of tension. Iago was an 18th century dandy.
Vladislav is a bit of a pervert.
This is my torture chamber.
Deacon's like a young bad boy film.
I'm supposed to pay rent, but I
No. The trouble with being a vampire is you have to be invited in.
Some friend. The whole movie's like that. It's fantastic. That's funny. Just invite us in. The bouncer's like, no. And they can't do anything about it because they're vampires. Let the right one in. Oh, okay. That is, of all the modern vampire movies, I mean, I haven't seen the, what's his name, Eggers?
The American version of it?
No, I hate the American version. The American version is Let Them In is terrible. It's like I had to wash my eyes afterwards with another movie. I didn't mind it. I hated because I loved
the foreign version.
Which country was it from? I think Sweden. Sweden. It's an outstanding. Film in the book is fabulous as well. It's an amazing novel.
Yeah, I just love a good horror movie, a well-made horror movie. Because the suspension of disbelief is like inherent to the enjoyment of the film. Like, you know, like just show me how the guy turns into a monster.
Yeah.
Show me.
Yeah, make it so. Yeah, so and also you can see, like, I mean, they have been making Dracula movies again and again and again. It seems like every year there's another vampire movie coming out, or every couple of years at least. And, you know, there never seems to be exhausted. The market never seems to be exhausted by it. You know, it's zombie movies. They continue making them. You know, it's like
that's the most overused genre. Is zombie films. Zombie films, zombie TV shows. I mean, how many versions of The Walking Dead are there? There's multiple.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of
the beginning was great. I think first season
when it started, but then when I realized, it's just sadism. And I mean, I get the point. After the first season, I realized, the point is that the Walking Dead are the living. They're actually the Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Because they become emotionally.
I didn't like it. When it got into the point where it was just murder porn.
Yeah, and that, I mean, I think I even talked about this before. That's a real problem with television, is that they're just trying to get the serotonin levels spiked by killing someone that you care about.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, real television you return because you love the characters and you want to return to it.
Well, sometimes it's done well. Like Game of Thrones did a fantastic job of doing it.
But even that kind of lost its way after a while. I mean,
they actually 8 seasons. I'm rewatching it right now. We're actually on season 3 right now. It's fucking great. I kind of forgot how great it was. But when you get to binge it and you don't have to wait, like there was years in between seasons. It took so long to produce.
Have you seen the Pendragon cycle? The Rise of the Merlin?
No.
Okay, so these days, like, you almost don't know where to find television, and that's because you can find it anywhere. Like, and the mainstay producers of it, the studios and everything, they're no longer reliable in producing quality television, and so suddenly we see stuff rising, you know, out of places that is completely unexpected, and this was produced by the Daily Wire of all people. Yes, and the CEO of the Daily Wire directed it. This guy Jeremy Boring. Yeah, I hope I'm not mispronouncing his name. His name is Boring. But
and this is good.
Okay, this is, to me, this is better than you know. It's I have a very high watermark for Arthurian mythology. Like, to me, Excalibur is the high watermark. And this really went to this, like, I had a chip on my shoulder when I started watching this. I was like, okay, this is very unlikely that I'm going to enjoy this production. But they did it for a micro budget, effectively. They made something that is absolutely kind of reinvents the mythology, and they do it like proper television, where you kind of love the characters, and they weave an entire reality and universe that is just fantastic. And it's done for, like, you know, for very, very little. You know, they're spending billions making these Lord of the Rings things, and like nobody cares. They're just awful to watch. And in the meantime, these guys just, you know, without anybody paying attention, cranked this out. And I've only seen 4 episodes of it, but I am, like, completely blown away by it. That's so interesting.
The
Because
Daily
I haven't
Wire.
heard anything about it. I think that's part of the problem.
Well, that's because, like, we don't hear about a lot of things. Like, and media is, like, the least of it.
Good point. But certainly with Daily Wire, the problem is it's like associated with this right-wing production.
If you can get over that and put that behind you, and then I mean, this is to me as good as classic television.
My prejudice was initially, they're gonna somehow or another embed right-wing ideology in this.
Everybody's embedding their own ideology. Whenever you make any media, there's usually you have corporate propaganda and personal propaganda, and usually there was a balance between the two. Now, if you're making Midnight Express, for example, okay, that movie was nothing like the book at all.
Really?
And not even close to the book. And it's a complete alternate experience. And you wonder, why was that movie such a big success? Why was that movie such a overwhelmingly, like, Oscars and everything? Okay, I think it had a little bit more to do with the politics of what was going on with Turkey at that time than anything else. And you know, what's his name? Billy Hayes, who experienced it, lived it, spent the rest of his life basically apologizing for the movie. And why? Because none of he wasn't, like, raped in a Turkish prison, and that's like the original. That's like a joke that gets, in Airplane they're making jokes about it. Right. And so Billy Hayes, he was the actual character, or the person who lived the experience. And so the movie is a kind of propaganda element, and that's like all Hollywood does it. You kind of accept whenever you're making a movie that you're being used in a certain level to do something, whether it's to, on a very basic level, whether it's just to, like, mortify or scare audiences, or to do things. And we see that more and more, obviously, in media as the director. Personal propaganda, when you have something personal that you want to get on screen, has become more and more diminished, and you have sort of more corporate propaganda kind of taking over. And I think the most probably crass example of that is DEI stuff, in movies, and pushing characters in situations that are just completely out of whack.
Did you see the Star Trek that they tried to make like that?
Okay, I'm like a big Star Trek guy. I watch Star Trek every day in my house. We watch like 2 or 3 episodes, and I'm not kidding. My wife is like a Trekkie. She is like crazy for Star Trek, and so she puts Star Trek on. Like at around 5 o'clock, Star Trek comes on.
Original?
Well,
Picard.
We cycle through. We go chronologically from the original series through The Next Generation, and then DS9, and then Voyager, and then Enterprise, and then we loop back to, and sometimes, when you show an episode like in DS9, there's an episode called Trials and Tribulations, where all the characters go into the past, and they kind of interact with Trouble with Tribbles, and they kind of blend them into the set and everything that's happening. We'll then go back and watch Trouble with Tribbles, or same thing with Wrath of Khan. We'll do, so we'll kind of connect it all together. And so, but every day there's at least 2 or 3 episodes of Star Trek playing in my house. It's like I usually have to wrestle away the controller to say we're watching a movie now. and my children were like basically raised on Star Trek, and the sort of morals behind Star Trek, and and people complain about, I don't like DS9 as much, it's not as dynamic, I hate Bajor, and blah, blah, blah. But I think Captain Sisko is one of the most amazing captains there is, because he's also a father, and there's all these, like, father-son lessons that are going on throughout it. It's, like, really elaborate television. And by the way, all that kind of DEI stuff is still in it. It's still there. They're exploring all sorts of things in Star Trek: The Next Generation. Riker, who's like the second in command to Picard. In that one, there's an episode where he goes to a planet of neuters that are just, they have one gender, and he falls in love with one, and they kind of waken up out of their single gender thing and realize, I'm female, and that person then gets taken and reprogrammed. And then there's an episode where Quark is turned into a woman in order to
for some cockamamie reason that they come up with in the show, and he kind of likes it. He's like getting into it. Like, so it's not like they aren't exploring gender, and
they're not just beating you over the head with it.
It's somehow integrated into good storytelling. And I think something happened at the studios where they fired all of the legacy people and they hired on a bunch of new people who just weren't as good at storytelling or as respectful of the canon, I guess you could say,
right,
is what it was. But those seasons of Star Trek are, which I guess you could call from the Gene Roddenberry into the Rick Berman era. And I mean, they had such amazing writers. They had guys like Renee Echeverria, Naren Shankar, and they had technical advisors. And, so if you were just into the tech, you could really and most of our technology and most of our aspirations have come from Star Trek. Our telephones are basically, like tricorders, and we're all, and when we see it on Star Trek, like, oh, we talk to the computer. Well, I want to have that, and so somebody figures out a way to develop that to make it so, and now we have that.
Didn't he actually say computer?
Yeah,
he would say computer and ask a question.
Yeah, well,
like
hey Siri,
same things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow.
And so, it's I think it's a fantastic show. And then this dweeb Alex Kurtzman comes along and just shits all over everything, just like craps all over it. And I mean, I went in and met with the guy. I was like, hey, I will write for scale. I'll write on your new show. I just want to be part of it.
Just as an opportunity to work on Star Trek.
And I basically found out he didn't want anybody who had any kind of fondness for the original show. He wanted to do something new and to create something new. And boy, has he shit the bed, like in a big way. And this latest thing that they've made, this Starfleet Academy, now it's still ongoing. Maybe it writes itself at some point.
I think they canceled it.
Did they? Good.
The newest.
They read the room. They read the room.
Is it? They stopped the idea of a season 2?
That fucking Alex Kurtzman, man. His company's called Secret Hideout, I think. He's gonna need a secret hideout after all these, after destroying Star Trek for this latest generation.
Are we talking about the newest one, the one with Tig Notaro? That's the newest one.
Starfleet Academy is an abomination.
Is that what you're talking about?
I could not get through 3 episodes of Discovery, and I mean they're just it's just awful storytelling.
Well, it's also clunky dialogue and bad acting,
just horrible. And they're more interested in the corporate polity and the corporate propaganda than they are with any kind of personal propaganda.
Right. It seems like that's the imperative. It's like they get across this inclusive,
the card was terrible. It was sad, actually. It's just depressing for me. So, when what's his name did that show, The Orville, and that is the proper successor. They brought back guys like James Conroy.
I don't know what The Orville was.
It was kind of like a comedy version Seth MacFarlane did, but he hired all the original people that they'd fired from Star Trek and basically used them to do his show. And it actually feels a little bit more like a continuation.
I've never heard of this either. And it's on Hulu?
Yeah.
Is it a Star Trek, or is it?
No, it's not Star Trek. It's The Orville.
So they just ripped off Star Trek?
They basically just ripped off Star Trek, and they have a sort of tongue-in-cheek quality, but they bring all the writers from the original and showrunners and people like that, and the original directors like Jim blanking on his name, Conroy. I want to say Conroy, but I think it's whatever. So they bring everybody back, and it has a little bit more of the same spirit. Another really good Star Trek-ish thing is Galaxy Quest, something that got kind of buried with
Sigourney Weaver.
Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah, that was good.
Galaxy Quest is hilarious. If you love the original series of Star Trek, Galaxy Quest is amazing. It's so fantastic.
I love Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah,
she's one of my all-time favorites. That's a good example of a movie that was like a DEI movie that you never even noticed it was Alien.
Yeah.
You have a female lead, and you never
It's
think
not
about it.
like
She's
we
the
didn't
hero.
have like powerful women
Right.
in movies before. We've
Right.
like had them throughout history.
Right.
You know, the history of cinema is built on, you know, and by the way, a complex woman character can have faults.
Right.
Like that's part of it is characters have faults. Characters have things wrong with them. You know, they're not always just, like
dominant and noble.
and like can do everything
Right.
immediately.
Exactly. Like some of the Star Wars ones with Wet Woke. There was a few of those.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's funny. You had, I think it was here. Ben Affleck was on, and they were talking about AI and how it always goes to the middle. And, well, it always goes to the middle. It always goes to the middle. And I was like J.J. Abrams always goes to the middle. And boy, was that Star Wars he did the middle, where he just basically took the Luke Skywalker story and just reinterpreted it with a strong woman, character. And I just thought it was bland and just tasteless and just, nothing new. He just went to the middle. So you don't need AI to go to the middle.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. Folks, there's one thing nobody wants this season, and that's getting catfished. And it's not just dating profiles that are putting you at risk, it's also big wireless carriers. You know the type, looks great at first, promises a low price, but once you're locked in, surprise fees and an expensive bill that isn't what you were expecting. Your knight in shining armor? Visible Wireless. It's one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for just $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Now that's a green flag. The best part, Visible is all digital, so you can switch as fast as you can swipe. Don't fall for the trap of getting catfished by wireless. Visit visible.com to learn more and start loving your wireless carrier. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. No, you just need a mandate. And the thing about Alien 2 was like, you didn't know who the hero was.
Alien 2 or Alien
Aliens as well. I mean, Alien 1. I didn't like Aliens 2 as much. It was fun, but it was like, why are they so easy to kill now? Why are they so obvious?
Well, they were, Space Marines. And the Marines are tough. Marines are badass, and Marines can
the first Alien,
those aliens, they still overwhelm.
I know, but the first Alien was clever. He was hiding. He would sneak around. He would jump. You didn't get to see much of it, and that was also cool too because it kind of captured you with the suspense.
It's one of the best movies ever made. And
it's a 1979 movie too, which is crazy. People don't even know how old it is.
What's funny, I recently went back and started watching all the Ridley Scott movies I hadn't seen. Like there's a ton of them that I just kind of missed along the way. And I started off with what was it? I started off with Napoleon, because I just missed it when it came out. And I'm like, what happened to Ridley Scott? And I have not liked any of his recent Alien movies. I just think I'm confused by them.
The Prometheus ones.
It's just like when you need a web episode in order to understand what the hell he's talking about in the movie, you failed. And they're just like, they're technical marvels. Like nobody shoots big canvas cinema like Ridley Scott. Like no one shoots a helicopter crashing like Ridley Scott shoots a helicopter crashing. And you watch Napoleon and sure, the Battle of Austerlitz, amazing to watch. Cannonballs going into the lake and the ice breaking and people falling in the water. But the minute anybody talks in that movie, it just collapses on its own weight. It's just like, you just don't care. My wife was like, this is the worst date movie. You're not going to sleep with me after this.
What's wrong with it? I didn't see it.
Well, Joaquin Phoenix, and I think he made a choice because I consider him to be an excellent actor, but in this movie, I think he made a choice to just play it like, contemporary, like he just kind of talks. Everybody else is doing sort of a British or Frenchish accent, like they're all kind of pretending that they're in a period piece, but not Joaquin Phoenix. He just plays it like he just walked off Hollywood Boulevard, and just like the battle scene, there's no passion in any of his performance. It's kind of this weird, dead, dead performance, and so I
did it on purpose to portray like a sociopath.
I think he came on. He was like, I am going to do whatever I want to do the way Napoleon would, and I'm not going to try. I'm a Corsican, and I'm going to be an outsider to all of these other people who are. I think there was an intellectual idea behind what he did, and it completely failed. So I'm like, okay, I adore watching Ridley Scott do these big scenes, but ugh, what a terrible movie. And, you know, like failure. And so then after that, I'm like, okay, let's watch something else. Well, he did Exodus. I've never seen that. Gods and Kings with Christian Bale. Same thing. It's like you start watching that movie, and there's some interesting things in the film. He's got like chariot battles and, you know, archers shooting things, and like, you know, whenever he's doing that, like Ridley Scott's like, oh, this is my day on the set, and he's got a cigar, 20 cameras, you know, put cameras everywhere, and he's like, shoot from every angle, and he's like a great general, you know, shooting. But the minute anybody talks, that movie falls apart. And actually, I mean, I don't know how to say this, but that movie almost did its best to turn me on the Jews. Like, I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is like, first of all, is anybody even Jewish making this? Like, it seems like nobody involved in it was Jewish, and like they start like, you know,
how is that even possible?
Well, Moses as a character, when he's an Egyptian, when he's like the adopted Egyptian brother, I'm like totally with him for some reason. Then he becomes Moses after getting like hit in the head with a rock, and all of a sudden he's you know, kind of, he's like a lunatic, and like, you know, like everybody's following him. Like he's distasteful all of a sudden. But every now and then they would show a battle scene, and it's like, okay, you know, I can, like, Ridley Scott's doing his thing again. But like, and you know who's also really good in it is God, I can't remember, Joel Edgerton, who plays Ramses. It's really funny because Joel Edgerton is, you know, like usually you imagine Egyptians when they're cast as being kind of tall and, you know, sort of noble looking and everything. He's kind of like this butch, like sort of tough, you know, wide-bodied butch Ramses, like just kind of like a tough Ramses. And every now and
yeah, it's us who the government is coming
You probably think Squarespace is just for websites, but you can also get a domain from Squarespace. Something like topfootballcamp.com for your football camp, rugbyringers.com for your rugby league, or weirdburpeecult.com for your weird burpee cult. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website is how you go from 0 to 1 all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
then his Australian accent comes out, so he's like, oh, he's like an Australian Ramses. And John Turturro plays his father, bald. I'm like, is that John Turturro? Like, what a crazy choice this is. And so there were all sorts of like interesting things going on in the movie, but again, I was like, this is awful.
Is it impossible for you to watch a movie with
The pits themselves are part of animal food, and then the pits are not put in the check because they're part of animal food. However, the first thing is awesome. Like the kids are putting in their whatever. So I'm also a very strong. I'm also a very strong. And therefore, the kids themselves are not satisfied for animal food. Shmuel, how do I got this one? Shmuel carries big pile of them. So going back to our red red cloth, good. A red cloth, right? Then also you take I take an item that's not much stuff and go ahead and use it to transform it into a really good tip. So the big people are always fed to animals, obviously the kids are not supposed to be animals. But kids that are only seen by people, a lot of the nice again, those kids are on Shabbos, was it, remember, a guy. Well, what's the first one? Transport kids on the first day of the life. This was the school that we got a school. Also, I think most of the school holds the first ability to go ahead and use bread for all of these needs. It was a incredible skill. Because the concept of science It's like garbage. So remember, again, garbage goes into the backpack category. And anything open again like that has the ability to
about just becoming hypercritical about all these different aspects, like how I would do it, what I don't like. Yes and no. So the next Ridley Scott movie I watched, which I stayed away from, and with great apologies to Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, was The Last Duel. And I just kind of avoided it. I was doing other things at the time, and the poster looked awful, and I was like, I'm not going to go see that. And then I put it on after watching these other two, and I was like, okay, here we go. Let's go again. And lo and behold, one of the best films of the century, in my opinion. Absolutely. First of all, those guys know how to write script, and I know that they wrote it with Nicole Hofstadter or whatever her name is. I look at Ben Affleck, like when I saw him blonde, I was like, that's one of the reasons it kept me away from it. But he's hilarious in the movie. He's a genius in the film. I never even heard about it. I was gripped by this film, and this is a great date movie. Like this, my wife got turned on for this film. Believe it or not. That's hilarious. I don't know anything about it. And Adam Driver is magnificent, and like this relationship these two guys have, and it's kind of a Rashomon story, meaning that like Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon, which was 3 stories that are all sort of the same event told from different perspectives. And Matt Damon is like a revelation, and this movie says so much about Hollywood. Like when I watched this, I was like, okay, I'm Matt Damon, and Quentin is Adam Driver for sure. Like Adam Driver totally knows how to like. You learn about Hollywood in this film, and I'm sure they're writing it like knowing about Hollywood, that the way to really get along in court is to join the orgies. You know, to be in the orgy with everybody is like how you get along. It's like we all fuck together, and that's how we do it. But Matt Damon, who by all accounts in this is a great, you know, he's a fighter, he's a great knight, he's true in his heart, but he's just like a pill to hang out with, and he doesn't go to the orgies. And because of that, he's just kind of marginalized. And the whole movie plays off of this friendship that just kind of goes awry, where jealousy comes into play, and it's ruinous to everything until they're finally fighting in the very end. And this is where Ridley Scott just does what he does, which is he has this insane fight between these two guys, which like was just. Every blow was painful to look at. And this, to me, was the best Ridley Scott movie I've seen of the century. I mean, I guess Black Hawk Down. I also very much like Gladiator, although Gladiator 2. I throw that in.
I never saw that.
Throw that in with Exodus, Gods and Monsters. It was actually boring to watch.
I love Gladiator 1, though.
Gladiator 1 is magnificent. It had some kind of secret sauce in it that was fantastic. And Gladiator 2, it just kind of goes through the paces. It's just kind of everybody shows up. Speaking of showing up, when Sigourney Weaver shows up in Exodus, Gods and Monsters, she's not even trying at all. She knows that she's there for a paycheck. Like, she just shows up and she's like, does not put on an accent of any kind. She just shows up and just speaks the lines, and I'm out of here. I'm going into Morocco or whatever, into town. I'm going to go party for a while.
You think she just thought it was a bad film and just checked out?
I'm not sure what she was thinking, but like she may have been thinking what, I mean, maybe she was trying, but it just didn't look like it. It just looked like she was.
Well, that's gotta be a weird thing when an actor makes a choice with a character and it just doesn't work, and they don't realize it, but they're committed to it.
And the other Ridley Scott movie that I just watched that I hadn't seen, again, I avoided it partly because of the title of the film. And there's just nothing exciting. I thought it was a comedy. In fact, I've been avoiding it. It was on my Plex. There it is. I look at the thing. It looks like a comedy. It's got Javier Bardem and Cameron Diaz, and they're all kind of Javier Bardem looking exactly like Robert Downey Jr. Like in it, like just kind of this crazy Robert Downey Jr. in his crazy phase, you know, with like colorful glasses and everything. Robert Downey Jr. with like a broken up nose or whatever's going on with that nose. And okay, so I put on The Counselor, and this movie. So looking at that, I thought this was a comedy. I thought, oh, it's going to be a romantic comedy. This movie, after I saw it, I was like, I feel like I've seen too much. I feel like I know too much now about the world. Like it's made like right before. And I think this movie was kind of a disaster for Ridley Scott, and he, had to recover from it. Probably because of the failure of it. But
I never even heard of it.
It's written by Cormac McCarthy, and so it is dark, and it is an analysis of how power works in the modern world, which is basically a giant cartel. The cartel runs everything, and you cannot escape the cartel. And it is such a spectacular. I think that's such a spectacular movie. I loved it.
When did that come out?
Like 2014, I think. 2013.
Did you ever hear of it, Jamie?
There's too much content. Well, there's too much content, and Ridley Scott, and he's cranking out movies like every year. He's doing a movie. It's like just knocking him back. He's constantly making films, and so that was why I hadn't. And so finally, I was like, well, I got to catch up on some Ridley Scott. And Quentin had been talking about Black Hawk Down and how much he loved it, and how he thought it was the best film of the century. And he's largely correct. That's not a bad. I could have done without the UNICEF commercial at the very beginning, where it's just like a little, sort of Seth commercial about people starving in Africa and Somalia. But the rest of the movie is just insanely beautiful. So I wanted to check out all the movies I hadn't seen of his. And so that's why I started researching them and looking them up again. And like the counts are, how did that fall through the cracks? And it gets terrible reviews. Like people hated the film, apparently. And
What's the criticism?
People, like, I think they were just like, we don't believe it. I mean, they just don't believe that that's what the world is like. And, I found the film to be, like,
do you think that's just because of the time period it was released?
Yeah,
I think it was more innocent.
I think Ridley Scott knows things and Cormac McCarthy know things about the world that they put on film before everything was known. Like, I think if that movie was released today, people would be like, yeah, that's what's happening today.
Yeah.
So they're putting people in sulfuric acid into drums.
What the fuck?
And shipping them around the world, as a joke.
That's in the film.
Yeah, there's all sorts.
Did you see the thing in the Epstein files?
Oh yeah, like the Epstein files. In fact, I can't believe that. Like everybody just kind of like, okay, they're moving on with their lives. Did you see that guy at the Atlanta airport flipping out, the well-dressed black dude who just freaks out in the Atlanta just like a couple of days ago? I saw it on YouTube and I saw it on Twitter or X, and this guy's just freaking out in the Atlanta airport. He's like, I read the Epstein files. Like, all of you, you're going about your lives like nothing's happening. Look at, you're all zombies. And he's right. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Everybody is just numb to everything. Like, dudes, we had a global pandemic, aliens, all these like revelations. People are, eating babies. Here's the guy. And there's a longer version of that where he's basically like, you're all acting like nothing's happening. Like, what the fuck? You're all just pretending you're just drones going on in your normal lives.
Waiting for a condensed version that lays out all the facts. It's the people that are like really interested in reading all the emails.
The Luciferians cast a spell on the world. And,
for real?
Oh, absolutely. They it's just like how vampires can't go into a house unless they're invited. They tell you, what's going on ahead of time. It's predictive programming, and once you say it out loud and you put it out there and make fun of it, and do a little skit like Stephen Colbert did a little skit on his show where, here's a baby, I'm going to take this baby and I'm going to give it to Moloch, and he goes into like a cloudy red, furnace and hands the baby over, and the baby's going to be fine, and they make a joke about it, and the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned to it. We've all seen it, and by laughing at it, we were complicit.
Do you think that that's on purpose, that this is like some sort of a grand design to get us to be desensitized to the idea of demons eating babies?
Yeah, for sure. Really? For sure. And by the way, but nobody's doing anything about it. We know what's happening.
But that has to take, like, there has to be a person or some group of people.
Yeah, like about 8,500 people. Yeah.
That are manipulating the Colbert Show?
They're manipulating everything. It's all an illusion. Like, reality as we know it is fake. That's the revelation that guy is having. And he's looking around and he's like, it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Well, it's certain. See, the thing about the emails is, one of the things is it's just stuff written down. And so that's sort of hard to digest. Like, what is this? Like, what are they saying? Like, some of it is in code, like walking over beef jerky, like talking about jerky. Could you walk beef jerky over to this person? Like, what is that
for? All this pizza they're talking about, right? You never see any pizza.
Right. Yeah. They're ordering pizza.
I'm going to get some grape soda. It's like with my cheese pizza.
Yeah.
And like, there's all this coded language, and everyone's like, that's you just have pareola. You're just seeing things where you want to see them.
No, that's clearly a code. Well, that was the thing about
it's absolutely a code. And in fact, mundus vult decepi, ergo decipiatur. It's a long-known concept. And so in Latin, mundus vult decepi means the world wants to be deceived. Ergo decipiatur. Therefore, it is. we want to be deceived. We don't want to believe the horrors that are actually behind the veil.
Well, I think with the Epstein files, people are, because of these emails that have been released, people are just now starting to be aware of the bizarreness of the code and some of the things, like the facts. Like, let's just talk about the sulfuric acid. So this was like right after he was indicted in 2000.
Yeah, I gotta get rid of some bodies.
Yeah. How much did
dissolve up some bodies?
What did it say he ordered? Like, let's
like 8,000 gallons. Or
maybe we can get our sponsor Perplexity to process this and give us a synopsis of what exactly happened, some sort of a breakdown. Because one of the things they're saying is like he was indicted, and then right after he's indicted, he orders how many gallons?
6 55-gallon containers full of sulfuric acid.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
What? They're eating babies. Like, that's
so that you think is real. So,
well, yeah. Not only that, I think that there's sacrifices going on every day in Los Angeles. I mean, allegedly, like, high-level musicians, let's say, high-level female musician, is, like, killing chickens every day, doing sacrifices, like,
high level.
Well, I don't want to say names because I don't want to get sued. And I don't want to be dead either.
What does it rhyme with? Here's the purchase order. I started looking at the comments for some stuff. Not that this is the best answer, but a quick answer someone gives is that this could be for like a reverse osmosis water treatment system.
He is on an island.
He's on an island.
I mean, there's enough pushback because Mundus Volt Discipi, ergo Discipiatur. But like the timing of all of that, like, where are the purchase orders for all of that sulfuric acid before that? Oh, no, I just want to put sulfuric acid into my swimming pool. Muriatic acid.
Well, that's the question. Was there orders for sulfuric acid before this? If they do have a water treatment plant, how does sulfuric acid play into water treatment?
It's commonly used. This explains it. I don't know.
Okay. It says RO plant, reverse osmosis seawater desalination facility. Sulfuric acid is commonly used in the maintenance of such facilities. Not everything you don't understand adds up to the worst possible thing it could be. Deception.
Look, maybe they're all eating pizza and grape soda. Who
is that guy?
How many billionaires do you know that sit down and eat lots of pizza and grape soda and ice cream?
This is weird. A trial lawyer is saying this.
That's why I just go with grain of salt. This is just a plausible answer. I don't know if it is the answer. It could even be wrong.
Okay, so does he have a desalination plant on the island?
Oh yeah, for sure. He had everything. He had a dump and he had all sorts of stuff.
So that's tunnels. So they were using that. So they're taking seawater and converting it into fresh water for what? For irrigation or for drinking? For all the above?
One similar email that he wrote to someone said that like around his island is like Damascus, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? He was like, I go explore buried shit around my island, or what else could he mean by that?
What does that mean? I don't know.
I mean, they say a lot of things, and they're not really coding it very much.
Well, the code is glaringly obvious when they say pizza and when they say jerky. That's glaringly obvious. How do you warm jerky? Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
And why do I need a chilled container to, a chilled bag or whatever?
Jesus Christ.
And
so you think they're eating babies?
Oh yeah, I absolutely.
You should get together with Kurt Metzger.
Crazy. I don't doubt it for a second. Well, I think this dates back like a long time. This is Moloch worship.
Well, there was the other email that said, "Thank you for the torture video. I enjoyed the torture video."
And it's like people just they don't want to accept it. Like people don't want to believe it. They don't want to accept it.
Okay, some commentary notes that a remote island with water treatment and energy systems could possibly stockpile such quantities for 1 to 2 years of operations, although others argue that using it directly for reverse osmosis, as stated in one social post, is technically questionable for membrane health. Highly corrosive, strong mineral acid that can severely burn skin, eyes, dehydrate, and char organic material, which is why it features in both legitimate industrial processes and in darker hypotheticals online. Darker hypotheticals is what I'm reading. When you get indicted for sex trafficking and then you order 6 drums of sulfuric acid right away, are you really worried about your reverse osmosis plant right after you get indicted? I feel like you're going to jail.
It looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck. It's probably a duck.
It's probably a duck. 330 gallons of sulfuric acid.
It says this was the only documented purchase order for it.
I came out here last time and I talked about the pedo cult inside of the Kubrick film.
Yeah, by the way, that went viral.
And I got so much blowback from that. The online critics are like, no, there's nothing in there. Mundus Vault SMP. They don't want to see it. They don't want to see those 2 guys walking away with that girl in the end. They just like, oh no, it wasn't in the Schnitzler novel and blah blah blah. I mean, dude, look at that movie. It's about a cult. Like, what are you talking about? It's a secret cult. And in fact, Sidney Lumet's character even says at one point, do you know what these people do? I'm not going to tell you what they do, but let me tell you, if I told you what they do, they would scare the hell out of you. I mean, that's after he's been to the place and seen everybody walking around in the sex club. I mean, there's obviously more going on in that movie, but people don't want to see it. I had, what was it, New York Magazine or whatever, went so far as to aggressively trying to get me to debunk it, and which is fine, just fine. It's just an interpretation of the movie.
Right, but that interpretation resonated. I mean, that clip went very, very viral.
Especially now, it's like people are looking at it and they're like, well, he was obviously saying something. Even if you extract that out of the movie, he's obviously saying something about people at high levels of power.
Well, there's always been weird secret groups and rituals.
Yeah,
and it's one of the ways to ensure that you're compromised, you'll stay.
It's a confidence operation.
Yeah.
And so what you do is you find somebody when they're young and they're, less inhibited, and they, or uninhibited, and you catch them doing something that is illegal, and maybe you even provide the mechanism for that to happen. And then once it's happened, you now have the video proof or the audio proof or whatever proof you have. You've got proof of it. You show it to them. You say, "Look, this is what we have on you, and we can ruin you at any minute. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you $20,000 a month, or we're going to give you $20 million a year, whatever level that is. Instead, you're going to work for us." And what else explains some of these people who are so flipped out about, about Trump? He's a putz. It's over the top. It's it's strange how people behave regarding that.
But don't you think that's also just because the Democratic Party didn't want him to get into power because he was a complete outsider?
I don't think there are parties. I don't think there. I think that's all an illusion. Also, I think everything that you think that it is an illusion. It's all fake. I don't think that any history before 1600. I think everything has been falsified before the year 1600.
How so?
Well, there's this guy Anatoly Fomenko, who's a Russian mathematician and historian, and he wrote a book called The New Chronology. It's actually a series of books. It's like 6 volumes. I've read them all, and and also his addendum book. He has an addendum book about it, and he basically says that all of history has been changed. About 1,000 years have been added to the timeline in order to justify land claims, and those land claims largely have to do with the Eurasian horde, and the elimination of the Eurasian horde by collusion between, the Vatican, the Romanovs,
So you mean like the Mongols and the Huns?
Yeah, there was and if you look on very, very old maps, you see that there used to be a country called Tartaria that was in existence, and at a certain point they wiped them out. And so his theory, and it's just a theory, it's just a posit. But when you see how history is constantly being rewritten in real time, it's not so hard to believe. And then he uses, astronomical evidence, mathematically kind of proves it. And he basically says that, let's see if I can get this right, that Rome and Greece and those and Egypt were actually active till around 1600, and then Rome actually fell around 1600. So kind of imagine, or more like late 1400s, 1492.
As opposed to what's the conventional timeline?
About 1,000 years before. And so, if you can wrap your head around it, the Salem witch trials took place around the same time as the Inquisition. Columbus was discovering America around the time Rome fell, and that all of this was designed to justify or to erase this entire civilization from history. And then there are people who believe that there are a lot of buildings that are still in existence that were this. They claimed that Jesus Christ was, I can't remember the emperor's name. It's kind of a composite story. There's a number of
so they think 1,000 years are missing from the time.
Well, think about it. If you're a Byzantine guy and you're like, hey, I want to move to the country, and you look over at France, let's say, and Germany, and you're like, yeah, there's all these like indigenous peoples there, and we want to wipe them out. So you hire, a mercenary. You hire a guy named Charlemagne, and you get him to go in there and kill all the chieftains in one day. Like 5,000 chieftains were killed in a single day, apparently, by Charlemagne, and you completely wipe out everything, and then you move in. You become Jerome, Jerome the First, and you run Paris, or you begin, France. And what it really is just land. And so you add time to the timeline in order to justify that land claim. Because what makes more sense, that history was cruising along like this and then suddenly flatlined for 1,000 years and then picked up again? Or does it make more sense that somebody took that time, that the Dark Ages, and kind of added to the timeline?
So I'm confused. So, but isn't there like documented history from multiple cultures about that time period?
Yeah, but it's all like written down by the Jesuits, who were completely in the control of. It's that history is easily changed, and in fact, we see history being changed before our eyes in real time. And so the deep past is easy to change.
So we're not in 2026.
No, we're in 1700s.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Just a theory. It's just this guy, Anatoly Fomenko. And it's a very interesting theory. And so I read that, and I kind of had a tentpole collapse. I was like, well, holy crap.
Explain to me the flatness. Like, what do you mean by history goes up and then flat?
Well, the progression of humanity through history, as we kind of are progressing as we go. And then all of a sudden there's this flat line called the Dark Ages where nothing happened.
Is there a conventional explanation for this flat line for 1,000 years?
The collapse of Rome and falling into barbarism, the time of barbarism.
That's not plausible.
Everything is plausible. It's plausible that sulfuric acid is used for RO, reverse osmosis water cleaning. And so everything is possible. The question is it probable? And
well, Jamie just pulled up that was the first time they had ever ordered that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so there it is.
Yeah. That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's the least of the things. The thing is, we become desensitized to stuff. I mean, look at everything that has happened in the last 6 years. It's like an insane amount of stuff has happened, and everyone's just kind of like numb to it.
Well, they get
desensitized. And I think it literally is that people's brains have been fried.
Do you think by COVID vaccines?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, there's some scientific evidence that for some people, at least, it crossed the blood-brain barrier and had some sort of detrimental effect on their cognitive function.
mRNA is reprogramming your system, and we've been looking at a giant die-off of people. People are collapsing left and right. Nothing is normal anymore. I mean, that guy at the airport who's flipping out, that's what he's realizing. He's having a sudden awakening, and he's tweaking over it. He's like, and he's looking around, and no one cares. Everyone just wants to, get through their day. Everyone wants to just make their next movie. and maybe they'll let me make their next movie. And everybody wants to just, I just want to keep going at my job, and I just want to do my thing, and I just want to protect my thing.
There's certainly a lot of that going on.
British only care about it as long as I have my daily pint at the end of the day. That's all they care about. They'll in the meantime, their entire country is being overtaken and overrun by, like, when else in history has this happened and ended well?
Well, it's so shocking how quickly it's happening in England that you just go, how do you bounce back from this? Like, what is the remedy? Because they're doing this mass arrest thing with social media posts, which is bizarre to watch. And then they eliminate jury trials for anything other than like murder and rape.
If you say anything, you're in jail. If you repost anything, you're just immediately sent to jail. Look what's going on in Canada right now, with Carney. I think that's insane what's going on. And most Canadians are just kind of vibing along with it. Nobody wants to rock the boat. Nobody wants to be racist. Nobody wants to be, nobody wants to be discriminatory in any kind of way. Rightfully so. You want to believe that your leaders are taking care of you, and they're not. And it's over. We've lost. It's over. I mean,
you think it's over here in America as well?
Well, it got slowed down a little bit. Whether you like Trump or not, and I don't really like anybody, but
that's a healthy perspective.
It definitely added a road bump in the actions of the cabal of the Clintons and the Obamas and the bankers that control them. And that's when you see the movie The Counselor. That's what you realize is that, wow, the cartels are the banks, they are law enforcement, and they are the media, and they are everything. And there is no fighting. And there is no individual fighting. Like, there's nothing any of us can do.
That is,
and I don't mean to be, the only thing you can do is affect what's happening around you locally.
But don't you think that more people are aware of what's going on right now? There's more pushback than ever before, and so there's a possibility that it could be stopped.
Yeah, look at that guy. Look at that guy in the airport. Everyone's like he's crazy.
Yeah, but he was yelling at a fucking airport. I would think he's crazy too. Well, if I was there waiting for my flight to go visit my parents, and there's some fucking guy yelling out, the Epstein file, just living your life. Like, yeah, what do you want me to do, dude? I'm headed to Florida right now.
Sorry. Body Snatchers was about McCarthyism and what was going on at that time. And
really?
Oh yeah, it was the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers was all about McCarthyism. And
I'm a fan of the Donald Sutherland one.
Well, and look at how that ends. That ends with you're walking through the streets pretending,
and he's like,
to be, like you're just pretending to not be an alien, hoping that you can get by, and then the minute you show any kind of emotion, that's it. You're caught, and then they're going to make you go to sleep. And so
so that the original script was written about McCarthy.
The original film.
So
Kevin McCarthy.
Okay, so
and in the end, look how that movie ends. That movie ends with him, like that guy in the airport on the street. They're aliens. He's basically running through the street just in traffic. People just keep driving.
I don't remember the original one. I might not have even seen it. But the Sutherland one was amazing. I never would have thought that that's what it was about.
I think we're experiencing a kind of Bolshevik revolution at the moment right now. So,
in what way?
Well, there's a rise of Bolshevism. It's like we see it occurring. And
how do you define Bolshevism?
Well, the Bolsheviks were essentially a kind of, it's not correct to say communism, but it's basically a kind of authoritarianism in the guise of egalitarianism and helping the world know we're all going to be equal and everything.
And they were
socialism. Yeah, they were murdering Christians and socialism. And we're very, very close to that now. We're standing on, civilization is standing on the precipice at the moment. And by the way, after this podcast comes out, people are going to be like, "Oh, Avery's crazy. Avery went to jail. Avery's a killer." They're going to say all sorts of shit about me to discredit anything that I say, and that's fine. I'm easy to discredit. And so it's not really my right to speak up anymore about anything. And so
you're a human being. It's always your right to speak up.
Well, it is, but
they can eat shit.
As I look around, like civilization is on the precipice, and mostly good people tend to not take action against stuff
until they have to.
We
were talking about this yesterday, actually, with Cheryl Hines, and I was saying, I think we were talking about this. Well, I was talking about this recently, where I was saying that it's almost like we need something like a 9/11 to wake us up. I would never want that to happen, but I do remember that after 9/11, we were united because we realized, threats are real, danger is real. Like we really do need to be united as one group, a community. And recognize that our brothers and sisters in the streets are not our problem. And
but we even know about 9/11 now. That so much of it was like with Building 7, thermite. Like the evidence is there for anyone to look at.
Nobody wants to
look at it because
nobody wants to look at the conspiracy. Like how did these guys get a hold of these planes? How did they fly into the building? Why were the dancing Israelis watching it, cheering it on? Why did they get shipped out of the country?
Yeah, and that guy who owned the building, who bought it, who took out the insurance policy, and then had Elliot Spitzer kind of push it through and force it through so that he could receive his billions in insurance claim money. And really, because they wanted to tear down that building, and it would have been too expensive to do, and all the asbestos and everything. So it not turned to destroy it.
It's like, what was that building housing? Like Building 7.
Building 7 was housing all sorts of. It was an IRS.
NSA.
Yeah, it was
right?
NSA.
What was in Building 7? Let's find that out so we don't just. I think, but there was certainly some intelligence and data that was being collected. The fact that no one wants to admit that building fell like a controlled demolition is really crazy. And again, I'm not saying it's a controlled demolition, but the fact that people want to say, no, it wasn't like a controlled demolition. Like, when was the last time you ever saw a fucking building collapse like that? Ever. Only controlled demolitions.
Yeah.
There's been many buildings that have been very badly damaged and lit on fire, but their frame remains.
Reputable structural engineers have basically also proven the towers could not have fallen the way they fell without explosives, pre-planned explosives. And the people on the scene, the rescuers on the scene, people who were there said, I heard explosion, boom, 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 boom. And they're describing the sounds of controlled demolition.
U.S. Secret Service, floors 9 through 10. CIA, the Department of Defense, sharing the 25th floor with the IRS and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
Like you put all that together, CIA, Department of Defense, IRS, who thinks any of those people have your...
Right. But also, if you wanted to destroy data, Like, didn't the part of the Pentagon that got hit wasn't, and that was also a day after Rumsfeld was saying that there was trillions of dollars that were unaccounted for?
Yeah.
Didn't the accounting part of the Pentagon get hit by that air quotes plane?
Yeah. Yeah, that plane that came in.
What was that, Jimmy? The building contained about 24,000 gallons of diesel fuel for generators used by tenants like Solomon Brothers and the Emergency Command Center. Floors 46 through 47 and parts of the lower level were mechanical spaces, while files from federal investigations, Secret Service cases were stored there but lost in the collapse. And the SEC, whoopsies.
And has the world been the same since then?
The SEC, like having that there too, boy, that's super convenient. Guys, we lost the data. Let's just start from scratch. There's no case anymore. Whatever they were doing.
And yet, nobody wants to accept it. Nobody cares.
Well, there's a video of it that is like really shocking. I had this really dumb guy on the podcast once that was a skeptic, a professional skeptic, and he was really angry with me for saying that it looked like a controlled demolition. You're promoting a dangerous conspiracy theory. I'm like, no, I'm saying it looks like. You're saying it doesn't look like control. Let's watch it. I'm like, let's watch it.
Conspiracy theorists have had a pretty good run with it.
Let's watch it. Let's watch Building 7 collapse. Because it's kind of kooky. Now, one thing that people do point out that is true is that the center, like there was a small structure at the top of the roof, building 7, that collapses first, and it does it like I think a minute before the actual building collapses.
These are skirt buildings, and what that means is that's actually the most structurally sound part of the building. The rest of the movie is a facade that's hanging off of the
building.
That's the most sound part of the building.
It was built over a condensate substation requiring large transfer trusses on lower floors to support the tower above, creating long-span floors vulnerable to thermal expansion. Long unsupported floor beams and girders up to 50 feet connected to critical interior columns, like column 79, with shear studs that failed under fire-induced lateral loads rather than just gravity.
It was the auto manual flip-flop.
The exterior tube frame provided stiffness, but the open interior layout lacked redundancy to prevent fire-induced progressive collapse, with connections not designed for horizontal thermal forces. Okay, that's a cute way of saying that's why it fell at free fall speed and looks like a controlled demolition. Because if that was my building, I would say, give me my fucking money back. You made this shit-ass building. This building got lit on fire and just collapsed on itself. Let's watch it collapse. Because the way it collapses is so kooky. Because it really does it at free fall speed. Or close to it. It's strange. Like, there's never been a building that looks that intact that falls like that. It's weird, man. I mean, it's fucking weird. Anybody that says it's not weird, look, this is how it happened. It's weird. Now, the planes hitting Tower 1 and Tower 2, okay, that makes maybe more sense to me.
Does it?
Yeah. Does it? Yeah, because it fell from the top down, like it looks normal. It doesn't collapse into its base. Tower 7 collapses into its base. The way Tower 1 and Tower 2
people
fell.
saying they heard multiple pop, 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 pop explosions. These girders snapping?
It could be. Yeah, I mean, you got to think you have immense amounts of weight, and it is collapsing. So if it does collapse, the way it looks, it's collapsing from the top down. It's not going to be silent. You're going to hear tremendous explosions when concrete hits the slabs below it. It's going to sound like explosions. Also, you have the fog of war, right? So you have these people that are involved in an extremely traumatic situation, and their memory is very fucked. Like, your memory's fucked when you experience something like this. You remember things funny. You have confirmation bias. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens. So this is the explanation that a piece of the plane falls down and hits that building and big tower on top. Yeah. I'm sorry, a piece of the building. I meant to say sorry. So that piece of the building falls down and not the opposite, hits the building next to it, Tower 7, and that gash is all it took to take that building down. That's super suspect. And I do know that there's a fire inside the building. I'm sure there was. But the way it fell was crazy. Tower 1 and Tower 2, it's like, I don't know what happens when a jet flies into a building like that. Neither do you. And also, you got to deal with corrupt construction companies, cutting corners, not doing things up to code. Perhaps. I'll give you that. I'll be super charitable. But with Building 7, I'm like, come on, man. That's weird. That one's fucking weird. Because it doesn't fall like 1 and 2. 1 and 2 fall from where the impact was, the deterioration of the structure, the weight of what's above the impact. It falls down on it, and you see a progressive collapse from the top to the bottom. Tower 7 is nuts. Tower 7 just drops all at once, free fall speed into its base. That's weird. Anybody that doesn't think that's weird is being naive. That's never happened before to a building that hasn't been a controlled demolition. Again, not saying it's a controlled demolition. Maybe it's accurate that these enormous drums of diesel are creating this fire, unprecedented load on the structure of the building.
But see, even with that, with everything else that occurred, with all the tangential stuff that's occurred, you're still like giving the benefit of the doubt. You'll have suspension.
No. That's what I'm saying right now. I was trying to finish. That fire is not on every floor uniformly. So why is it collapsing uniformly from the top down into the base? Why doesn't the base, where you have this incredible fire load, why doesn't that weaken and fall over sideways? Because it no longer has structure anymore. Why is it every floor has the same amount of damage and it gives in at the exact same time, that kind of doesn't make sense because the fire is not uniform throughout the building. It's not like the building is one gigantic flame ball and then it all gives out at the same time. But even then, I would think it would tip over. It would fall to the side. Falling into its base, that seems to indicate some sort of a control. Like it was done uniformly. They time it. When you watch like in Vegas when they blow up a casino, it's like dum, 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 and then it does that. Dum, 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 dum. Let's watch an actual controlled demolition. So when you watch an actual controlled demolition, it looks just like that. It looks just like that. And then I don't know.
I mean, the testimony of your eyes are telling you the truth, but your brain, will come up with all sorts of stuff because mundus voltus epi.
Well, I'm not allowing it to with Tower 7. I've always maintained a pretty open mind with that, but also I lean towards shenanigans in that one because that one just seems fucked. The Tower 1 and Tower 2, maybe. Tower 7, come on. Tower 7, nobody looks at it. And if they're telling you that Tower 7 seems normal, they seem so gaslighting. Everybody that says that seems like they're gaslighting. So here we go. Hit it. Okay, this one they're setting up for a controlled demolition, so they're showing you how. That's kind of a shitty one. There's other ones that have done a better job with, but it's the same kind of thing.
It's still falling onto itself.
Yes, it's falling into itself the same way Tower 7 did.
See, that movie, that building
a different shape.
That has a skirt building. It's got a center structure.
Yeah, it's a different kind of structure. It has a different look to it. Let's watch that one. Okay, there. Come on. That looks exactly like Tower 7. When you watch that, back that up again a little bit, please. Watch that from the top, from the beginning. Just a little bit right before it drops. So watch. They're looking, they're watching. We're going to watch the building drop. There it is. That fucker goes right down like Tower. Like from there, come on. That's exactly like a controlled demolition. And even the way it looks as it's going down looks exactly like Tower.
We were talking about predictive programming and how movies like spells can predict stuff in advance and kind of prepare you for the future of what's coming. In 1999, a movie came out which was effectively a manifesto, and that movie was called Fight Club. And what's the end of that movie? The end of that movie is the collapsing of the buildings, which are the financial system, of the future, so they can create a new future. Who produced that movie? Arnon Milchan. Who is Arnon Milchan? And they got a commercial director to do it, Fincher. And he's an excellent director. I think it's an excellently, beautifully made film. But who is Arnon Milchan? Well, he himself has said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh, yeah, my last movie, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnon Milchan. And so, and what's another Arnon Milchan movie? The Medusa Touch with George C. Scott and I think Lee Remick. And in that movie, what happens? An airplane crashes into a building. You could probably pull that one up too. An airplane crashes into a building. This guy's obsessed with airplanes crashing into buildings and buildings collapsing in movies. And so what's likely, has he been reading these scenario plans that defense departments make and that are maybe, Mossad plans that are made? I've worked for the DoD through John Millings, and we wrote scenarios. They gathered together a bunch of Hollywood writers into like a conference room. It was more like a ballroom, but like a small one. And gathered a bunch of us together around a table and said, let's come up with ways on how to attack Los Angeles. And we all wrote scenarios on how to attack LA. And now they just use AI to do all that. But so, has he just been reading these? Does he have access to them? And so he just puts them into his movies? Well, that movie was made in 1999. What happened right after that movie got released? Those buildings came down. 9/11 came down. And so is it predictive programming where you're showing the world what's to come and that makes it almost somewhat acceptable to do? Or is it just coincidence? And most people out there will say, "Oh no, it's just coincidence. It's coincidence. He just happens to be." I mean, that's what he has said. I don't know if he is or not Mossad, but that's what he said. So,
well, that's the thing about the pejorative term conspiracy theorist. It's slapped on things and it immediately sort of diffuses any real questioning of, oh my God, are things this bad? Is there this much? But as time goes on and you're confronted with more and more information, and I think we're in the beginning stages of reckoning with these files that were just released where so many people, like, I haven't really read much of it. I've only read the things that are really outrageous that my friends have sent me because I'm just trying to maintain my sanity.
Well, that's just it. Most people want to maintain sanity. You just, like, I just want to get through the day. You know, I just want to, like,
you're busy.
It's even more than busy. I want to be happy.
Right.
I want to raise my children in a world that is, you know, a peaceful world and where people respect each other and where we can, like, you can make something out of yourself, you know, through hard work and through merit. You know, it's like that's the world I want to live in. And more, it feels like we're not in that world.
Did you see that thing that was just released today? I think it's the AI company Anthropic. I think that's the company. So one of its engineers resigned and essentially said that humanity is doomed, and he's going to move to the UK and just write poetry and just wait it out.
Hasn't that guy seen Threads? The UK is like one of the most dangerous places to be. That's where he's going to wait it out. Like that's.
Well, he probably has this.
Well, when he says UK, does he mean like where?
I'm not sure. Maybe he means like the Scottish Highlands.
Yeah.
Where he's gonna hide.
Yeah.
And go into some small town, fucking just hang out at a pub.
Yeah, they're gonna populate that town with something like 800 more capable men from another country are gonna move in, and they're gonna move into the local.
Someplace that the West has conveniently been bombing, creating refugees on.
Yeah, creating angry people.
Yeah,
and who have a.
But you don't want to think that it's all planned out like that. But
of course you don't. Like, you know,
that was a bit of the exposure of USAID. You know, so I, like many people, thought USAID was about aid. I thought it was like a beautiful philanthropic program where the United States donates money to all these poor countries. That's how they get food. Like, I had Bono on the show, and he's like, I've heard that 30,000 people have already starved to death because of this. 30 million people are going to die. I'm like, okay, but do you know how much corruption was involved with this? Do you know that it's not aid? It's the Agency for International Development, and mostly what they were doing was regime change shit. And Mike Benz laid it out, and he said USAID was for tasks that were too dirty for the CIA, which is crazy. So, like, if they've been engineering this long game and engineering the collapse of legitimate governments all throughout the world, bombing places, creating refugees, and then having these not just open border policies, but inviting and helping people get into countries and then giving them money when they get there. Like, so many people do not want to admit that that was really going on, despite all the evidence. That's another. Like, it's designed to destroy whatever confidence you have in law enforcement, in civilization, in the electoral process.
What's the answer? Okay, so given a choice between totalitarianism or cannibalism, you know, which would you prefer?
Right. You take cannibalism because you don't want to be eaten. No, I mean, you take totalitarianism because you don't want to be eaten.
Like, I would rather not be in the movie The Road. But I feel like
I turned that one off immediately.
I feel like we're increasingly in the movie Children of Men. And I mean, that movie was a pretty accurate futurist example of where we're heading, with collapsing birth rates and at least portions of civilization looking at extinction.
And I mean, they're experiencing it. Totalitarian South Korea, Japan. What is? Can you find that guy's manifesto? Excuse me.
Corona is a genius.
Children of Men. Yeah, fantastic. So today is my last day at Anthropic. I resigned. Here's the letter I shared with my colleagues explaining my decision. That's a lot to read. What is the synopsis? Just ask Perplexity what the synopsis of what this guy said. Okay. Sharma, who built defenses against AI-assisted bioterrorism and pushed for transparency on model risks at the San Francisco AI firm, announced his resignation on Monday. He described struggles to let values guide actions amid mounting pressures, planning to return to the UK for a poetry degree and step back from the spotlight. His exit follows other safety team departures amid Anthropic's launch of Claude Opus 4.6 and a massive $20 billion funding round at $350 billion valuation, fueling debates on balancing safety with commercial speed. Okay, but what is he saying specifically is the issue? Let's click on that. Let's click on this.
AI started talking to him, scared the bitch with this out of him.
The safe holdings. He's part of the guiding the. Damn it, I lost the word.
Yeah.
Bioweapon. I mean, look, this guy's built something, and all of a sudden he's realizing all the players that are funding it are likely, scary people.
Yeah, scary people
who are all in the same club, drinking baby blood and offal together.
What's offal again?
Shit. Meconium, which is like
baby poop.
That's in the file.
What comes next, I do not know. I think fondly of this famous Zen quote, "Not knowing is most intimate." My intention is to create a space to set aside the structures that have helped me these past years and see what might emerge in their absence. He's already working on his poetry right here. I feel called to writing that addresses and engages fully with the place we find ourselves, and that places poetic truth alongside scientific truth as equally valid ways of knowing.
Yeah, it was written for by
Elon said something very bizarre recently. He was talking about the speed of light, that the speed of light you can't bypass or exceed the speed of light.
If you believe Einstein.
He said unless we live in a simulation.
Or unless Einstein was wrong.
Right.
I mean, a lot of astrophysics is based on a false premise that P equals P prime, and that the sun is designed a certain way, and it's completely wrong. And everything that we know about the stars and how we view the nature of the universe is fundamentally incorrect.
How is it wrong?
It's based on this idea of the stability of Kelvin temperatures in the sun, and which is this P equals P prime thing. The guy who invented CAT scan machines, there's sort of a Venn diagram overlapping of this photographic technique and astrophysics, and what he realizes, holy cow, that is not true, and therefore so much of everything that we know about how we view the cosmos is incorrect. And so
now how'd they find out that it was incorrect?
Well, he's a mathematician. He figured it out. I would have to look at his everything.
What is incorrect about it? Do you remember that?
Well, it's at the beginning of astrophysics, there is this formula. If that formula is wrong, then the preceding calculations are also wrong, or at least off. Mm-hmm. And so the idea is that what we view is really just it's kind of a cartoon that's painted for us using all these formulas and using radio telescopes. And so it's things are not as they seem.
Well, they already have issues with the findings from the James Webb Telescope.
Oh yeah, well that's probably part of it. Yeah, I have to say, I'm a provocateur, and so I'm always interested in finding that which upsets people's, concepts and things. And that's partly because I'm a screenwriter and I'm looking for these kind of conflicts and interesting ideas and stuff like that. So take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. But the biggest conspiracy theory that freaks everybody out is flat Earth. Now, I don't know what the Earth is, but experientially, through the testimony of the eyes, it is flat. And there is very little chance that I will ever in my life, or most of us will ever in our life experience anything other than what is effectively a flat Earth. And the way laser sighting across large bodies of water, or navigation maps for air travel for pilots, is always the presumption of a flat Earth. It's always in the pilot manuals. And how so? Well, if you're flying a jet at low altitude, you're not making corrections for curvature, even though you're going fast enough where you should be. And so, what's actually happening there? Well, and so the idea is, I don't know what the world is or what the realm that we're in is, but experientially, from my perspective in life, it is nothing but it's a flat Earth.
But what about travel routes? Like, what about when they fly over Antarctica?
They don't fly over.
But you can watch the sun rise and fall as
they
you
don't
fly.
They don't even fly from
Cape
down to Buenos Aires.
There's an understanding of the precession of the equinoxes.
They travel up into the other hemisphere and like land in London or something, and then travel back down whenever you're doing a flight across the Atlantic. And so, like when you look at it on a flat Earth map,
but there's satellite photographs of Earth from space.
Those are all cartoons.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that even the NASA, the guys who actually do those composites, those are composite imagery of. Listen, I am not saying that.
But it seems like you're saying that the Earth is possibly flat.
I'm saying experiential.
Right, but that's a scale. That's a scale issue, though.
Correct.
We're a tiny little thing on an enormous thing.
Correct.
But snipers have to calculate for the curvature of the Earth when they shoot.
Only the curvature of the landscape that they're
right. Why do you think the landscape curves?
The landscape doesn't curve. It is a mountainous and
not always. No. On flat plains, you have to do the same thing. Well, if you're making a long shot over a flat area, like if you had to shoot.
Well, then why don't pilots make adjustments?
I'm not a pilot. I don't know, but I do know that when you look at the film from the space station, when you look at the film from the space station, you see an Earth that's not just round but spinning.
I see. The space station, the International Space Station, is actually not high enough to see curvature, and what you're seeing is the lens distortion. And
it's not high enough to see curvature when you look out into the horizon.
It's actually even like it's very, very close to the.
Let's look at footage from the space station of Earth. So when you see satellite images that are taken of the Earth, you think they're lying? You think there's this grand conspiracy to piece all these pictures together and turn it into a circle instead of having it flat?
That's the fundamental conspiracy theory that unravels everyone. And
it doesn't make any sense because everything that we see in the cosmos that's a planetary body is round, including stars. So it's all round except for small moons. Everything is round, and that's because
I'm not even certain
that space exists.
That the moon is anything more than a plasma.
A plasma.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That it's a plasma effect, a lenticular effect of some kind.
So that it's not a real thing, but it affects the tides. It is something that we have landed. At the very least, we've landed probes on.
We don't know
other countries have landed.
People
so this is footage from the space station. This is live footage from the space station.
And I'm saying that's lens curvature, and that what you're actually seeing.
Why do you think that's lens curvature?
What you're seeing is horizon.
So what you're talking about is like a fisheye lens.
Provoke you, that's what I'm saying.
Right, but let's not do that right now because I don't want you to be completely fucking insane. Because this is a round body, just like the moon, just like Mars, just like Jupiter, just like Uranus.
That appears to be but in your practical life experience, you have to accept a certain amount of faith. But that's what I'm getting at any moment.
But they understand the precession of the equinoxes. Okay, do you know that the precession of the equinoxes is how they measure the sky over a period of 26,000 years?
I see right there a little stitching, like right there.
So this would just keep going straight forever.
Do you see that line? Do you see that line right there?
What is that? What is that line?
yeah, what is that line? Well, that looks like stitching to me. It looks like they've stitched together and it crosses over there through that mountain range right there.
That is weird, whatever that is.
So by your very example, I'm just saying that you have to have a certain amount of faith in that. And on the surface, mundus voltus et be.
Well, okay. You freaking me out. Go back to that, Jamie. So what is the go back a little bit?
Yeah, what is the explanation of that line right there?
Right, but how weird is that? That is weird that there's this line.
Right, because that in itself is a composite image, a cartoon that has been put together for you to look at this apparent live imagery.
So, and is this multiple images that are supposedly pieced together? Is that what they're?
I'm saying that things fall into, like, the way perspective works is that things appear to fall into the horizon. Now you use a P200 camera where you can actually zoom in and lift things out of the horizon that have appeared to fall into the horizon.
This change in the onboard camera configuration or loss of signal with the communications network, the video will return when the connection is reestablished. So this is during the live feed from that YouTube channel. It's just out right now. Okay, so you're saying that this is like a fisheye effect of the lens.
Yeah, I'm saying
potentially.
I'm saying that, and that we can even see that whenever they're up there shooting with cameras outside, you're like, oh, there's the curvature, and then every now and then the camera turns and it inverts for a moment, then it goes back down.
I've never seen that.
I watch a lot of NASA stuff. And listen, I'm not saying that we're not living on a globe, or at least an oblate spheroid, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but have you ever noticed how spasticated that guy gets whenever you throw out the word flat Earth? He flips out like the way Robert De Niro flips out on like irrationally.
He flips out when you say that men can't be women, which is very weird.
Yeah,
exactly. And that they should be able to compete in women's sports, which is very weird. Like for a man of science, that's bonkers.
Or that they should be able to go to jail and that a sex offender.
Fucking insane. Not just that, but rapists.
Yeah,
like people who rape children, and then they have to pay for their electrolysis and breast augmentation, which is okay. At what point in time do you say that this is some sort of a bizarre agenda that you're trying to get us to accept something that doesn't make any fucking sense? So much so that you're willing to house male prisoners in with females because they say they're a male with an intact penis, and then even if they get like female prisoners pregnant or rape them.
We're all just trying to construct what reality is. And it tends to be a consensus of what it is. But, there are fringes that, on the ends, that don't believe with what the consensus says. Are they wrong?
But do you know how many people would have to be involved to promulgate this idea that there's a flat Earth and you got to cover up that thing and pretend it's round? And what's the motivation of covering up the fact that the Earth is flat?
If we're really fundamentally getting down to it, it's about God. And it's about what is this realm that we're in, and are we part of creation? And,
But why would every
culture throughout recorded history draws us in this kind of flat earthish environment with a dome, a firmament that covers it up until like when the 1930s or so.
When they start making telescopes.
Right.
So this is a grand conspiracy. Like Galileo was wrong, Copernicus was wrong. All these people.
All of recorded history is wrong. And the other option is that we are just specks of nothing floating around in an endless, vast nothing that goes on forever, and that you are completely insignificant, that you are not God's perfect creation, which I think you are.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive. Just because we are in this vast cosmos that's almost impossible for mammal minds to grasp the magnitude of it doesn't mean that God's not real.
It's exclusive to people who believe the Bible word for word. I'm not saying I do necessarily. I would be considered apostate by most people.
I've been reading the Bible a lot, and one of the problems that I find is it's clearly got the hand of man on it.
Well, it's been edited.
Yes.
It's been edited. You know, the King James, who was King James? He wrote books on demons as well. And so,
well, even the Old Testament. The Old Testament has the hand of man on it. Not just that, but it's also been translated so many different times. Like ancient Hebrew, the letters double as numbers. There's no numbers in ancient Hebrew, so words have numerical value to them. And, you know, imagine translating such a complex language where, like, the word God and the word love, they have the same numerical value. I believe. Here's another thing. I read that. I don't know if it's true. So let me find out if that's true. Put that into perplexity.
There's a lot of weird stuff in the Bible. In Genesis, when the Nephilim come down and they find women comely, and so they're like, okay, what's actually going on there? These angels or Nephilim are coming down and they're taking women from men and having sex with them, and then creating, hybrid offspring.
When Representative Anna Paulina Luna was here, she told me about the Book of Enoch. She said, you have to read that. Have you ever read it? I go, no. So I read it.
Have you seen The Carpenter's Son, the Nicolas Cage movie?
No.
Incredible.
What did I just have you look up before I lose my train of thought?
James Bible thing.
What?
That's what I was trying to ask specifically. Which part did you try to ask?
No, what I asked you was ancient Hebrew. So the letters also double as numbers.
That's what pi is all about.
And that the word love and the word God have the same numerical value. I'm very certain that that's true, but I want to really double check.
Numerology exists around us everywhere, and everything. It seems to have a kind of. That's what the Aronofsky film Pi was kind of all about.
That was a great movie.
Yeah, it's
there was also a really fascinating statement by this mathematician. We talked about it on a recent podcast. Was that how strange is it that we find out that the universe is made out of math and that it's encoded in the universe itself? So a tool that we used, that human beings created to measure the universe, it turns out that tool is how the universe is actually encoded.
Well, this gets back to what Elon is saying about the world being a simulation. What is a simulation?
So it says no in ancient Hebrew, whatever that word is, gematria. No direct name of God shares the exact same numerical value as the word for love. So what is the basis of that rumor? Sacred name equals 26. The name for God equals 86. Okay. Is there a word for God? Does that have the same? It's a name. Right. What is the value of? Click on that. Below that, where it says, what is the geometric? What's that word?
I had to look it up.
Gematria. Primary Jewish mysticism. Oh, Kabbalah. Religious studies to find hidden spiritual meanings in sacred texts. Okay. It is fascinating that there's numerical value in words. Like, there's no way you're going to get that when you translate to Latin. So that is a value of 86. And what is love's value? What is the value? What is the ancient Hebrew word for love? What is the ancient Hebrew word for love?
What you mean by love is going to be very, you have to say, like love between two people.
Okay, what is the gematria? Yeah, that's a good point.
Different words for it.
Definitely. So, what is that? Click on that. What's the gematria value of Allah? Right there? Right there? Yeah. Click on that. It's 13, so that's a different number too. Interesting. 13 twice equals 26, the value of Yahweh. Huh.
This movie, The Carpenter's Son, is all about the infancy of Jesus. It's written by Matthew, and it's part of these. I may have this wrong, but Coptic texts, and it is like Nicolas Cage is so good in this movie.
So twice 13 equals 26, the value of Yahweh, implying love mirrors or completes God's essence. Okay, so that's where that comes from.
That's where it came from.
Right, that's where it comes from. So God is love. So love twice is God. So here's a question. What happened? So go. I understand. Go to ask a follow-up. So how was the numerical value of ancient Hebrew language lost when they translated it to Latin, to Greek, but to Greek first, right? How is the numerical value of ancient Hebrew words? Numerical value of ancient Hebrew words lost when they translated it to Greek? Because it seems like it's not just context, like what is your word for that? Like the word meant a different thing to them. You know, numerical values of ancient Hebrew words calculated via gematria, where letters double as numbers, was not preserved in Greek translations. Hebrew letters inherently carry fixed numerical values, enabling word sums. Greek letters have their own values. Equivalents rarely match Hebrew sums exactly, so you're gonna lose it. Like, you know, when you read like Russian translations of English or English to Russian, it gets like super screwy.
For sure.
Like real
Ancient
or
Spanish.
what even does gematria even like all words mean another number that all have some sort of secret meaning?
Runic writing from the Nordics is the same thing, and there is a striking resemblance between many of the runes with Hebrew. And so these ideas and these glyphs and symbols that Odin first saw while hanging upside down from the tree and learned language and how to speak are somewhat universal across the planet.
Let's get to that for a second, but let's find out what Jamie's saying. Primarily used in Jewish mysticism and religious studies to find hidden spiritual meanings in sacred texts like Torah by assigning numerical values to Hebrew letters and words, revealing connections between concepts, and exploring the universe's underlying structure. What's interesting is like it's an older language, but doesn't that seem like a more complex language? A language that combines numerical value with words? Like if you said something to me, it's not just implied by your tone or by the context of what you're saying that I understand what it means to you, but it's in the numerical value of the words. That seems like a better way to communicate than just nouns and verbs and adverbs, like
rather than bifurcating
numbers and letters together. Like it sounds like a way better move. I mean, doesn't it? It seems like if you can understand that, and if you grew up with that, that seems like that would be a much richer and deeper way of communicating.
Isaac Asimov wrote a book called Asimov on Numbers, which is fantastic, which talks about this. And he talks about Kalahari Bushmen, who have no concept of the number zero, and how they process and understand concepts like, when no one is around, if the village is empty, things like that. And so just different people are just trying to figure out how to articulate everything. And computer programming is a language that utilizes numbers.
It's weird when there's like certain languages that don't have a word for something, so people really grasp. They have a hard time grasping what the fuck you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Like, what's the translation for this? Like, what? We don't have a word for that.
We don't understand the concept of empathy.
But there's certain cultures that are like tribal cultures that can't understand the concept of maintenance.
Yeah.
They don't have it.
I've heard
which is weird. Like, you think about it, like, oh, right.
Why would they need maintenance?
Right.
Why would they need maintenance?
If you live a subsistence lifestyle, you live off the land, you don't need maintenance.
And then suddenly you're thrust into the 21st century, and Chinese are building highways for you, and
the highways collapse.
Yeah, the highways has collapsed because no one's maintaining it.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. But it's interesting.
You're pulling people out of the Stone Age and dropping them into, or maybe the Iron Age, and dropping them suddenly into.
So to take this back to this idea that we're missing 1,000 years. So if we really are missing this 1,000, there's two things I want to get. I want to get to that, and I added 1,000 years. I really want to get to that, and I meant by missing, like they don't exist in the real world.
Right.
I want to get to that. I want to get to, is there a conventional explanation for that stitching? Why that image Like, what is the mainstream?
Well, I got what that we were even looking at. It was not the NASA channel we were looking at. I can dig down that rabbit hole.
What were we looking at?
I tried to pick up a video of live.
The globe imagery that.
Hold on a second. So that image might not have been an official image. That might have been something that someone created.
I'm not saying that. No, well, let me retract. So words aren't taken out of context. I'm just saying it seemed like a live video. It was live on YouTube.
Oh, but it could have been AI.
I don't know I have to go back to look at this.
Right.
Try and work it faster.
No, I get it, dog. I get it.
I found
Jamie, you do the job of 15 dudes, so I appreciate.
I found a video from 11 years ago on Vimeo that is from SpaceX, so it's not NASA, it's someone else, and it's up and down of the rocket. You can argue all day that it's got curvature. It doesn't have curvature.
When you see a rocket launch, what does it do? It goes kind of sideways across the sky. And so, we've now seen that, pretty regularly. And that's because they're really not going above the troposphere.
I watched the SpaceX launch live. I was there. It went straight up in the air.
And then it curves and it travels sideways across the sky.
Well, it gets to a certain orbit, and then it traveled and dropped off in Australia 35 minutes later. I went out of command. No. I watched the entire thing from the command center. I watched it from 24 different cameras.
But how high did it go above the troposphere? It's not likely. This is not above
the troposphere.
This is
how many miles is that up?
This is low Earth orbit.
Right. But at low Earth orbit, Jesus Christ, that looks like a globe, huh?
But watch as the camera rotates.
This is also another video. I don't want to get stuck in this.
Right. As Elon would say, it's real because it looks fake, or when it looks fake, that's when you know it's real.
Just say that about Bigfoot then, bitch. Bigfoot looks fake as fuck, and it's definitely not real. It's real, that Turkish sharpshooter that dude was thinking G up in the corner. Press play. See what this is supposed to be. Big cuts. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see. So it's a bunch of different.
See, now you can actually see an inversion occurring on the horizon right there.
A small piece of it.
Correct, but the lens distortion on the side of the frame is causing the horizon there
to go the opposite way,
to invert, and that's because of lens distortion.
I see what you're saying. If it was,
and the fact of the matter is, even at the height that these are orbiting at, I'm not saying presuming a globular planet. Even the word planet, plane, it's like a plane, or a horizon is horizontal. Even presuming that, the height that they're at right now, you would still only see, a circular. You see the limit of your vision, which has
because it's so massive.
Because it's so massive, you're still high enough. Well, you're still not high enough to truly see curvature.
If we are in a simulation, and if consciousness it affects the reality of things, and they are only real if we are experiencing them, that's when things get really squirrely.
The testimony of your eyes.
Yeah.
I know that I am here right now.
Not just the testimony of your eyes, but your consciousness interacting with reality is what creates it.
Correct.
That's where things get super squirrely.
How do you know gravity exists, for example?
Well, gravity's not clearly defined.
Correct.
Gravity
is a concept, and it's a truly non-provable concept because you can prove the exact same thing through density and buoyancy. The density and buoyancy, how come the oceans, react the way they do, and it's not necessarily provable, but it's believable. You come to a certain point where you're like, okay, faith takes over at this point. My faith in gravity, my faith in the globe, because that's what's been told to me since I was a baby. At a certain point, that just takes over.
Not just that,
and you
but
accept
also
that as a fundamental piece of what reality is because we want to believe we understand the universe. What I'm saying is, we don't understand jack shit about the universe. We don't know anything. And all we do is we believe what they tell us. And they is just the cumulative understanding of how things are. But in ancient times, they had a different understanding of things. And that was how it was back then. And so, because they had no other way to describe
Right, but
what it
even
was.
then,
So
they
reality is just
built things based on where the sun was going to be during the solar equinox. They also were aware of the precession of the equinoxes, which is the wobble of Earth's orbit. So Earth spinning around doesn't spin perfectly. There is a 26,000-year wobble, and you can predict it by the night sky.
somehow Polaris remains centered in the sky and all stars rotate around it. That's extraordinary. If we're traveling...
What do you mean? So during the precession of the equinoxes over a 26,000-year cycle, Polaris,
No,
does
just
it
it has
remain in the exact same spot?
Supposedly that's because that's where we're flying towards as a solar system as we travel through the galaxy.
Right, but
in this
with the
complex
precession
dance
of
of
the
planets.
equinoxes, this wobble over a 26,000-year period, it will move in the sky.
Well, the point of Polaris will always remain where it is directly.
The point that our perspective of it will vary depending upon where we are in this 26,000-year cycle.
It undergoes a kind of penumbra of sort, a kind of motion of sorts.
It
It's sort of
changes.
a figure eight.
It changes. It changes. Look at it says right here. Due to the 26,000-year axial precession cycle, the North Star changes over millennia. While Polaris is the current North Star, other stars have held this position, including Thuban, 3000 BC, and future stars will include Orion, Alderamin, and Vega. So it's not the same star. It's just what is dependent upon where we are in the precession of the equinoxes. That's why. It's not that the Earth is flat.
I know it's true because it's on Google.
But it's not just that. We know where they've been able to accurately predict the motion of the precession of the equinoxes based on the constellations, which are clearly mapped out. So we understand this wobble, and this wobble may be responsible for cycles of Earth's climate, how things change, and will be dependent upon where the equator sits and where these poles sit. How it wiggles around.
When we were younger, the sun was kind of yellow and orange, and now it's just like white. Like reality is changing.
What? The sun looks exactly the same to me.
It does?
Yeah.
The sun is the same to me.
I think pollution has affected it somewhat, especially if you live in LA.
Well, there used to be more pollution, and so maybe that's an excuse of why the sun would be more yellow. But I've lived all over the world.
Did you see Epstein talking about gravity?
Oh boy.
Here we go. Here we go.
Is it going to stop? I thought to say,
what does he have to say?
It's only 45 seconds.
I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball because I know that I'm confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, it's called the gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, "Well, why did the ball fall to the ground?" Because gravity took it. What's gravity? That's Feynman would say. That's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is.
Or it's just density influence.
He was really into this topic, apparently.
He knew a lot about it.
You know who you should have on is Eric Dubé. Do you know who this guy is?
Oh, he's a flat Earth guy.
Yeah, he's the flat Earth guy, and he's written a book called 100 Proofs. And in order to prove something, you also have to prove things wrong.
You went down some rabbit holes.
Well, I look, I'm a screenwriter, and so I'm always looking for things like this to write stuff about. And so it's
so in order to prove, in order to prove what?
Whenever you have a proof, you also have to disprove. And so, he wrote a book called 100 Proofs about the nature of the Earth and how it is. And it has explanations for many of the things you're talking about.
Hasn't he debated people that actually understand how you can prove that the Earth is round?
He does it very calmly, and it infuriates people.
Right, but I don't think he's done well.
It's very enjoyable to watch because it's really funny.
But to people that are actual cosmologists, he's not performed well in these.
Well, the cosmologists will say things that still need to be, if you're making statements, you still need to disprove the other proofs.
Right, but there's plenty of people that have disproven that the Earth is flat.
All I'm saying is
with simple experiments.
At the Joe Rogan experience throughout life, you are really, like, when you go up into an airplane, I do not see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, you can't because of perspective, because you're so tiny.
Correct, because we're so tiny. So all I'm saying is that through experience, that the testimony of your eyes, you will never experience a globular Earth. You can't.
But you do
You will have
experience
to at a
the
certain
effect of a Earth that's a globe if you go to the other side of the Earth and it's dark out when it's sunny in California.
They've made models of how that could work.
Dorks have.
Dorks have made models.
But it doesn't line in with our understanding of cosmology. It doesn't line in with our understanding of our orbit around the sun.
That's assuming you believe that we orbit around the sun. Listen, I'm not saying that we don't orbit around the sun.
But
I'm not
if you
saying we
do,
don't live on a globular Earth.
but the numbers
Don't get me
match.
wrong.
But the numbers match. If you do assume that they're correct, that we orbit around the sun, but their calculations are completely
if they make the calculations on their flat Earth model as well, then you still have to prove that wrong.
Right, but is NASA doing that? Is MIT doing
NASA,
that?
like, of all people to believe, the ones who are digitally stitching shit and saying, that's a government agency.
You went so deep with this, boy.
All I'm saying is my experience. You know, when I get on the plane later today and I'm flying back and I look outside, I'm going to see a flat horizon, a horizontal horizon before me, and when I land, and you know, it's everything else is faith based.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
It's not though. It's science based. It's based on data. It's based on our understanding.
The word science means observation. It
Which
means
is
testimony of
which
the
I'm
eyes.
talking about the measurements, data.
That data is so far removed, one, from my ability to understand, but
But you can
most people's
understand
ability to understand.
the circumference of the Earth, right? You can understand the numbers, and the numbers line up exactly with how much time it would take for the Earth to go around in a day.
Sure. And
it works.
In what other experiment can you show me where water clings to a spinning ball? Like, that's kind of the classic flat earther thing that they'll ask you. Like, well, show me any other
Show
example
me a
of that.
fucking ball that's 24,000 miles wide.
And the answer to that is gravity. And what he's talking about in that clip that you just showed is gravity is just sort of this idea that we came up with to justify that.
But there's clearly a force that does that,
That's
right?
density.
Just density?
There's density.
Well, then how come these two things will fall at the same time if I drop them when this is far heavier? How come?
Do not have an answer for that.
Right, but gravity does, right?
Gravity is, like he said, it's just a measurement. It's a measurement of how things fall.
Right.
And
measurement,
and the word that they invented, gravity, is just an explanation for how objects are pulled downward.
Right, but those objects,
how come,
if it was just density, wouldn't a heavier object drop faster?
Well, when
there's two balls, there's a bowling ball and feathers dropping in a vacuum, and they're falling at the exact.
Yeah. How weird. Vacuum, no density. They both fall at the same time because of gravity, or whatever the force we call gravity is. But there is some sort of a force that we call gravity that can be measured in a vacuum.
How excited they are.
Yeah, Brian Cox would be pissed if he was here right now. He'd be shit.
Oh no, he'd be. I'm not. Listen, I'm not. All I'm saying is that my experience in the world.
Of course, but your experience is based on perspective of being a tiny little thing on an enormous thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
YouTube channels that have broken down all of those flat Earth ideas.
A ton
to watch those.
I tried years ago and I gave up.
It is absolutely a rabbit hole. But what's interesting about it is that if you extract like the faith that you have in these kind of ideas, and you supplement it with the faith of these other ideas, they're exchangeable.
They're only exchangeable if you don't understand the data, if you don't understand what's actually been measured, or if you don't understand the path of satellites, or if you don't understand how many different people would have had to lie about this shit and not achieve the same observational results that all these different space agencies have. That the idea that they're all in collusion, that Japan, India, and even countries that hate each other they're all in collusion on this lie that the Earth is round. It seems much more likely that there's a bunch of people with schizophrenia that think that the Earth is flat, and they make these YouTube videos where they're very compelling because they're articulate, and they use great words, and they say it all in a nice way without being challenged by real facts along the way by someone who actually has studied this their whole life.
I still saw it.
Yeah, it wasn't my thing. It was some shit Jamie randomly pulled offline. That was weird, though. And that's perfect for this world that we live in, to have sort of a glitch like that.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at, is there's so much out there, is so much out there that it just falls to faith. And also, what does it really matter? That's kind of what I'm getting at, ultimately, is what does all of that really matter? What does it matter to anybody that there's a cabal of 8,000 plus people who are secretly controlling the world and doing occultism and drinking baby blood? What does it really matter as long as you can just have your daily pint?
This is a very different subject now. We've shifted. You've moved away from the concept of the Earth being flat, and it's a giant lie that's promoted by a huge group of people that aren't even connected in any way, shape, or form, to evil people that are involved in cult-like rituals, which has, by the way, always existed. And this is why it's very difficult for people to imagine today that some of the things that you're hearing from the Epstein files, like the potential that they were eating children or killing children, or that they use that sulfuric acid to boil bodies. We don't want to believe in evil that is that deep. But in my opinion, if you can find out that evil is real, right? Evil most certainly is real. There's evil acts that we have documented all throughout the world. There's evil that the cartel does. I just watched a video where the cartel chopped this guy's head off and put it on a drone and flew it over to where the other cartel was.
That was funny.
Probably did. Having a good time. That's clearly evil. There's plenty of
Do you believe in demons?
I believe in the concept of demons.
I mean, demons don't materialize before us necessarily. They rest upon the shoulders of men and whisper into their ears.
I believe
people do evil things.
This is what I believe. I believe that if I was a demon, or if demons were real, they would get people to do things which are verifiably true, that they have done. If you were a demonic idea and you got into Oppenheimer's head or Patton's head or anybody's, and you wanted them to do something horrific to a bunch of innocent people, and you could say this is because we're at war, so we're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. Like, that's a demonic act. It's a demonic act of eliminating hundreds of thousands or 100,000 plus people off the face of the earth who did nothing. They're just citizens that are unfortunately involved in a country that is in a conflict with some people that they don't even know, and then they just got vaporized like that. That seems demonic. You've just expired.
But there are people who would argue
souls.
There are people who would argue that the war would have continued. And I've heard this argument.
I've heard that argument too.
That the war would have continued, and so many more would have died.
Well, if I was a demon, I would want to propagate that idea. I would want you to think that you have to do it.
And so, like, is evil justification of things?
Certainly, if you wanted to find a way where a demon, like assume that demons are real, how would demons best be able to enact demonic things on Earth? Would they do it by saying, "I'm a demon, and this is what you should do, and this is horrible and evil," or would you creep into someone's head and find justifications for doing a demonic thing? Like, there's a lot of things. Like, you would creep into someone's head, right? And you would boil the frog slowly. Like, let's imagine this is the AIDS crisis, and you know that AZT is killing people, but you also know that you are making an insane amount of profit off of killing people with AZT, and you have already established a narrative, and Fauci said this publicly, that the reason why they only prescribe AZT is the only thing that is both safe and effective. He literally used the same language that he used during the doing this for a long time. He has. If I was a demon, I'd want to get in that guy's head, and I'd want to get him to keep doing it and say, look how much money they're making. You got to keep this money. There's a way to justify this. You're the purveyor of information. You are the gatekeeper of the truth. You just find a way to dance around these numbers. You do not know what you are talking about. This is not gain of function. I mean, think just what he did there. That was evil. By taking a virus, funding it, even though it was illegal to fund it in the United States, by doing it through EcoHealth Alliance, and then, farming it out to them. They do it at the Wuhan lab. And you are, in fact, doing gain-of-function research on a virus designed for human beings to make it more deadly and more contagious. That's demonic. You don't have a cure.
There was a researcher in Canada at the Manitoba Level 4 lab, Dr. Quee, I think is how you pronounce her name, and she was the one who solved Ebola. Like, she had come up with the vaccine for Ebola, which is manufactured by a California company that is basically a Chinese company. And like a rock star, she had made it was like a hit. She had a hit, a huge hit. And just like a rock star, everybody's asking you, what comes next? What comes next? And so she started actively working really, really hard at coming up with that next thing. And, like most people, you don't want to stand in line. And these level 4 labs, they have to, whenever you move your research from one lab to another, you have to go through all sorts of stuff in order to do that, because it's all patented. All of these microbes, viruses, Ebola strains and whatnot, it's all patented. And so, for example, there was this one kid who was working at the lab in Canada, and he was moving, I think, to the one in Atlanta, and so he was crossing the border, and he didn't want to, have to reproduce all of his work, and so he just put it into a thermos instead of a thing and tried to cross the border, and he got caught. Well, she got caught in 2019 by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, basically moving stuff from Canada via Air Canada freight from Manitoba, from Winnipeg. This is the Winnipeg lab, to Wuhan. And they were moving everything. And I tracked where those, because I was writing a screenplay about it. And so I tracked, where did that come from? Well, it's like the Qatar, or it was Abu Dhabi, I can't remember, the lab there, and then that went through, in order to get around it, got sent to the one in Amsterdam, and that got sent to her, and she was able to do all this stuff, and she was basically just shipping, everything, Hanta, and all these patented things to Wuhan, in order to do it. And the Royal Canadian Mounted Police basically, stopped it, and she got walked out of the laboratory and everything, because they were like, is there a misappropriation of money going on here? What are all these flights that are occurring? And they redacted who her financer was. And we still don't know who her financer was, but it's one of 3 people, and it's the people you probably can guess. These people who have an interest in this. But her thing was just ambition. It was just like anybody. She was just wanting to have that next hit, and she would do anything to do it, to repeat what she did with Ebola.
So she was helping to engineer viruses?
Yeah, they were engineering stuff, and then she would ship them via Air Canada freight from Winnipeg directly to Wuhan. Literally on Air Canada flights. So you're flying on Air Canada to Wuhan, and down below in cargo, there's all this,
some shit that
leprosy, and some horrible strain of something that's patented, and then they're just shipping it over to, and none of this has come out. Some papers in Canada, like the Winnipeg Free Press or something, was trying to cover it, but it just gets kind of buried.
That was one of the weird things that I had also seen, that I don't know if it's true, in the Epstein files, that there was talk about engineering a pandemic.
Yeah.
Was it? Did you?
Yeah, I read that too. That they were actively working on it, running models and figuring it out, and well, if we do this, then this will happen. And, they were pretty successful at that.
But why would Epstein be involved if he's a financier?
He was involved in everything.
Right.
He was involved in everything. It was amazing, the energy that guy had. Who has the energy to be doing all this stuff all over the world? And in Nigeria we're doing this, and in Yemen we're doing this, and here we're doing that. And at the same time, trafficking all these girls and and young children, and all this stuff.
Right. So
So
it
it's the
says,
energy to do that.
it says no credible evidence in the recently released Epstein files links Jeffrey Epstein or his associates to engineering the COVID-19 pandemic. Claims stem from a misinterpreted 2017 email referencing routine pandemic preparedness discussions, not a plot. So, what was the claim? The original claim? Go down.
I didn't ask you about COVID-19.
Right. You just asked it about engineering a pandemic. So, what is the pandemic claims? Scroll up a little so I can read that.
That's all.
Scroll down a little. There it goes. So 2017 email originally from 2015 discussions to Bill, widely assumed to be Gates, forwarded to Epstein, proposed recommendations and technical specifications for pandemic modeling of various strains. It focused on healthcare data, simulations for preparedness, and neurotechnology, not creating or engineering a virus. Gates Foundation later ran public event 2001 and 2019, a standard exercise with John Hopkins and WHO, predating COVID reports. That whole public event 2001 is fucking weird. Event 2001 is weird. Context and debunking pandemic simulations are common public health tools for those for SARS or flu. Right, but why is Jeffrey Epstein involved in these discussions?
He's involved in everything. He's involved in gravity.
But how fucking weird is that? How weird? A pandemic was reportedly mentioned in the Epstein files.
Running the world.
Years before
Running
COVID-19.
the world.
Well, this is what my friend Eddie
And
Bravo
creating the
believes.
illusion. In the meantime, Ghislaine Maxwell is running the Reddit forum on World News. Like, she's literally shaping the World News Reddit forum.
She was?
Yeah.
She was running the World News Forum on Reddit?
Yeah, she was, and it all went dark the minute she got picked up. Her person, but she was like the main contributor to thousands of posts, like all day long, posting world news, shaping our perception of things.
One email was a subject preparing for pandemics was sent by a person whose name was redacted.
By the way, did you see that?
Why would they redact the person who sent that? That's not a victim. You're supposed to redact
I think
victims.
they did, like, supposedly they just did massive redacting, but sometimes you can see, like, oh, the name is short, it's probably Bill, and then the one that comes after that, if it's a little longer, it might be Clinton, and if it's a little shorter, it might be Gates, you know, like, you can kind of, but again, that's just, you know, there's no foundation. It's like plausible deniability until they release all these names. Did you notice that Jeffrey Epstein's Fortnite account suddenly became active in Tel Aviv, and that somebody is playing under his right after his supposed death?
Right.
Suddenly he's playing Fortnite again.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the decency to make a new account.
Yeah, well, he wants to keep all of his, like, you know,
stats.
He wants to keep all that stuff. But he's safe in, you know, in another country.
So do you think they just, like, did? So that's another thing. There was another Reddit thread about some guy who said that he was a guard.
It was a 4chan.
Was it 4chan? So it was a 4chan thread where this guy said that he was a guard at the facility, and he posted this before Epstein was killed.
He was a guard. They uncovered, using whatever way they did, by using phone records or whatever, from 4chan, they discovered he was a guard. And that he was like a legit guy. He got caught, basically, talking about it, that they snuck, they used a decoy body. Yes. There was an unscheduled ambulance arrival. That night, they never logged in, and you're always supposed to log in. There's footage of, like, you know, orange, people in orange moving through the facility on the, you know, just glimpses of it.
So you think he's alive somewhere?
It's
not impossible.
It's not impossible. It's probable.
Also,
it's a probability. Whatever, it's more than a possibility.
The guy who did the autopsy, did anything happen to him? The guy who
he committed suicide.
Yeah, let's point that out. That would be fucking crazy. Because that happened to the guy who did the autopsy on Andrew Breitbart. Didn't he wind up dying shortly after that? Like Andrew Breitbart?
Yes.
And who's the guy who said the Podesta?
An alarming amount of people commit suicide.
Alarming.
Who are doing this stuff.
Or die of something
real reason
real
to
weird.
do so. Yeah, suddenly they do it. I saw people in jail who committed suicide. They didn't commit suicide. They got killed by their cell. Nobody bothered checking on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. The guy who did the autopsy for Jeffrey Epstein, did anything happen to him? A woman?
New York Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Barbara Sampson, and she just resigned like a year ago.
Okay, so nothing happened to her.
You're talking about evil. You know who the devil was in The Exorcist?
Who?
Well, they say it's like Pazuzu, and we're presented with an actual devil. But when you actually watch the movie, there's kind of evidence that, and people have talked about this, that there's evidence within the film that it's more than just demonic possession. That the demonic possession comes from someplace. And by the way, Jeffrey Epstein was doing also funding research in how trauma affects like clairvoyance and telepathy and things like that. How you're able to invoke those out of trauma. And in The Exorcist, there's you have Reagan, who's Linda Blair. And there's that party scene. You remember in The Exorcist, they're making a movie within the movie. Yeah, they're actually shooting a movie. The character of the mother is she's acting in a film inside of the movie. There's a director in that film, and they have a big party scene after it. And the director, he's basically yelling at the butler, her house man, calling him a Nazi and stuff like that. And he's like, I bet you went bowling with Goebbels and things like that. Well, for a while, he vanishes from the party. And we later see like Reagan afterwards, like completely flipped out, like laying in bed. And then after that, she comes, and then he's leaving the party, and he turns to the mother, and he's like, I have to tell you something. I have to tell you something. And he leaves. And then after that, Reagan comes down and she looks to the astronaut guy and says, you're going to die up there. And then she pisses on the floor, and everybody's like, shit. From that moment on, there's all this like highly sexualized devil speaking through her with a British accent. And the guy, the director, is a British guy. And so the implication, and then he is for some reason left with Reagan, and then gets thrown out of the balcony. His head is twisted all the way around, and he dies as a character. So the implication is that the director is the one who has raped Reagan, and thus invoking this demonic presence into her. And it turns out that
I thought it was some totem that they found, and it was possessed.
All of that stuff is there. The Ouija board is there and everything. But it turns out that William Peter Blatty actually made a movie called John Goldfrapp, Your Life is blah, blah, blah. I can't remember the exact title of the film. And he made that movie with Shirley MacLaine. And the director of the film is this guy, J. Lee Thompson, the British director, who looks exactly like the actor in that. And so the idea is that Reagan's mother is Shirley MacLaine. And Reagan is her daughter, Sasha. And the British director is J. Lee Thompson. And when you start looking at his movies, they're a little strange. He directed the original Cape Fear, which has a kind of strange pedophilic thing going on in it.
So does the second one.
And they all do. And then especially they amplify it.
Yeah, with Juliette
second
Lewis and
one.
Robert De Niro.
He did this movie Kinjite with Bronson, and that all has kind of like a weird pedophilic thing. He did this movie, The Reincarnation of Peter Proud, where Peter Proud dies, and then Peter Proud remembers his reincarnation. He remembers his iteration of his other self who was murdered. And then he hunts down the woman who maybe did it, and then starts sleeping with her daughter, which is basically sleeping with his daughter because he's reincarnated. So this guy, as a filmmaker, is, and so the question, and so William Peter Blatty worked on that film with Shirley MacLaine, and shortly thereafter wrote the book The Exorcist. And Sasha, in her autobiography, even mentions, the person on the cover of the book looked a lot like me. Everyone's saying, oh, it's just a coincidence. And, I never walked down the stairs on all fours, and I never vomited, pea soup or whatever, that none of that ever happened to me. But there's a pretty dark implication behind the whole film. And I brought it up with William Friedkin. Hey, is this meant to be Jaylee Thompson? Is this a way to talk about that actually happened? In real life, he said, I cannot talk about that, but I'm not saying you're wrong. Whoa. And so, and there's actually a moment where Reagan is talking to her mother, and she's like, well, do you like him? Do you like him like you like Daddy? And so there's this idea that he's been coming over, and they've been having this affair. And then all of a sudden she says to her daughter, and it kind of jumped out at me when I rewatched it, she says to her daughter, well, I like pizza, but I wouldn't marry one. And I was like, oh my God, there's like a pizza reference like in the middle of this, in the middle of everything that's happening.
How long is that?
That's Periola, but
Ben
still.
Swan brought up during the whole Pizzagate thing that got him fired. But how long has the term pizza been used?
Well, it jumped out at me, and The Exorcist is in the early 70s, and so, what is it, 1971, and that movie that he did with Shirley MacLaine, it's effectively, that's the movie that they're shooting inside of the movie. And so this was a way for Peter Benchley, William Peter Blatty, to kind of transcode all of that. And the astronaut in the film, Shirley MacLaine, talks about the I can't remember if it was her husband or boyfriend that she remarried who was an astronaut. And in her autobiography, she talks about how he was cloned. He came back from space and a different person, that he was cloned. And then everybody kind of laughed it off like, oh, it was just kind of a joke that I wrote into my autobiography. But it's kind of weird. Real weird. Yeah, it's really strange. So people speak through movies, and they hide information in films. And so I think
some more than others, right?
Yeah, William Peter Blatty who was doing all sorts of Ouija stuff with Shirley MacLaine, who was really into that kind of thing back in the late 60s and early 70s. And, he sits down to write his book, and what's he writing about? Well, he's writing that movie's about Shirley MacLaine, her daughter Sachi, and the astronaut. It's all and Jaylee Thompson, who basically he eviscerates within the film, but in a way that nobody really connects it. It all happens off camera. But the implication is that she was raped by that director, and from that moment on, has a kind of, she's speaking with a British accent as the devil. It's his voice actually that's coming out of her. She's talking about being.
But it's
raped by a crucifix.
That actor, that's his voice. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the voice of I think his name is Gowan, and he died shortly after the film was made. Also, shortly after The Exorcist was made.
Well, we know that people have encoded very bizarre things. What Kubrick was famous for it.
Yeah, that's Kubrick. Everybody does it. I do it. Everybody does it. I mean, motion pictures are a kind of magic spell, and when you write, you're hearing. I hear voices, and they come through me on the page, and I don't know where they come from, but it is a kind of invite to possession, and that these things come into you, and then you put it on the page, and then you make this movie, and everybody, like I said, sits in a theater in the dark watching a flicker of this thing, and it's telling you both our myths and traditions, but it's also predictive programming. So,
Jesus, dude.
Have you seen?
Have I seen what?
Well, actually, I was thinking about like that the Daily Wire thing, but media comes from a lot of different places now. You don't know where you're going to find your next entertainment.
Right.
And there's this show that I really like that show, Rome. Did you see Rome?
No, I never saw it.
Okay, I loved Rome. It was.
I watched the first episode, and I thought it was flat.
I love it because it told the story of ancient Rome through through Shakespeare, and through history, and through Plato, and all these kind of ideas of ancient Rome, or Socrates, and all these ideas of ancient Rome, and then it told a very ground level story from the perspective of like handmaids and centurions, and still has Mark Antony and Cleopatra and everything going on in it, but it tells a very, soap opera like drama through it. And so there was this other show, and it had been out like 3 seasons when I started watching it, and it did the exact same thing. Nobody was talking about it. Nobody had ever heard about it. Most people don't even know about it. It's The Chosen. Do you know this show?
What was that?
It does the exact same thing, but it does it with the Gospels. And it's all about Christ. And it's like a low budget, or it was low budget, crowdfunded story of Jesus. And it just basically, like Rome, tells this historical tale and about Jesus. And okay, so I'm watching. I've seen every movie about Jesus ever made. I've seen King of Kings, both versions. I've seen. Seen, the Zeffirelli film. I've seen Last Temptation of Christ. I've seen The Passion of the Christ. I've seen all of them. I've seen the Jeremy Sisto Jesus movie. I've seen everything. I worked with Paul Verhoeven on his Jesus film that was unproduced, and so like I've had a lot of experience in it. And I never really got it, to be perfectly honest. I never really understood the story. This show, I started watching it, and I was like, okay, I've got a chip on my shoulder. Let's see. And it's really cheap. It's like rocks are made out of styrofoam. They can't afford a house, and so they just use blankets of gourd hanging. And so it's like, it's really, really inexpensive. And the script is even a little bit contemporary, which almost becomes like a joke as you're watching it. It's kind of funny. But lo and behold, I'm watching it, and there came a moment by about episode 3 where it was like, ding, I get it. Like, geez.
Go ahead and buy this. Like, I can get so they go yard ball. You don't have a lot of so make sure that a lot of therefore, go ahead I love the not people to go ahead and support my appetite. It's not a great what I was myself, whatever stays, vegetables are going to and fish. When I was born, when I was going through about year, so I think I could watch that week's stomach steak, vegetables, let me love that big space. I'm not using the Rabbi that well, very strange. The idea is why this quality observation where whatever it is that you want, for the longest, before I was on it, the authors who would inspire me in large part to do this, John Keel, Brad Snyder, Willie Straber, a lot of those kinds of authors. I thought it was just me. But now that I actually do this professionally, my background about my experiences, because frankly, for the longest time, even after being an investigator in this field, I wanted to talk about myself, and I didn't write about me, it was about all of these other people. And I would come to me and these words would recite these prayers, and they're just that match almost exactly what years ago in Roger Eastman came to me about her grandson. Because she was concerned, because there was this strange phenomenon involving seemingly obviously no smoke about consternation and I was like, one objective, one course of action, successful, carving out the showing stuff, was in good way. They don't have a lot of bread. So that go ahead and all these nothing you want to talk about or as an investigator, maybe we can use this audience if there's something you're looking for perhaps that maybe people have put this that you'd like to talk about. If you don't have a lot of bread, so I think we'll get it slide. I think the website the guy dressed that was generally but if you're not say that was anything that anybody feels that they would get something out of discussing with us because I don't know whether it should be done or I just need somebody to listen to. Well, sometimes if you're researching something specific like Richard, we'll talk about methods, you can get experiences on that team, their service and so you never know, maybe listening tonight, so perhaps even more or something along those lines, feel free to give us a call next hour. Our guest, Bias Wayland, online, and the Singular Society. Before I was research. I will use a bread basket, make sure there's enough bread for my needs to be able to leave the other methods of I want to absolutely make them out of this side. So Jesus said, if somebody has to be opposed to Charles, well, from bread, all the people run up, I want to there's a guy who's been doing work on my house and he texts on Friday afternoon saying, why didn't we talk? You didn't give me the benefit of, hey, it's no big deal. Or I just want to give you an update on how things are going. But instead, I got it to switch when you want first. But instead, he's putting money on Fred back on you can get by on here, but instead you go ahead and do one or choices. That's the judge without the person setting why Fred better than 5 years old.
This is kind of punk rock. He's basically saying there are no rules to anything. Like, you can commit miracles on the Sabbath. There are no rules. Anybody is like, all you need to be is wanting of salvation. And it was like a third eye opened up to me. And this show is fantastic. And it breaks all the rules. It's outside of the Pharisees of Hollywood. You know, they one guy, this guy Dallas Jenkins, who's absolutely my favorite modern filmmaker right now. I think this guy's brilliant. He's directed every single episode of this show, and they've got like 7 seasons out, and you can watch it for free. It's on what? On anything. Like if you have an Apple TV, you can just look up the Chosen app, and up comes the Chosen app, and
So it's an app thing.
or you can watch it on YouTube, or you can watch it. I think Netflix eventually bought it. Now they're showing it. Basically, you can see it anywhere. They give away the way the Gideons give away the Bible, and you know. I thought it was fantastic when season 2 came around, and suddenly they had all this money, and they're doing all these they've got this ancient Judea set with cobblestone streets, and, you know, like detailed set Roman colonnades and stuff like that. And I was like, wow, like they really got a big budget. And then I looked it up, and I was like, oh, they're using, the Mormons have all these standing sets for their biblical productions in Utah, and they're incredible. These sets are unbelievable. If I had known, it's like Chinachita in Utah. It's absolutely fantastic, and the characters are like, they only have money for like 3 Romans costumes probably, and so they're kind of like making do with what they have. But they've got this guy playing the legate there who is hilarious. He's in the first season. He is absolutely hilarious, and the show is great. And then, like proper television, you're watching it and you're starting to love these characters, and you're starting to like it's you know what it is? The bread and butter of Hollywood is revenge and wrath. Like that's the fuel that pushes most Hollywood movies. It is much more difficult and requires much more maturity to make a movie about forgiveness. And this kid, Dallas Jenkins, I call him a kid, but he's not a kid. That's an insult. He's super great. He is making every single episode is effectively, because it's the Gospels, about forgiveness. And he has done this magnificent, unbelievable achievement. And the show is huge. They've done like 7 seasons. They built a studio, you know, like outside of Dallas-Fort Worth on a Salvation Army property, but they've built the sound stages and everything. And it is, and that's like, you can get it anywhere. You can watch it anywhere. And they're making programming that should have been on HBO. It should have been produced by HBO the way Rome was. And instead, it's coming out of the ether. And it's almost like with the inattention given to, you know, most modern, or rather the way that people are making things, that they're focused on wrath and revenge. Like this other thing, like the Pendragon cycle and the Chosen, have kind of risen out of the vacuum that the studios and broadcasters have kind of created, because they're no longer making that kind of product. It's not as much, and so I think this is actually one of the most exciting times in media and television.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a very unusual time where the normal people that are producing things don't have a complete monopoly on what people see. And that many of the times these alternative things have gotten much larger than the mainstream thing.
I find it like almost impossible to get a movie going. Like I'm like an independent filmmaker. I go out there and I work on a script, and then I figure out the budgets and I figure out and I go out and I hit the pavement. It's really hard, probably because I'm a flat earther. I am not a flat earther. I just like to provoke people. But I go out there and I try to get this stuff made, and it's like almost impossible. And then I built a technology company over the last year, and basically making AI movies, and all of a sudden, boom, like that, money gets thrown at it, and all of a sudden, just by attaching the word AI and that it's a technology-based company, all of a sudden investors, came in, and we're in production on 3 films now.
AI's not right now.
3. I know, that's the crazy thing, is that it was so easy for me to get that going, and so difficult for me to get a traditional movie going through the traditional route, like going to A24, blah, 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 trying to hit the pavement. Oh, I have to go to Europe to gather together financing and everything like that. No, just put AI in front of it, and all of a sudden you're in production on 3 features. And we're making a Christmas movie, a family Christmas movie that'll be in theaters this holiday season. We're making a faith-based film for next Easter, and then we're making a kind of big romantic war epic, like as classical movies. And we have like a proprietary stack of technology that we use for our process. And I partnered with this company, Massive Studios AI, and from my company, which is General Cinema Dynamics, and I'm based here in Texas now, and or my company is, and I'm slowly transitioning. Nice. And it's actually kind of, I think, so many people are against AI, like Guillermo, and love him, but he's like, fuck AI, but all it is visual effects. And I have experience like with that Beowulf movie doing it, and what used to be $1 million a minute is now $5,000 a minute. And so to do it really, really well, like it looks kind of amazing, actually. And so I think for independent cinema and for the future of film and television production, these are super exciting times.
All right, Roger, we just burned 3 hours plus.
Really?
Yeah, it's already 4 o'clock.
Figure this out. Okay. Share with you. All right, so what I pulled up is this.
This is an asset, right? This is
let me
proper
just explain
proper
Let
asset.
him tell this is a FAR TV. They're pulling in multiple feeds. There's 3 different boxes at the bottom. As you can see, this one in the middle says offline. So as I showed you also, I pulled up the massive feed, which is this. It says it's offline. When that is offline, this channel adds a 3D model showing where the satellite currently is so that you can still follow along. 30 minutes ago, it wasn't offline. It was showing a different feed. And I wish I could have showed it to you then, but I didn't interrupt. So, got it. There is a Flat Earth YouTube or Reddit account asking this exact thing. What is that? And the people on the Flat Earth Reddit gave me the answer.
Yeah, the crazies. The crazies have come out to...
Okay, there you go. So that was what that was.
Well, I'm glad we put that.
So Jeff says the video description switched to a simulation where the ISS above the Earth when the connection is lost, aka
I was going to point that out because you can see the stars in there and you can't always see the stars while you can see the Earth.
I'm glad we can be comforted by at least one thing that is secure and stable in our understanding of reality.
Roger, that was very fun, though. Thank you very much. Let's do this
really
again.
A pleasure.
It was a good time.
Really super pleasure.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day.
Roll.
Joe,
So good to see you.
it's really good to see you.
What's happening?
Everything?
Are you good? You all right?
Yeah,
Everything
I am. I'm good now.
good? Yeah. Woo.
Woo! It's been a few years.
I thought about
Chaos.
you the moment Bobby said he was going to run for president. You were the first thing I thought of.
Thank you.
Because I'm a huge fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I thought you were amazing
Oh,
on that
thanks.
show.
Thank you.
It's such a good show.
Thank
It's
you.
maybe one of the greatest comedy shows of all time.
Thank
And I was like, she's not built for this.
Turns out I'm not built for this.
Nobody is.
No, it's
See,
insane.
Trump is the only person I've ever met that somehow or another survives it and seems exactly the same. But most people who are attacked like that, it's just like, it is a natural human instinct when you are rejected by your tribe to feel terrified and filled with anxiety. But that's why people do it. And that's what encourages groupthink. Because you're terrified and you wind up agreeing to things that are fucking insane.
Yeah.
Because you don't even know what you're agreeing to. You just don't want to be rejected by your tribe.
Yeah.
This is how they keep people involved in these, where ideologies eventually become cults.
Yes.
And I think you can make a really good argument at both the right and the left that in a certain section of each one of these political parties, it's a cult.
Yes, because they're, most of us are sort of in the center,
yes.
right? And then you have the 10% on this side, the 10% on this side that are so extreme and loud, and they keep everybody fired up, and it is cult-like.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to watch intelligent people get captured in it. I was just watching this video with Bill Maher, and Bill Maher had Adam Carolla on, and Bill Maher was talking about how Jimmy Kimmel won't talk to him anymore. Like, they have this, spat because of politics. Bill Maher is very much a left-wing person.
Yeah.
He has been his whole life. He has not changed his opinions at all.
Yeah.
But he's always been very reasonable and willing to criticize the left as well as the right.
Yes.
And I don't know if it was because he had dinner with Trump and he met with him, which is just crazy. You're not supposed to talk to people that are the president of the United States.
It is crazy. I know. I was just talking to Bill Maher, and we were talking about this.
Oh.
Yeah, because he was like, he said exactly what you said. I sat down and had dinner with the president, and people went insane. Yeah, and so people, listen, I know that feeling, because even when Bobby started running for president, even when he started running as a Democrat, people were angry.
Well,
Democrats were angry.
They're just when it comes to politics, people just get so mean. It's like, these are not the type of people you ever want in any position of power. People are the least charitable, most vicious people. The moment you are running against them in a political party, they will pull out all the stops, take things out of context, lie about you.
Yes. Even if you're in their party, it doesn't
100%.
matter. It doesn't matter.
100%.
That was challenging, because Hollywood is competitive and it's hard, and you are, you're hustling, you're working really hard, but you're not trying to tear other people down.
Right.
So politics, as soon as he said, before that, people were coming after him.
They were always coming
after him, but it kicked up a notch when he decided to run for president.
Oh, big notch, I'm sure. Yeah.
And it was just, it's just weird, and there was like a feeling of doom for me. Bobby's tough. He's so friggin' tough.
Well, they've been coming after him for 20 years.
Yeah.
So he's just developed a rhino skin.
Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, I'm not gonna make it.
A good indication how they come after each other, is during the debate with Kamala and Biden. When Kamala was accusing Biden of, at the very least, sexual assault, right?
The sort of creepy.
Yeah. It seemed like she was accusing him of sexual assault. And then when they confronted her on it, she's like, it was a debate. That's literally what she said.
That is the really strange thing about politics that I'm still getting used to, is they will viciously attack each other. And then a minute later in the hallway, it's like, hey, how's it going? And I'm still in shock, I'm still angry about what just happened in there. And they're already over it. And they're already like, yeah, that's politics. That's what we do.
Did you ever see the debates with Mitt Romney and Barack Obama?
Sure I did, but
see if you can pull some of that up. God, why can't we go back to that?
Was it civilized?
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
For Mitt Romney, he's a Mormon, super religious guy, never swears, probably doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
So he's super polite.
Yes.
And then Barack Obama, because, they're matching each other's energy. He was very polite too.
Yes.
They disagreed on many things, but they were talking about what they wanted to do.
Right.
Not how this guy's a piece of shit, and they've been stealing and robbing and this and that, and
or how they look. Turn into that,
which is crazy when you look like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like the guy makes fun of his own hair. He makes fun of his comb over. It's like, but here it is.
Governor Romney and the University of Denver for your hospitality.
The only person in your state is a convicted felon.
Okay, this is just a comparison between That was the Biden ones with Trump were the worst because they're trying to map Trump's energy, Trump's energy.
Well, they didn't know how to debate him.
Yeah.
And that's what
I think
he does well.
If you want to diffuse that, what you would say is like, this is not productive for anybody.
Right.
Like, if you want to have like a completely separate conversation about who's a bigger piece of shit, and you want to do a podcast, and you and me talk about how I think you're a piece of shit, you think I'm a piece of shit, that's one thing. But you have X amount of time to say how you're going to run the country, and what you think is wrong with the policies, what you think is wrong with where we're spending money, what you think was all of the above.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
And the idea that you can't win that way is crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
And it's really weird too that a lot, some not all, politicians really work on, I gotta get a catchphrase in there.
Well, Trump's really good at that. Like, he names people, Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe. It works.
It works. It did work. I mean, because people get so thrown off, they don't know how to respond. Like you said, that's what they should say, but they just get so thrown off that it's just paralyzing.
Well, at least in this day and age, there's a method through social media for you to respond. If something you think is inaccurate or whatever, you can respond. But there was a time where there was nothing.
Yeah.
And whatever political party was in power, they controlled everything. They controlled all the news stories about you. They controlled everything. There's a great story with Hunter S. Thompson and Ed Muskie's running for president. And Hunter S. Thompson makes this crazy rumor about how he's addicted to Ibogaine, and he has a Brazilian witch doctor comes in and treats him. And this guy literally cracks on the campaign trail because Hunter S. Thompson made up this crazy story about him. And this guy, you see him having nervous breakdowns on the campaign trail. Like, his subsequent speeches were all like nuts, and he falls off.
Yeah.
But he was like a front runner at one point in time, or at least he was very competitive, and it just
they
killed him.
Well, it's a power of words.
Yes.
Which, by the way, when Bobby decided to run, and I talk about this in my book, Unscripted, but when he came on your podcast was a game changer, right? Because everything that you're saying, it is true, and the press was going hard. They still do. They were going hard at Bobby, like, he's this, he's that. Here's what he thinks. Here's what he, represents. And then he came on your podcast, and you guys had a conversation.
Yeah.
And you're curious, and you're a great listener, and you're not judgmental. And people heard what Bobby had to say, and it changed everything for him.
Well, I think it helped also that I knew who he was. I read his book, and I had also had negative opinions of him before I actually read what he said.
Interesting.
Yeah. No.
What were your opinions?
Before the pandemic, I was firmly on the side of science. I was much more of a left-wing leaning person. I just assumed these people running universities, these academics, whatever they said was accurate. Everybody else was a fool, and they believed in snake oil and witchcraft. Right? This is what I thought.
Okay.
And then during the pandemic, I was like, okay, these experts are clearly lying. I know they're lying because they're literally lying about me, right? So,
which was crazy. So when you're in it, and you know who you are, and you know how you're feeling, what your body is doing, and other people, news outlets are saying, that's not true. It's got to feel so weird.
Well, it felt really weird because they weren't addressing the fact that I was healthy. That was crazy. It's like, you're talking about this massive pandemic, and you've got this guy in his 50s. I'm supposed to be a vulnerable person, and I'm in my 50s, and I got over it in a couple of days, and I'm telling everybody how I did it, and they're saying that I'm some quack who's taking veterinary medicine.
Right.
Which is just a flat out lie, but it was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird to watch. It didn't give me anxiety. It made me laugh a lot.
Yeah.
I laughed a lot.
Yeah.
Because fortunately, during this entire time period, I was doing stand-up and hanging out with comedians. We all thought it was so funny. Like, bro, CNN is so full of shit. This is crazy.
See,
I never would have believed it.
Yeah, and you have this outlet, and you were able to talk about it and tell people. So it's like,
they thought they were picking on me because they thought they were the bully, but during the whole exchange, they went, oh my God, this thing's way bigger than we thought it was.
Yeah.
So my show was like 10 times more listeners and viewers than their show, which is crazy. Because all I can do is come on here and go, are you fucking out of your gut? Do I need to sue you people? You guys are cracked.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
So you saw things firsthand that you hadn't experienced before.
Yeah, and then when I read Bobby's book, one of the things that I knew about Bobby before
the Fauci book, or
yes, the real Anthony Fauci, which was just I would read it, I would listen to it on audio tape in the sauna. So I'm sitting there cooking at 196 degrees, or you're already kind of freaking out. You can only stay in there so long before you die.
Yeah.
You know, that's the whole key of the sauna. Like, you get it way before you're going to die. That's when you get out. But if you stayed in there for a few hours, you're a dead man. And so I'm kind of freaking out already. And I'm like, this is the nuttiest story of one guy and his cohorts who have been doing this kind of shit. The same shit they were doing during the pandemic, suppressing other medication, promoting something that they had that they were going to make a massive profit off of, gaslighting people, lying about the data, lying about... This is the thing they did during the AIDS crisis. And
yeah. And
so,
they're footnote after footnote,
yes.
reference after reference.
Exactly.
Saying here's this, here's that. I'm not making this up.
No lawsuits. No one's trying to sue him. And this is one thing I keep bringing up. If that was lies, people would document how it's not true. They would show the actual paperwork. They'd show the actual data. This is how it's not. No, it's all true. Which is, you go, well, how do I not know this? And what kind of irresponsible journalism do we have in this country where this has happened? And it takes this one guy to publish this book before people start talking about it.
Yeah.
I also knew his work as an environmental attorney. Right. I think that's a very important thing for people to realize. Like, what he did was essentially help clean up the East River. And if it wasn't for him and his work, that would still be probably a polluted shithole unless somebody else came along and stopped these corporations from polluting the river and then forced them to clean it up.
Right.
Gigantic.
And by the way, you know, when people talk about Bobby and they want to paint him as somebody who is trying to hurt people or kill people or whatever that sounds like or looks like, when you look at his career and who he is and what he's accomplished, he spent a lot of time suing huge corporations because they're polluting waterways, because it's hurting people, killing people, giving people cancer. So why would he spend all of his life fighting for people, fighting for individuals, you know, and then suddenly change and want to really hurt a lot of people? It just doesn't track. It doesn't make sense at all.
Well, the whole thing came about because of vaccines and his questioning of the vaccine narrative, which is now way more mainstream. Because I, like many people, said the scientists must be correct. Everybody else is a kook. You got to get your vaccines. You got to do whatever you have to do. But I was also pretty aware of, I had a friend who had a child that they vaccinated him, and when they vaccinated him, he stopped responding, and he never responded again. He became nonverbal autistic for his whole life, and he firmly believed it was because of the child's reaction to the vaccines. That's a taboo to bring up. When you bring that up, people immediately back off, they get scared, they get nervous. I firmly believe that when you have this sort of a visceral reaction to any sort of a subject like that, without a rational examining of what is objective truth, when you have that visceral reaction, something's happened. You've been co-opted. There's a thought in your head that you can't question this, or you'll be ostracized. You'll be cast out of the crew, the tribe. You're out. Yeah, and that's what everyone's afraid of.
Because that is what happens, as we've seen. But to that point, you know, as a mother, it's so frustrating to hear parents say, "This is my experience. This is the experience I had with my own child. I'm with this child every day. After the vaccine, there was a change. This is what happened. This is my experience." And for people to get mad at them for even, like you're saying, talking about it, they're not allowed to talk about the experience they had, or ask why it happened, or, you know, let people talk to each other to see if they have shared experiences that can lead us to something better.
Right.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, and it shouldn't be accepted. We shouldn't communicate like that. It's not smart. We've been lied to so many times. I mean, why would you just assume that that stopped, that has ended? You know, if you just go back and think about all the different things that both the government and, of course, pharmaceutical drug companies have lied about, or at least been wrong about. Like the amount of drugs that they had to pull was substantial. It's a giant chunk.
Well, that's the question. So we understand and accept that there have been drugs out there that everybody thought were good, were helpful, and then 10 years later, 20 years later, the companies, scientists, whomever realize, oh, actually, they're doing more harm than good.
What about thalidomide? Like what it did with birth defects in children.
It's
crazy. They used to prescribe that to mothers.
Well, it's even like getting X-rayed.
Yeah.
It used to have mothers, that were pregnant, X-rayed to see how the baby was doing for a long time.
It'd be cool if it gave the baby superpowers, but it never does. It only happens in the science.
Yeah, that never works out on the
comic
good way.
books and science fiction.
Yeah.
If you feel a little off, it's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. It's darker. It's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get yourself right again. It all starts with making small changes to your routine, and one of those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing that you can do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. One scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan, and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan.
Yeah, it's intense.
Do you ever see those images of what happened to the women that used to work in those x-ray offices? So every day they used to have to turn on the x-ray machine, they would x-ray their hand to make sure that it would work, and they all got like hand cancer. Oh, it's horrible. It's weird because they have one hand that looks normal and one hand that looks like a wicked witch hand.
Right. So
see if you can find some of those. It's very strict because we didn't know any better.
Right, because we didn't know. Nobody was out to kill anybody, to murder, to do harm, but it was doing harm. So let's take a step back, readjust, and do something different.
Well, the extreme amount of money that pharmaceutical drug companies have put into making sure that they're in control of the narrative, or at least they're influencing the narrative. So like, this is a slave.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's just from x-raying your hand.
They would use it to calibrate the machine every day.
Oh.
That lady cooked her hand. Isn't that awful? Ooh, it's so spooky.
That's really crazy.
Yikes.
What are the? You're not gonna have the answer to this, but what are the things that we have to go through in the airport?
Oh,
You
TSA?
travel, yeah.
That's
You're okay with that?
radio. Yeah, that's like a radio frequency, right? What is that? Let's pull that up. I do not think that that's dangerous, but look, there's a lot of people that think Wi-Fi is dangerous. There's a lot of people that think that 5G is dangerous. They think that EMF from even electric cars is dangerous. There's people telling you shouldn't have earbuds in your ears. You should only listen with a cord or a speaker if you can.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense. Things going directly into your head, through your brain.
Yeah. It's probably not the best thing for you, but it's like how many people are wearing AirPods and how little damage is it actually doing? That's the question. It's like, what is the real issue? Most TSA body scanners use millimeter wave radio waves, so not X-rays, and do not add to your ionizing radiation exposure. So it's not X-ray based, right? It's a radio wave, but what is it? Is it dangerous? How does the dose compare to a flight? What is that? X-ray scanners? That's just scanners. Is there any damage? Just look at
blind faith that this is okay.
Follow up. Millimeter wave scanner radiation. Is it dangerous? Is there any dangerous aspects of it? Health and radiation protection agencies note that doses from older backscatter X-ray scanners were extremely low Yeah, whatever. Meanwhile, they fucking don't go anywhere near it when they turn it on, right? When you go to the dentist office, they hide behind a
they go
brick
into the
wall.
other room, and you're like, what?
They're in a
This
fucking
thing is like
bunker.
right next to my head.
I know. And they make you wear like a lead vest over your body.
Yeah, it's intense. I mean,
Do they still do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't got one of those with the lead vest in a while.
No, and you're right. They go into the other room, and they're like, don't move. And you're just sitting there with a,
If there's any words you know what you have about these body scanners.
I mean, I don't want to. I'm not causing any outrage here. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just fine.
The TSA ones are dangerous.
Okay.
Major health agencies do not see any proven health risk at the levels used, but people still raise a few practical concerns. So millimeter wave scanners use low-power, non-ionizing radio waves. Studies and reviews have not found harmful effects at the power levels used in airport screening. Sensitive groups analysis that modeled risk for children, pregnant people. Well, what? Why does it say pregnant people? Which kind of people can get pregnant? Do you think, hey AI, hey super genius, you think maybe it's women, you fucking asshole? And frequent flyers still found that low added risk from backscatter scanners, far below routine medical x-rays or even the radiation from flying itself. Well, that is a thing too.
All right, radiation in the plane.
Flying, when you're flying.
I mean, there's so many things. Isn't it just
Why
like
let's go
we're all going down?
Put that into perplexity, please. What is why is flying? Why does that give you radiation? Is it because you're closer to the sun? Like, what is it? You're less protection?
Yes.
Yeah? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Is that all it is?
Yeah, most of it.
You're up high?
Yeah, there's not a lot of stuff to diffuse it.
Less air. Right.
I saw someone bring up recently too, having those screens right behind your head. So just wanted to
oh yeah, that's gotta be bad for you.
Well, Wi-Fi on the plane, it's like just like bouncing around. Yeah. I mean,
Wi-Fi. Well, they used to be able to smoke.
Which is crazy. I was just the plane that I was on had the no smoking sign, and it's never
I would
good.
feel super uncomfortable getting on that plane.
It's not a good
it's
feel.
Old ass plane.
Yeah, when you're like, okay, thank you.
Fucking plane. And they used to have little ashtrays. Remember those?
Yes.
In the seats.
And that's really crazy.
And this typical commercial flight, you get a small dose of extra cosmic radiation on the order of what you expect from a medical X-ray spread out over several hours. Whoa! So every time you fly, it's like getting X-ray. That's kind of crazy. What happens to pilots? Okay,
yeah, that's
put this in.
That's a good question.
Do pilots have any health risks from radiation exposure while flying?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because I would imagine if you're flying all the time,
they're the ones that would.
It's like getting an X-ray every day.
I mean, everything is killing us, right? That's why I came on. I wanted to hear what's going to kill us first. There's so many things.
Yes.
This is going to be a
I don't think everything.
Meteorite that's going to hit us first.
Okay, but there's a lot of stuff keeping us alive right now too. Pilots and other air crew do get more radiation than typical travelers, but whether that causes health problems is still being studied. And any added risk appears modest on a personal level. Like they would be the ones that you would be able to study from the best, whether or not flying, and flight attendants, whether or not flying is actually bad for you.
Well, we haven't heard anything yet.
No.
So that's good.
You would imagine that
somebody would have said
a long time. Many studies find pilots and flight attendants have higher rates of some cancers. Especially melanoma and other skin cancers, and in some studies breast cancer. However, reviews say it's not clear how much of it is from cosmic radiation versus other factors such as disrupted sleep. That's true, like UV exposure during off time and lifestyle. Firm causal link to flight radiation alone has not been established. That does make sense with the disrupted sleep because I talked to a pilot once who did like a lot of late night flights, and it's like your whole body is just so wrecked. Like people who do the night shift, like that can't be good for you. Your circadian rhythm's all fucked up. You're sleeping during the day.
Can't you adjust though? Can't you adjust?
If you can. But if you're the guy who gets the night shift every night, you're working at a factory and you punch in at like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Like you're not, that's just your life, man. Yeah. That's how you live.
It's like shooting a film and you do like 3 or 4 night shoots. Mm-hmm. Someone snaps
Yeah.
There's always one person that just like
Can't handle it.
freaking crazy. We're
Well,
like, oh no, Chad just went. We just lost Chad, or what happened to him? But he freaked out.
Some people, when they can't sleep, they become big babies.
Yeah, very emotional.
Yeah.
Very emotional.
Well, there's an indulgence on sets too for actors. It's like there's a kind of a lack of appreciation sometimes because you just get accustomed to it, of how fortunate you are to be able to do what you do.
Yeah.
You know, very few people get to be an actor in a movie.
Yeah.
And you're spazzing out because you didn't get enough sleep.
Yeah, and then, meanwhile, the crew
Right.
really didn't get enough
They
sleep.
didn't get enough sleep either.
They're working 2 hours before you and 2 hours after.
But they spaz out, they'll get fired.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, that's the difference. Like, it's not an equality thing. So these people, they're aware they're like royalty, walking around this film set. You know, it's kind of odd.
Well, it is odd, and at the same time, it's a very unique experience, right? Because this person has to be on camera, and every inch of their face is, going to be 6 feet tall in a movie theater, and so everybody's just making sure that person is doing okay, and they look okay, and they feel okay. Because if they don't, then you don't have anything. You don't have anything to shoot. So everybody is just like,
yeah.
Are you okay? Are you feeling okay? Are you hydrated? Do you need water? Do you need a piece of turkey?
Well, the results of that, like psychologically, over a prolonged period of time, people usually get really weird.
Yeah, agree.
That's their normal experience.
Yeah.
Is everybody's treating them like,
it's true.
Brush your shoulders.
It's true.
It's kooky.
It's kooky, and that's why the people that start early, especially that have success early,
Oh yeah.
it's not
good.
it's not good. It's not a good way to kick off your life. It's like, this is not normal. If you think this is normal, you're going to be real sad in a few years.
And I don't think you can recover from a bad developmental period that way.
That's hard.
It's different. It's different than anything else. Like, you can have a bad childhood and it'll make you more resilient. But a bad childhood in front of the whole world, and you've never had to really work, and you've never had to really struggle, and you've been famous since you were young. So your interactions with people from the time you were young is people loving you for your work, which is not good for kids.
No, it's not. And the way you look.
Right.
That's a big part of it, which is hard.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just your work, it's like what we're talking about. You have to look good while you're doing it. That's part of the job.
Especially as a woman, it's a big factor. But I always liken it to like concrete. Like, if you make concrete incorrectly, so like if you decide to mix it but you don't add enough water, or you don't, it's not like you can add water later once it's solid. It's like, that's what it is.
It's gonna be lumpy.
It's just gonna be sucky, weak ass concrete that's gonna break.
Wait, when did you get? What was your first break? Was it News Radio?
Yeah, well, I was on another show before News Radio called Hardball. It was a sitcom that was on Fox. That's what I actually moved out to LA for. And if that show got canceled, and if I didn't have a lease on an apartment, I would have went back to New York. I hated it.
Why did you hate it?
Well, I didn't like the whole scene. I was used to fight gyms, pool halls, and comedy clubs. Those are the people I was used to. They're the funniest, like, most brash, blunt people, and everybody's cracking on everybody, and it's like, it's jolly. Those are jolly places for the most part.
Yeah.
And then I went from there to this weird world of groupthink. And seeing people read the Hollywood Reporter every day and get really upset.
Yes.
And I would keep telling them, like, that's the devil's rag. Like, why are you reading that? Like, don't read that.
Right, because they're just mad that they didn't get the role, or they didn't get the film, or whatever. It is odd, but yes, that's
kooky. And it's also the groupthink thing. It's like, I saw it like right away. Like, if a film was really good, if everybody decided it was really good, you had to say it was really good. You couldn't say, I fucking hated that movie.
Yeah.
Like, there was this Jack Nicholson movie where he played this asshole, and I think it was Helen Hunt played.
As Good as It Gets?
Yes, that one. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like, what? The whole idea was that he was a fucked up dude because he was on some sort of a medication. That medication made him racist. Like, it didn't make any sense. The whole thing was nuts. And I remember everybody saying, what an amazing movie. I'm like, God, I felt bad for her. Like, get the fuck out of that relationship. Find someone who's nice to you. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Like, you know, it didn't make any sense. And I remember, like, arguing with people on a set about it. Like, they were all like, oh, I thought it was an amazing film. Like, they had to say it.
Right.
It was Jack Nicholson. And
right.
Oh, it was an amazing movie. It was like, that movie was fucking depressing, man. Like, that was all that poor lady had.
Yeah.
This fucking asshole, this old asshole was.
It's like the movie Precious.
I didn't see that. Yeah, I heard that was.
It's just, you're just watching it and you're like, whoa, nothing else bad could happen. And then it just gets worse. By the end of it, you're just feeling like, why are we alive?
I don't like those kind of movies. I don't want to feel depressed.
No. Okay, so then you got
News Radio.
News Radio.
So that I stayed in LA just because I had a lease. That was. I'm not kidding. I was so ready to go.
You were not going to break that lease.
I was trying to say I didn't have the money.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I have some money because I did the sitcom for 6 episodes, so I had some money. So I was like, how much money would it cost me to just fucking pay this lease off and just jet? And I was like, I'll just stay here. And then I got another development deal. I got a development deal with NBC. And they had this pilot. Before I did the show, they said, we have this show that we have a pilot for, but we're going to fire this one person on the pilot. And would you come in and read for it?
Did you know who was being hired?
Yeah, well, it was actually a friend of mine.
Did you know at the time?
Well, he got
replaced somebody.
It's Ray Romano. So he was a good friend of mine.
It's a friend of mine.
He's awesome. And I worked with Ray multiple times in New York, but Ray got fired, and then they replaced him with another guy who's in the pilot, and then they decided to fire that guy. So I was like, okay, well, at least I'm not taking Ray's job. But then Ray went on to do Everybody Loves Raymond, which was like him getting fired was the best thing that ever happened. So then I go in, and they let me watch the pilot. It was already made. And so I got to see Phil Hartman and Dave Foley and Candy Alexander and Maura Tierney and Andy Dick and Stephen Root. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, I can be on this show? This show was amazing. So I did that. Then I did Fear Factor.
Well, how long was News Radio?
5 years.
Wow.
Yeah. But it really wasn't popular. It was only popular on reruns. Once it got into syndication, because we moved around, like, over the course of 5 years, we moved 9 times, I believe.
When you were doing News Radio, that's right. I don't know what years.
It was 94 to 99.
Okay. So I got Curb Your Enthusiasm in 99. So before that, I was working for Rob and Michelle Reiner as a personal assistant. And I was also doing, like, catering at night sometimes, just to make ends meet. And one of my jobs, and I never knew what the job would be, you know, they'd say, show up here at whatever, 5 o'clock. One of my jobs one time was News Radio. There was a little green room where, you know, agents and people.
Right. Yeah.
And I was in charge of, like, making sure the food on the table looked good.
That's hilarious.
I just stood there for hours. I think Phil Hartman came in and was like, hey, I didn't know him at the time. I, met him. And he said, oh, who are you here to see? I said, oh, I'm just in charge of this table. And that was my big job for the night.
My friend Joey Diaz, who is, at that time, he had just recently gotten out of jail. He came to visit me on the set, and he realized that the good food was all in the VIP green room. So, and he got overweight for a while, but back then he wasn't. Back then he just looked like a big football player. He was like a big, scary-looking Cuban guy. And he was in there eating the shrimp cocktail, and they were like, who is the scary guy that's eating? And is he supposed to be in here? They all, like, freaked out because Joey went into, like, the super secret room. I wonder if he went in there when you were in there.
Oh, could you imagine? I was like, excuse me, sir, you can only have 6 shrimp. I have to watch the table.
Well, he wasn't supposed to be in there. He just went in there. He was just my friend hanging out. He just went in there. He was like, this is where the good food is. He went in there and started chowing down. They were all freaking out. It was very funny. It was very funny.
But did you like LA any better when you were doing News Radio?
I always wanted to leave. I always felt like it was radioactive. I always felt like there's a part of this. Look, the weather's great. The Comedy Store was amazing. Yeah. It was great to have that place, but there's too many people. When there's that many people, I think you devalue people. I don't think people are worthwhile to you. I think people are way better off living in a small town or a small city. I think it's healthier. I really do. Yeah, I just think when people become when you get on the highway and you see millions of people like fuck, and you see like the 405 at like 4 p.m. It's
and it's like 10 lanes. Just bumper to bumper in both directions.
And everybody thinks that everybody else is annoying because they're in your way.
You mean on the road? Yeah. I thought you meant in general.
Look, you're not going anywhere. Someone decides to get in front of you. Like, this fucking guy.
It's true.
Everybody gets crazy.
It is true.
It's not healthy.
No.
I felt like that wasn't healthy, and I really hated the whole mentality behind the group thing that was a part of Hollywood, because everybody's trying to get cast in something. In order to get cast in something, you have to ingratiate yourself with the producers and the casting directors. Everybody has to like you, so you have to have the same opinions as they do.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you have to fake it.
Yeah.
I was like, this is gross. This is gross. The way they behave is gross. The way the casting people would treat you was gross. I didn't like it at all.
Well, you mean just going in and auditioning? That was hard.
Well, there's a lot of it where there was like this arrogance. They're giving you this chance, so they're like really arrogant. I was like, hey, I don't even care about this. Like,
that's why you got part.
Probably I got some of the things. Yeah. That's why I got Fear Factor, because I was the only one who made fun of it.
And did you never had to like eat the spiders?
I ate a bunch of stuff. I ate some spiders. Yeah, I ate a Iraqi cave spider.
Ew.
I ate a Madagascar hissing cockroach. I ate a tomato hornworm. I ate a sheep's eyeball. I ate a bunch of stuff because I ate it just to show the people that you could eat it.
Ew. Did you ever throw up after?
No. I only threw up once at home. I was
waited until you got out.
That was really good editing. They did a great job. And there was this girl that was.
She's not like Bobby. Bobby has never thrown up. It's just that he doesn't. So he will eat anything and do anything.
Well, I've definitely thrown up. But this time it was this lady was eating worms and she had to swallow the worms. And she couldn't, so she spit them up into the glass, and then she could keep going if she could re-drink what was in the glass and she already spit up. And so she did it. I went, she ran into the kitchen and threw up in the sink. And I was like, and I kept thinking, how odd. Like, what a great job they did with like the editing and the music, that it got me so wrapped up in it. Even though I was at home, I was like 5 feet away from that lady while she was doing that. I didn't throw up.
And it did bother you.
It bothered me, but I was trying to help her. I was trying to get her, talk her through it.
That's why you were so good on it, because you were never making fun of people. You were
I definitely made fun of people.
Well, but not in a. You're so crazy to be on this show, and why are you crying? You're the one that wanted to come on. You were very.
I wanted to help them.
Yeah.
I wanted to help them at the very least do their best. And there was a lot of it that I said, look, I know this sounds crazy, but if you just force yourself to chew this and swallow it, you can do it. You got to just take your mind out of this place. It's not that bad. And sometimes I would eat things just to show them.
Ew.
Like I ate a roach just to show them. I'll eat this if you.
No.
Like, I wish eat this roach. It's not that big a deal.
Ew. Did you chew it? Yeah.
You can't swallow it.
Do you remember what it tasted like?
Not much. Yeah.
Ew.
They don't. Yeah, I know. But it's in your head. It
was
doesn't.
Crunchy?
Sure. Real crunchy. Yeah. But the actual taste itself was not bad. It wasn't good. It wasn't like I look forward to roaches.
And what about rats? Did you do a lot of rat work?
We did work with rats where people had to like lie in a thing in a coffin, covered them with rats, and the rats would be nibble on them. Yeah, that's not good. But they were pet rats. I mean, they were fed a healthy diet. They were like raised rats. They weren't like dangerous street rats that have been eating each other.
Did anything? I mean, you probably can't talk about it, but did anything ever go horribly
wrong? No.
Really?
No, we got lucky though. It's just luck. I really believe that because we made them ride bulls once. And
that you can't control. a bowl.
I told the people, don't do it. When all the contestants, I said, I wouldn't do this. I'll tell you right now, I don't think you should do it because it's not worth it. I go, the kind of catastrophic injury that you get from a bull stomping on your face, it's like, you don't come back from that.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to understand, there's not a 0% possibility that this bull will stomp you or kick you while you're in the air being launched off his body and get kicked in the face. Like, that's possible. Don't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Some people would back out, right?
They all did it.
They all did it.
They all did it. I think. I'm pretty sure.
And then they got thrown from the bull. How do you? I mean, this
They flew. This one lady weighed like 98 pounds, and she got bucked, and she went flying and landed right on her back and was like knocked out. Yeah, it was horrible. I would have never done that. I mean, and look, I've had bull riders on the podcast before. I've talked to multiple. We have bull riders on Fear Factory.
Doesn't it? You might know.
Is that you? Did you see? What a cute
Bobby.
tone. Hey,
It's awkward.
put him on speakerphone.
Seriously?
Yeah, why not?
Honey, you're on speaker. I'm here with Joe.
We're on the podcast. You're on the podcast, so don't swear. Hello?
Can you hear me, honey? You're on. We're talking to Joe right now. You're live.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you too. You probably shouldn't have told people that, because then they'll start attacking you.
Is there anything you need to tell me, or?
I was just gonna ask you to be nice to my wife. Why didn't you call me?
I'm in tears over here, honey. It's going horribly.
Will bring me back some of the alpha brain. Yeah, will do.
Okay, baby. I love you.
Take care. Bye, Bobby. Love you too. That's hilarious. What was the, what were you showing me?
The Mexican OT did bull stuff.
No! Mexican OT did it! No! No!
When he got up and ran away.
No! Oh my God!
Upside down.
This is a guest that was on my podcast. He's awesome. He's a brilliant rapper. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness, dude.
That's so terrible.
Oh my goodness, dude. Don't do that no more.
I mean, can I ask a question to the men? I mean, do you wear special equipment down there?
Yes. I assume they do. They might not while they're doing that, because I saw one guy get a horn right up his butt. Yeah, but there's no special equipment that's going to protect you there.
What about your...
Yeah. You should wear a cup, for
you
sure.
should wear something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that doesn't seem like that's healthy.
No, definitely not healthy.
I don't think there's anything healthy about it, right?
No, definitely not healthy.
I mean, it's just like a lot of pressure on your
balls. For sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever done it?
What? Bull riding?
Yeah.
No. No, I told you I would never do that.
Oh, I thought you were just telling the other people not to do it.
No, I would no. I have a healthy respect for animals, especially big ones. I think people get super delusional. We also get super delusional when we compare size. Like if you say, "Oh, a monkey's smaller than me," that thing will fucking kill you.
I
like,
know.
Don't be crazy.
It'll pick your eyes out, right?
Oh, the ripping face apart. Yeah, there's a crazy video of this guy in India who's sitting down and he lets this monkey like sit on his lap, and he's like being all calm with the monkey, and then the monkey just decides to tear a giant chunk off his scalp. And the way it does it, it just bites his head and just yanks like a football-sized piece of meat off this guy's head. And you're like,
there's no stopping it. There's no stopping it once it starts happening.
You don't know how strong they are. Like, imagine being so strong you can just rip someone's skin clean off their head. And it's like a little thing, a little 30-pound
It looks
monkey.
adorable.
Yeah, and he thought he was being cute. It's like, I'm going to be peaceful.
Oh, yeah, no, I can't watch it. But
You want to watch it?
no, I don't. Do you can watch it? Yeah, I'll look away.
So he
But you
lets
can
this thing
describe
sit
what's
on
happening.
his lap, and then it just decides to bite his head. Look at it real quick.
Oh my gosh.
He's missing a giant
Oh
chunk
my
of his head.
god.
Yeah, so he's scarred for life. It was a dumb decision. He let that thing dominate you. He didn't understand what he was doing.
No.
He let that thing get on top of him, and the thing just decided for no reason to just bite his head.
No, we used to have a pet emu.
They're the dumbest birds, by the way.
They are so dumb. Their heads are tiny, so their brain must be, and the rest of them is big. So you just had this emu like coming at you every day.
Wow.
It wasn't relaxing. I got to the point where I had to walk outside with a shovel
Just to protect yourself.
Yes.
That's crazy. I have a friend who has ostriches. Ostriches.
Are they nicer? I wonder if they're
Nope,
nicer.
he says the same thing. He hates them. He has this big ranch in Texas and he got ostriches. He's like, dude, I hate these things.
Yeah.
Look at that face.
No, it's terrible. They're mean, and you know.
They tried to bite us on Fear Factor too. We had an episode where they had to drink a whole ostrich egg.
Ew.
A raw ostrich egg.
Ew.
But we had ostriches in the background. They started just fucking with people, like biting their heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they'll peck you.
Yeah, they'll peck you.
Yeah.
You know what else is dumb? This lady was a falconer. That's what they're called, right? When Falconer. When they train.
Yeah, that's Bobby.
Oh, he does that?
Yes.
Oh. So this lady, she had a golden eagle. She had a couple of falcons are the most fascinating. But then she had an owl. And she's like, owl is, there's, first of all, one misconception is that owls are smart. She goes, they are so dumb. They're the dumbest birds next to emus. Only emus are dumber than owls.
I didn't know that.
I was like, really? That's cool. Why? Like, why do we have this,
idea that they're what?
Remember?
That they're very wise.
Yeah.
Why do we think they're wise?
And he's counting how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop, remember?
Yes, but he could never get to it. Yeah. So maybe we should have learned. Yeah, this guy's full of shit.
Yeah, he's full of shit. He's a fake professor.
We've had some owls in our day with Bobby.
Oh, pets?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Is this Bobby?
No.
No, is this someone?
That's what's going around.
What is this? Is that his falcon?
You can't see where it is.
Whoa. That looks like an eagle.
He sees it from where.
Is that an eagle or a hawk? What is that? Does it say?
It doesn't say. I don't know if it said specific. Again, this is another Facebook thing.
They had a golden eagle. The golden eagle's amazing. But it kept trying to land. We had a little campfire outside. It kept trying to land on the fire.
That's weird.
Why is this bird so stupid?
That looks like a hawk.
Yeah, it looks like a hawk.
Yeah.
So this lady had hawks and falcons, and she's like, the problem with hawks is as soon as like you let them loose, they immediately find something to kill. She's like, they just, everything that's near them, they kill. She goes like, this sucker kills birds, he kills squirrels. Like, you let the owl go, the owl just like goes over there, he'll go back to you. The eagle, the same thing. Not the hawks. The hawks like, it's time to kill.
No, that's what they do. It's weird. Like I said, Bobby loves hawks and falcons, and I went hawking with him once.
How do you do that?
Well, you have these, they do it in twos, like these two birds, and
are they his birds?
Yes.
So he's trained these birds?
He's trained them, and the other,
that's kind of a crazy thing to be good at.
It's a very crazy, but look, even since he was young. But so it's pretty fascinating because you have to do it after the leaves have fallen from the trees, and there are two birds that hunt together, and they go up into the trees, and then it's really beautiful at first for me because it's
until the carnage.
So they start going from tree to tree, and they're communicating with each other, and they'll see bunny, cute, sweet. You see where this is going, and they see a bunny down there, and they go, and one of them does something, and then the other one swoops down and grabs it, and they just tear it apart, and the next thing you know, it's just, bunny guts. Yeah. So it's cute until then, but it's pretty fascinating to watch them do it.
There was some kind of a war in my backyard that was going on for a while, and I don't know what animal was doing it, but I found a bunch of beheaded hawks.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what bird was killing the hawks, but they'll kill the hawk and rip its head off.
But ask Bobby, he will know.
Oh, I bet.
He will know.
I assume it was something bigger.
Right? But yeah, they're big already. It's hard to imagine what.
Owls eat hawks.
I'm really. But are they fast enough to get an owl as fast?
Owls are silent, and the thing about owls is there's a really interesting video that you can find where they take a bunch of different birds and they have them fly from point A to point B, and then they have a sound meter, and the sound registers the decibels of their flight. Owls, it's almost completely silent. They're so silent. They're so sneaky. So there's a great black and white video of this owl, and it's night vision, the camera, and you see this owl swooping up on a hawk's nest and snatches a hawk right out of the nest.
Oh my God! I wonder.
But it comes out of nowhere. Like,
that's
you see
weird.
Eyes in the distance.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't think I've ever seen an owl in flight. Not that I.
In real life, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Where I used to live.
Is it only at night?
Yes, I've only seen them fly at night. But where I live, one time I was driving home, and there was this owl that was right on the side of the road. And as I was driving, he took off with a rabbit in his talons, and then just decided he didn't want to carry this rabbit anymore and let it go. Maybe it was dangerous because the rabbit was kind of big. And then the rabbit dropped in the middle of the road, so I pulled the car over and I got out and I looked at this like gutted rabbit and this owl who had just jacked this rabbit and then just decided.
That's so weird that I'm assuming it was an aggressive male owl.
Might have been a female protecting its young or giving its young food. A lot of it was that.
I mean, I wonder if the rabbit was diseased or something.
No.
But that's so.
The rabbits can't even hear it coming. That's the thing about owls. That's why they're such brilliant nocturnal hunters. It's because, see if you can find that video of the birds, the different sounds between there's a hawk, there's an eagle, and then the owls just. It's like nothing. It just swoops in and just snatches up. They eat a lot of cats too, by the way. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, a friend of mine found there was an owl nest, and he found like 6 cat collars in the nest.
Oh, I always just assumed it was coyotes.
It is a lot of coyotes, but it's also owls. Owls kill a lot of people's cats.
That is crazy.
Yeah, and they can fly with your cat. That's what's crazy. So watch.
To fly over a series of super sensitive microphones.
So that's a pigeon, super loud.
Oh, jeez.
Pretty loud. Now watch the owl.
It's Kansas turn.
Nothing. You don't hear anything. Isn't that
You
crazy?
don't even hear the wings.
Nope. And those are super sensitive microphones. Yeah.
Wow.
Now see if you can find the video of the owl snatching a hawk out of the nest.
That's so crazy. I didn't know this.
Yeah, owls are super predators. Yeah. They see so well at night, and they have those big heads.
Yeah, then their heads can turn.
Crazy eyes. Yeah, watch this. So see those dots in the distance? That's them. Watch this. Snatch. The other hawk barely knows what the hell happened.
Oh my
Snatch.
God.
Yep. Just steals them right out of the nest. Owls are big too.
They seem to be work alone. They seem a little like lonesome.
Yeah, well, you can't fly a flock of owls.
But like the hawks, when they hunt together, you know, when they're communicating
Oh, yeah,
with each
it
other.
makes so much noise.
That's true.
They got a clumsy approach, whereas the owl's sneaky.
And how about the pigeons? They do not have a
Not a
chance.
chance. So loud.
What do they eat?
That's a good question. That's a good
Does
question.
birds eat
I
or
know
not?
what eats pigeons though.
What?
Rats in New York City. There's a crazy video of a rat in New York City grabbing a pigeon, attacking it, and eating it. Yeah, and dragging it away. You've never seen that?
I like that you think that's what I'm looking at online.
What are you looking at? Oh, gotcha.
It's not that.
If you want to live in a big city, that's the nature that you get. You get rats and pigeons.
There are a lot of rats in D.C.
Rats kill pigeons all the time.
Rats kill.
Yeah, if they catch them slipping, they're close enough where they can grab them. Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Oh, rats are disgusting.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched that documentary on Netflix called Rats?
No.
Whoa.
I would never.
You should.
No, God, no.
It's a game changer.
No.
It's so nutty.
No.
You find out that the biomass of rats in New York City is roughly equal to the biomass of people.
Yeah.
Meaning the weight of all the people in New York City is roughly equal to the weight of all the rats in New York
That's
City.
gross. But you lived in New York.
Is that accurate? I think that's accurate. It might be the numbers. It might be the same number of people as there are rats, but I
Did
don't.
you have a problem when you lived there?
I didn't live there. I lived in New Rochelle, which was the suburb.
That's nice.
Westchester.
Kind of
I was a road comedian. I needed a parking spot. I couldn't afford to park in New York City.
Yeah.
It was like it's too hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like whatever it was for a parking spot. It was like half my rent. I was like, I can't afford that.
Yeah.
Also, I don't like it. I don't like being stacked on top of people like that. All my friends who live there, they're like, yeah, I don't even know my neighbors. I'm like, this guy right across 6 feet away from you. You don't even fucking know him. That's